We welcome you to UFC Dish Falk Field, tonight's NCAA regional matchup between the Texas Longhorns and the Boston College Eagles. I'm Craig Way alongside Keith Moreland. The Eagles are the home team in this contest, and they'll have left-hander Pat Dean on the mound. Dean is 6-4 with a 3.36 earned run average. For Dean, as he takes the mound, he's making his 18th appearance, his 15th start of the season, and he does have one complete game. Pat has worked 88 in the third innings, allowing 100 hits, 42 runs, 33 earned. He's walked 15 batters, struck out 85, has allowed 19 extra base hits, including 3 home runs. Opposing hitters are batting .279 against the 6'1", 175-pound sophomore left-hander from Naugatuck, Connecticut, Pat Dean.
Very good control, only 15 walks in 88 innings. He's also struck out 85. He's done a nice job. He's a guy that comes right at you. If you're a hitter for Texas, you've got to be aggressive early in counts.
And Travis Tucker stands in to lead it off for the Longhorns. Freitags Flores proud to deliver tonight's first pitch, and it's a breaking ball in there for a called strike. Tucker batting .286, 2 home runs, 23 runs batted in. Travis last night 0 for 3 with a walk. Dean into the windup. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Tucker. Couldn't hold up on the check swing, went down and around, and it snowballs and 2 strikes. Defensively for the Eagles, Andrew Lawrence in left field, Robbie Anston in center, Mike Sudol is in right, Mickey Wiswall, the third baseman, Barry Butera at shortstop, Matt Hamlet at second, John Spatola at first, Tony Sanchez behind the plate, and on the mound, sophomore left-hander Pat Dean. Dean winds and deals, and the 0-2 pitch is outside for a ball. The dimensions at UFCU Dish Falk Field: 340 feet down the left field line, 325 down the right field line, 375 to the power alleys, 405 feet to the deepest reaches of the ballpark, deepest left center field and deepest right center, 400 feet to straightaway center field. And here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is hit up the middle, and it is knocked down by the shortstop Butera, but he can't make a play on it, and it'll be a leadoff base hit for Travis Tucker.
Well, Dean had a piece of it. He actually knocked it down and gave a chance for Butera to get to the ball, but couldn't do anything with it. He had to lay out, but got a piece of it. It was a humpback liner, good location on the pitch, jammed him, but able to still muscle it in for a base hit as Brandon Belt steps in.
To a standing ovation. And of course, Brandon hit in the head by a pitch right at this point last night, second batter in the first inning, and he bunts it nicely on the first base side. It's up play, up with it, throw to first in time. Spatola got there quickly, and Matt Hamlet covering the bag. 3-4 on the sacrifice, but Brandon Belt did his job advancing Travis Tucker to second.
Perfect location. Get the bunt down. That's the way Texas is going to play offense. If you're listening to us for the first time, the University of Texas has got to lead the nation year in and year out in sacrifice bunts. They execute it perfectly, even on a field turf surface where it might be a little bit more difficult than bunt than it would be on a grass field.
Michael Torres stands in at third baseman. Torres is batting .317, 2 homers, 28 runs batted in. Last night in the ballgame, Torres 1 out of 4 with a run scored in the win over Army. Torres digs in from the left side against the left-hander Pat Dean. The sophomore lefty sets and comes home on the first pitch. Overhand breaking ball in there for a called strike. Boston College, the home team, they have white caps with the maroon bill and the interlocking BC on the front. White jersey tops. It has Eagles and maroon block print capital lettering on the front, trimmed in gold. They have white pants, maroon socks, and the black shoes. Here's the stretch from Dean. I'll look back to second. And the 0-1 pitch to Torres. Michael swings and a slow tapper out front of the mound. Up with it, Dean. He'll flip underhanded to Spatola at first. That retires Torres. Over to third base goes Travis Tucker, and they're 2 down. Longhorns, dressed in road attire, they occupy the third base dugout, which they used to occupy here before the renovations to UFCU Dish Falk Field a couple of years ago. They wear a gray cap tonight with a burnt orange block letter T on the front, a burnt orange bill, gray jersey tops, Texas, and burnt orange block print capital lettering on the front with a burnt orange numeral beneath it, a large burnt orange numeral on the back of the road gray short sleeve jersey tops, gray trousers. They have the burnt orange socks and white shoes tonight. 2 down, here's Longhorn catcher Cameron Rupp. Swings and misses at the first pitch from Dean. Rupp is batting .273, 8 home runs, 39 runs batted in, and Cameron last night had a good night. He was 1 for 2 officially, walked and 2 times in the ballgame and drove in a run. 2 down here in the top of the first, scoreless, with Travis Tucker, the runner, at third. The 0-1 pitch. That one missed away for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. So 1-1 the count to Cameron Rupp with 2 down. Here's the stretch from Dean. And the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, lifted, foul out of play. This evening's game day weather brought to you by AAA Texas. When you're on the road traveling for Longhorn baseball, travel confident with dependable roadside assistance from AAA Texas. AAA Texas, through all of life's travels, we're always with you. It is warm, 95 degrees at first pitch time tonight, and very little wind of which to speak.
And it's absolutely a still night, a little bit overcast. So we haven't had the sun that we had in yesterday's ball games. Today, it's been more of a partly cloudy day, but extremely warm.
1-2 pitch outside for a ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count to Cameron Rupp.
I've heard all the coaches here in the regionals talking about making sure their kids get hydrated. It's one of those times where baseball is a game supposed to be played in warm weather. Well, we've got it here.
No question about that. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The stretch from Dean in the 2-2 pitch. Check swing, he went around. A strikeout of Cameron Rupp and a strikeout for Pat Dean gets the Eagles out of the top of the first. No runs on a hit and a man left for a half inning of play here in the NCAA Regional. It's Texas nothing and Boston College coming to bat when we continue on AM 1300 The Zone.
Welcome back to UFCU Disch-Falk Field. Chance Ruffin, the sophomore right-hander from Lake Travis right here in the Austin, Texas area. He's been a marvelous pitcher this season for the Texas Longhorns. He's making his 20th appearance. His 15th start, he has 2 complete games, 9-2 record, 2.96 earned run average. He's pitched 100 point a third of an inning, 100 innings and a third. Unbelievable number for a college pitcher. Allowed 84 hits, 42 runs, 33 of those earned. He's walked 21 while striking out 91. Opponents hit 221 against Ruffin. He has thrown 3 wild pitches. He's balked once and has hit 14 batters. That is a fairly large number. So only really 35 free passes in 100 innings on the season. Sinking fastball, good straight change that he's really improved with, and an outstanding breaking ball. He's able to hit both sides of the plate. He's the ace of the Longhorn staff, and he comes out here. First time he's ever come out in the bottom of the first. He's usually out in the top of the first in this ballpark.
Exactly right. Defensively for Texas, David Hernandez is in left field, Connor Owen center, Kevin Keys is in right, Michael Torres the third baseman, Brandon Loy at shortstop, Travis Tucker at second, Preston Clark at first, Cameron Rupp behind the plate, and on the mound, sophomore right-hander Chance Ruffin. Leading it off for Boston College is Robbie Anston, the center fielder. Ruffin into the windup, and the first pitch to Anston is fouled at the plate. Anston is batting .355, a homer, 29 runs batted in for Robbie. Anston yesterday, 1 out of 5 with a run scored in the 8-7 win over Texas State. And there's some time called right now as Mick Aoki, the head coach, is out visiting with the first base umpire.
Well, the Eagles had a little game plan that they were going to use, and all their guys, instead of leaning up on the fence, were not leaning up the fence. They were under the dugout, and they ran up right as the first pitch and were yelling, and just it's probably a superstitious thing, something they were doing, and they were just going to make sure that it didn't happen anymore. And Coach Aoki just said, hey, look, that was just something they do for the first pitch.
A little ritualistic thing, no big deal. 0-1 pitch, and it swung on, and a ground ball off the mound, charging it. Loy up with it, throws to first in time for out number 1.
Excellent sinking fastball there from Ruffin. Got Anston to hit it right off the end of the bat. Did get a piece of the mound. That was an unfortunate break for Boston College. That ball might have got up the middle if it doesn't hit the side of the mound and bounce back where Loy could get to it. 1
down, Matt Hamlet, the second baseman, stands in. Hamlet's batting .312, no homers, and 11 runs batted in. He'll dig in from the right side, Will Hamlet, against the right-hander, Chance Ruffin. Hamlet was 1 out of 3 yesterday with a walk, and the first pitch is a strike. You heard Coach Aoki in the pregame show say that his ball club not awed by things going on. The 0-1 pitch, that's a strike in the knees, and it's 0-2.
Well, they play in a marvelous baseball conference. The ACC, you have environments much like you see right here in a lot of cities in the ACC.
And the 0-2 pitch misses downstairs for a ball.
You have to travel to Chapel Hill. You have to travel to Tallahassee. You have to go to Miami. You're used to playing in hostile environments.
1 ball and 2 strikes, the count to Hamlet. Here's the windup and the 1-2 pitch. It's down and away for a ball. And it's 2-2. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Matt Hamlin. 1 out, bottom of the first inning. Again, Boston College, the home team in the regional rotation. 2-2 pitch, swung a line shot, snagged by Loy. What a play by Brandon Loy, going to his right to come up with a big play.
That ball hit right on the button. Brandon Loy doing a nice job. Had moved a little bit over in the hole, got a good crossover step. It's the first thing you got to do. Laid his body out, just snow coned it right in the very end of the glove to hold on to it. Nice play.
2 down. Tony Sanchez, the catcher, is batting .352 with 14 home runs and 49 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. Fouls it off for strike 1. Sanchez, yesterday afternoon, 1 out of 5 with a run batted in. As he digs in now from the right side. 2 down here in the bottom of the first. Ruffin with a windup. And the 0-1 pitch swung on, and a fly ball, towering fly ball out to left field. Hernandez will settle under it and will make the catch to retire the side. The Eagles go down in order in the bottom of the first. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We're through 1 complete inning here in Austin. It's Texas nothing, Boston College nothing on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the top of the second here from UFCU Dish-Walk Field. Keith Mullen, Craig Way, glad you're with us, whether you're listening to us on our mothership, AM 1300 The Zone here in Austin, Texas, or a couple of places on the World Wide Web at texassports.com or bceagles.com. We're glad you're with us. Nothing ball game. Jitters sort of away for both clubs. The Longhorns did threaten but did not score in the top of the first. And Chance Ruffin for Texas had a 1-2-3 inning in the bottom of the second. So Pat Dean out for his second inning of work. He will face the 5, 6, and 7 spots in the lineup for Texas here in a nothing ball game.
Another crowded evening at the ballpark. Every seat taken for folks crowded in on the berm down the left field line as well. And all the folks beyond the right field wall and the bullpen and the party bus out there. Brandon Lloyd leads it off for Texas. Brandon is batting .312, no home runs, 23 runs batted in. So Pat Dean, the sophomore left-hander, navigated his way through the first, and now his first pitch is in there for a called strike to Loy.
Every hitter except Brandon Belt, Dean has started him off with a off-speed breaking ball. It's interesting to see if the lineup, as you go through the lineup a few times, you'll have to change that pattern.
0-1 pitch, misses outside for a ball, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Loy.
But he's been able to get it over for a strike, and when you do, strike 1's the best pitch in baseball. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. You make a hitter defensive if he falls behind early.
1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Loy swings and pulls it foul. 1-2 the count. You talk about it so often, Keith, about how hitters have to adjust to a pitcher like this first time through the lineup. What about guys, say in the second inning like Loy, they saw it in the first inning, and you try to go to the plate with the mindset of what you'll do, seeing what he has done.
You're right, but you still haven't seen a release point. You haven't, judged the velocity. I mean, that's all. Rhythm and timing is what hitting is.
1-2 pitches hit on the ground to third. Up with it is Wiswall. The throw to first on the money in time for out number 1.
And in a good location. That's the second time now that we've seen Dean, and I like his style. He starts the slow breaking ball, then he gets ahead in the count. He pitches a little bit backwards. Second time, he jammed Tucker. Tucker got a base hit with it, but he jammed Loy there too with an inside fastball when he was ahead in the count. He's doing a nice job. You just can't set on one pitch. You can see why he's been so effective for the Eagles.
Preston Clark is batting .254, a home run, 18 runs batted in. Of course, playing first base tonight. He looks at the first pitch downstairs for a ball. Last night in the Texas victory, Clark was 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored. Did a good job. Went from the DH to first base when Brandon Belt was beamed in the first inning and did a good job. He's playing first again tonight. The 1-0 pitch swings here and drives one well. Out toward right field, into the alley. And that ball is off the wall and off the top part of the wall. Clark will stop at second with a 1-out double.
Well, when Preston Clark for Texas is swinging the bat well, he drives the ball into the gap the other way a lot. Got a ball up out over the plate, did it again. He did it last night. You can see him starting to get locked in. And for Texas fans, that's important here late in the season to have another guy that's swinging the bat at a crucial time, because no matter what you did all year long, it's just seeding to get to this point.
Here's Kevin Keys. He's the sophomore right fielder's batting .295. 4 homers, 33 runs batted in. Last night, Kevin was 1 out of 3 with a run batted in. Had a big RBI single. So 1 out. Clark at second. The first pitch. Keys swings and drives it well. Out toward left, and you can say goodnight to it. Kevin Keys hit the ball on top of a canopy in the Texas bullpen for a 2-run homer, and the Longhorns grab a 2-0 lead.
Well, he started him off with that slow breaking ball. Keys was fooled a little bit. He was out on his front foot, but at 6'4", 225, he kept his hands back just enough, sort of flipped the head of the bat, caught it, squared it up, even though he was off balance, and that just shows you the strength of Keys. He was able to really one-hand it out of the ballpark down the left field line. It is a night where there is no breeze. This is a very big ballpark, and especially with no breeze, and he got it out of here.
Kevin Keys with his 5th home run of the season and his first since March 20th. Here's Connor Rowe. The first pitch to Rowe. He swings and drives it to right field. That'll fall in for a base hit. Rowe came in batting .286, no homers and 10 RBIs, and he promptly lines a single to right. So the Longhorns getting in their licks now here in the top of the 2nd inning. With 1 out, Clark with a double off the wall in right center. Kevin Keys, a 2-run homer to left, and Connor Rowe, a single to right. Now David Hernandez. David in left field tonight. He's batting .286, no homers, 10 runs batted in. Hernandez asked for time, steps out. David did not play in last night's win for Texas over Army. Dean from the stretch in the first pitch. That missed downstairs for ball 1. Connor Rowe, by the way, is 3 out of 5 on the base paths as he draws a lead from first. Here's Pat Dean, the left-hander, from the stretch. And he'll step and throw her to first. Keith, what about it now? Like you said, you haven't seen a release point, but I guess to get some of the guys maybe timing when he throws that breaking ball a little bit better in the bottom part of the order.
Well, Keys hit a pretty good pitch. It was the breaking ball. I had him fooled. He just did a nice job. He's elevated 2 pitches away to both Rowe and to Clark. He got balls up and out over the plate. Guys have done a nice job. You know, 2-run homers can give you problems, but you want to get it stopped right now if you're Pat Dean.
Here's the stretch from Dean in the 1-0 pitch. Almost hit Hernandez, came in tight on David off the shoe tops. 2 balls and no strikes to David.
And if you're Texas, you're looking to try to go ahead and step on the gas right here. You've got a 2-0 count. Hernandez, you could put Rowe in motion. You're going to have the top of the order who's waiting on deck to come right back around to hit.
The 2-0 pitch. He swings and chops it foul on the third base side. 2 balls and a strike to David Hernandez.
There's always 2 sides to every story. You got to look at it as if your Dean hasn't made a couple of mistakes and Texas has taken advantage of that. And if you're Texas, you're thinking, oh, now we got a real chance. Maybe get something into a gap here. Get back to our power again in the middle of our lineup.
2 balls and a strike the count to Hernandez. Here's the stretch from Dean. And the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and popped up. This one on the first base side, where Spatola in foul territory makes the catch for the out, and that's out number 2. That's a big out for Pat Dean.
It was, and he got him reaching. It was the other thing. He set it up well. Even though he fell behind, he came back, made 2 good pitches. You still got to get out of it. So many times you finally got an out again. You got to bear down and try to get this one. And Tucker is very good against left-handed pitching in the leadoff spot.
Travis reached on an infield single last inning, his first time up. 2 down. Connor Rowe, the runner at first. It's 2-0 Texas here in the top of the 2nd inning. Stepping a throw over to first, and back in time is Hernandez, or is Rowe. So Connor at first base. Tucker at the plate with 2 outs. Here's the stretch now from Pat Dean. And the first pitch swung on and a ground ball hit the second. Up with it is Hamlet. Throw to first in time, and the inning is over. Texas does take the lead as they score 2 runs on 3 hits with 1 runner left on base. We go to the bottom of the 2nd inning here. It's Texas 2, Boston College nothing on AM 1300 The Zone.
Music. Chance Ruffin to back out for his second inning work. It's been staked to a 2-0 lead as Texas scores 2 runs on 3 hits. Obviously the big blow. The 2-run homer from Kevin Keys in the top of the second inning. Scoreboard totals are correct. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Texas. BC did not score in the bottom of the first. They're the home team here tonight. So it'll be 4, 5, and 6 due to face Ruffin out for his second inning of work.
Let's update you on some regional activity. Of course, earlier today here, in case you did not hear it, it happened again to Texas State University. A late rally doomed the Bobcats. Yesterday, of course, it was BC doing it with a 6-run top of the ninth. Today, with Texas State, the visiting team, it was a 5-run bottom of the 8th for Army as they defeated Texas State and eliminated the Bobcats by a score of 7-4. Mickey Wiswall leads it off, and he looks at the first pitch for a strike. Wiswall bats .324, 14 home runs, 63 runs batted in, swings at the pitch here and drives it out towards center field. Playable for Connor Rowe. Connor settles under, makes the catch for out number 1. So 1 gone here in the BC second inning. So Army will play the loser of this game tomorrow at noon Texas time, 1 o'clock Eastern. Tomorrow in an elimination game to see who would play the winner in the championship round. Here's Mike Belfiore. Looks at a pitch downstairs for a ball. Belfiore steps in, batting .284, 11 home runs, 61 runs batted in. Mike, the DH tonight, swings and hits a ball out toward left. Coming in Hernandez. David has the catch for out number 2.
Sort of got it right off the end of the bat on that sweeping breaking ball. Not only has Ruffin retired 5 batters in a row, he's done it in a very efficient form as far as number of pitches.
And with 2 down, here's Barry Butera, the shortstop. Butera batting .337, 4 homers, 34 runs batted in for Barry. Swings to the first pitch and chops it back behind second, but up with it is Loy, throws to first, and a very, very quick bottom of the second inning for Chance Ruffin in the Longhorns. BC goes in order. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We're through 2 complete here at UFCU Disch-Falk Field. It's Texas 2, Boston College nothing. You're listening to NCAA Regional Baseball on AM 1300 The Zone.
Top of the third inning here from UFCU Disch-Falk Field. Texas with a 2-0 lead. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Texas. BC, no runs, no hits, no errors for Boston College. Pat Dean out for his third inning of work, and he'll face the meat of the order for the Longhorns. 2, 3, and 4 coming to the plate. Longhorns got both of their runs on Kevin Keys' 2-run homer their last time up. Brandon Belt will lead it off here in the top of the third.
Brandon got a big hand from the Longhorn faithful his first time up when he laid down a successful sacrifice. Belt coming in to tonight's ball game, batting .340 with 8 home runs and 37 runs batted in. Swings and misses at the first pitch from Dean for strike 1. Belt coming into tonight's ball game, having hit safely in his last 4 ball games. He's had a 14-game hitting streak this season. Dean looking in. Into the windup. Here's the 0-1. Check swing downstairs for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike is the count. One and 1 the count. Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Foul to the plate, 1-2 the count. Home plate umpire tonight is Phil Benson. This 4-man NCAA assigned crew. Bill Speck is the umpire at first base. Mark Ditzworth at second. Darrell Arnold, the umpire, at third. 1-2 the count. Dean looks in, has what he wants. Rocks and deals. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on a ground ball, hit to second. Up with it is Hamlet. Throw to first in time for out number 1.
Well, that time Dean had him set up and tried to go away with a fastball and left it in the middle of the plate. Belt hit it right on the button. Hamlet able to secure it and get the out, but missed his spot that time. Something you can't afford to do when you're ahead in the count. You got to get the ball in the spot you want it.
That's out number 1. Here's Michael Torres, who's retired on a comebacker. His first time up. Dean kicks and fires in the first pitch. That breaking ball in there for a strike.
Good arm angle. And Dean is pretty compact. Ball sort of jumps out of his hand. Got good command of his breaking ball. Not as good command so far tonight of his fastball.
0-1 pitch, missed low and outside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Lights on here at UFC Udish Falkfield, even though there's still some daylight left, of course.
The NCAA controls that and probably said the game will start with the lights on.
1 ball and 1 strike the count. 1-1 pitch, and that's lined in the right field, a base hit. So Michael Torres reaches with a 1-out single to right.
Again, with the fastball, left it in the middle of the plate. Dean has been fairly successful. I mean, obviously he's trailing. He's given up 5 hits, but when he's got the pitch where he wants to have it, his stuff's been pretty good. It's each batter he seemed to have made a mistake. He left that fastball right down the middle after 2 good breaking balls to Torres.
Dean to the stretch. And here's the first pitch to Rupp. Check swing, and that's a little foul ball roller right there along the foul line for strike 1.
Well, I think it was in the dirt, and the ball was live, and that's the reason Sanchez was going out there and corralling it a little bit. He tried to check his swing, but he did go around.
0-1 the count. He moved quickly just in case it stayed fair and died on the fair side.
He did make contact.
Yeah.
It was a check swing.
Yeah.
He just had it blocked.
0-1 the count. Dean to the stretch. Here's the pitch to Rupp. Takes that breaking ball for a strike, and now Cameron down in the count, 0-2.
Boy, that's a good bender right there. Good location. Started it out in the middle of the plate and then broke it down and into the inside corner. The only place a right-handed hitter can hit that pitch is foul.
0-2 the count to Rupp. And the 0-2 pitch. Outside for a ball, 1-2 the count.
The Longhorns are 12-4 against left-handed pitchers this season. They had a predominant right-handed hitting ball club.
1 ball and 2 strikes the counts. Quick throw over to first, and Torres is back. Michael, by the way, has stolen 12 out of 13 as Torres. One and 2 the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The stretch from Dean. And the 1-2 pitch to Rupp. Swing and a miss. And Cameron strikes out for the second time. Both strikeouts Pat Dean has registered have come at the expense of Cameron Rupp, and they're 2 down in the Texas third.
Well, one of the greatest left-handed pitchers that ever played the game. I got the opportunity to catch, Craig. Steve Carlton only struck out about 5,000 people doing that same with that same pitch. A slider to a right-handed hitter. It looks like a fastball. Just bites and you swing over the top of it.
Well, yeah, so hard to do. 2 down. Here's Brandon Loy, who grounded to third his first time up. Throw over to first base, and Torres is back safely. Loy was 0 for 4 last night, so he's still in search of his first hit of the regional after coming off a monstrous Big 12 Conference tournament where he was named the Big 12 tournament's most outstanding player. He batted .643. He was 9 for 14 over the weekend.
Dean's best move to first base he just used is to step off with his back foot and flip throw, and he almost had Torres there.
Coming home now, and the pitch is in there for a called strike.
Very close play at first.
Other regional action that we were telling you about. Elon staying alive in the Atlanta Regional, eliminating Georgia State today, 4-3. Winners bracket side, Georgia Tech with a 1-0 lead on Southern Mississippi, top of the second in Atlanta. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one's in there for a strike. 0-2 the count.
Elon is a scary team, folks. They've got a good baseball team. They do not have a dominant pitcher, but they got a guy that closes well for that team, and they can score some runs. Somebody is going to lose the opening round game and come back and win a regional. That could be one that you could watch.
Another throw over to first. Meanwhile, in Baton Rouge, as LSU and Baylor play tonight in the winner's side, LSU has taken a 1-0 lead top of the second. They're now in the top of the third inning. LSU leading Baylor 1-0. 0-2 pitch. Swung on, and that's going to be lined in the shallow center. It'll drop for a base hit. Torres with a big turn around second, but he'll hold there. Brandon Loy has his first hit of the regional, a single to center.
First time we've seen Dean leave that slider upstairs. He left it upstairs. Lloyd just promptly served it to center field for a base hit. A hot hitter coming to the plate for Texas here.
Preston Clark doubled with 1 out last inning. As it took a hop, 1 hop, and then skipped off the top part of the right center field wall and Clark would score ahead of Kevin Key's 2-run homer into the visiting bullpen, which drew a lot of cheers from the Texas bullpen, which is down there as the visitors tonight. Time called. Clark will step out. In that Baton Rouge Regional, as we mentioned, LSU leading Baylor 1-0. It's in the third inning. That is a winner's bracket game. Here's the stretch from Dean in the first pitch to Clark. Swings and a ground ball. The third. Up with it. The throw to second in time as Wiswall went to Hamlet to retire Loy at second, and the Longhorns in the inning. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 runners left on base. We go to the bottom of the third. It's Texas 2, Boston College 0 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the bottom of the third inning. Chance Ruffin out for his third inning of work. He has been perfect so far. 6 up, 6 down. Equal split, 4 fly balls, 2 ground balls on the day, and he'll face the bottom third of the order. For the Eagles, scoreboard totals are correct. 2 runs, 6 hits so far for Texas. No errors for BC. Again, they have not earned a base runner to this point in the ballgame. 2-0 Texas.
We mentioned LSU leading Baylor 1-0, top of the third in Baton Rouge. That's a winner's bracket game. In the elimination game today, Minnesota stayed alive with an 11-8 win over Southern to stay alive. So Minnesota will play the loser of that winner's bracket matchup between LSU and Baylor. For the Eagles, Andrew Lawrence, the left fielder, leads it off. Lawrence batting .327, 3 homers this year, 19 runs batted in. The first pitch, strike 1. Lawrence, in yesterday's win, was 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored. Pitch taken for a ball. Andrew, a big part of the Eagles' big come-from-behind win. Wind up with the 1-1 pitch. Caught the inside corner for strike 2.
It's sweeping breaking ball. That's the one he throws with a little velocity. He's also got one, does Ruffin, that he'll backdoor. He takes a little bit off of.
1 ball and 2 strikes, and the 1-2 pitch from Ruffin. That's downstairs. And it's 2-2 to Andrew Lawrence. At the Chapel Hill, North Carolina Regional, North Carolina, the top seed, the number 4 overall national seed, leads Coastal Carolina 9-5 in the bottom of the 6th. Pitch with a fastball high and tight to Lawrence. The count is full at 3-2.
It's becoming quite a rivalry between those two.
Yeah. Earlier today, Kansas remained alive by beating Dartmouth 16-0. 3-2 pitch, and Lawrence yanks it foul off the facing of the Boston College dugout. So Kansas will face the loser of that game, North Carolina and Coastal Carolina, in elimination contest at Boshamer Stadium in Chapel Hill tomorrow. But again, North Carolina with a 9-5 lead on Coastal, and that is in the bottom of 6. Coastal Carolina, the Chanticleers from Conway, South Carolina, in the Myrtle Beach area. The 3-2 pitch to Lawrence. Swings and hits a ball well out toward right. Chasing it back to the warning track is Keys and makes the catch for out number 1.
Awful big ballpark on a night when it's almost dead still. That ball, in most ballparks, is out of the park. It traveled probably 380, 385 feet into the power alley. But this is a big ballpark, and it goes out there to die here, especially when there's no breeze.
Mike Sudol is the right fielder tonight. Sudol batting .276, 5 home runs, 22 runs batted in. Sudol DH'd yesterday and then went into right field late in the ball game. Was 1 for 3 with a run scored and a run batted in. Swings here, and it's a hard 2-hopper out to second. Up with it. Tucker throws to first for out number 2.
Well, it's just been a perfect start for Ruffin. He's been able to pitch ahead in the count, using all of his pitches, his changeup. He's had the rhythm and the timing disrupted for BC so far.
Among many heroes for the BC Eagles yesterday, the one striding to the plate right now probably tops the list. John Spatola at first base tonight is batting .320, 4 homers, 11 runs batted in. Hit his 4th home run of the year yesterday, and what a homer it was. Swings here and drives the ball well down the left field line, curving foul, and had a lot of distance on it, but it was foul ball. Spatola going the opposite way there. It was Spatola who hit the 3-run homer off Texas State's closer, Michael Russo, beyond the right field wall onto Comal Street, that gave Boston College an edge the Eagles did not relinquish. They put them up 6-5 in the ninth. They added 2 more runs and needed all of them as Texas State came back with a 2-run homer by Paul Goldschmidt in the bottom of the ninth. But Mike Belfiore got the final strikeout to end the ball game, and here the Eagles are in the winner's bracket game. Pitch called a ball upstairs, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Spatola. So the junior from Milton, Mass, out of Roxbury Latin at the plate. Takes a pitch downstairs, and it's 2 balls and a strike. John was asked in the news conference yesterday evening, did you think about hitting the ball a long way? He said, are you kidding me? He said, no. 2-1 pitch. Fouls it at the plate, 2-2. He was just looking to get a hit. And John had only started 9 ball games going in there. But, as Coach Aoki pointed out, said he's been a big contributor. He hasn't started that many, but he's been in a lot of ball games. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ruffin into the windup. Chance with the 2-2 pitch. Check swing, he went around. It's a strikeout. First strikeout of the ball game for Ruffin. And once more, the Eagles are retired in order. No runs, no hits, nobody left. Through 3 complete innings here in Austin. It's Texas 2, Boston College nothing. On AM 1300 The Zone.
Go to the ball game in the books here from UFCU Disch-Falk Field. The Longhorns with a 2-0 lead. Scoreboard totals are correct. 2 runs, 6 hits already for Texas. No errors. For BC, they've had 9 guys go to the plate, all 9 retired by Chance Ruffin. So we go to the middle third of the ball game. Pat Dean out for his 4th inning of work. He's pitched around some jams. The only big jam is by the gentleman who will lead it off here in the top of the 4th inning. Kevin Keys' 2-run homer, the difference in the ball game.
So Kevin Keys, who had the 2-run blast, will dig in to face Pat Dean. Other regional action in Fort Worth. The regional matches up with this one. Texas A&M had a rally with a run in the bottom of the 9th to tie the number 4 seed Wright State and then score 2 in the top of the 11th to win it. So the Aggies are alive. They win that one 6-4. Keys swings the first pitch. He lines that toward the gap in right center. That'll fall in for extra bases. On a couple of hops, it hits the wall. Keys will stop at second with a leadoff double.
Well, he hit a breaking ball. He was out on his front foot his first time up, hit it out of here. This time he gets a fastball up and out over the plate. Didn't try to pull it. He just laces it into right center field.
Brings Connor Rowe to the plate. Rowe single to right his first time up. Rowe with a .272 batting average, 6 homers, 33 runs batted in.
And Texas is very good at getting him over and getting him in. See what they do here.
Dean looking in. The stretch now from Pat Dean. And he'll kick around toward second base, and Keys is back safely. Kevin, by the way, has stolen 9 out of 12.
Well, that was a move just to make sure that Rowe was going to bunt. He did square as he came up on the inside step move.
Dean from the stretch. Rowe is squaring, and Connor takes the pitch, down it in for ball 1. Other regional activity mentioned that Texas A&M stayed alive in the Fort Worth Regional, having to go 11 innings to defeat Wright State 6-4. They'll play the loser of the game that is starting at the top of the hour. Top seed in that Fort Worth Regional, TCU, taking on the 3 seed Oregon State, who defeated Texas A&M yesterday. 1-0 is the count to Rowe. Dean to the stretch. A look back to second in the 1-0 pitch. Again, he squares. Again, it's taken downstairs. 2 balls, no strikes to count. At the Clemson, South Carolina Regional, Tennessee Tech, the 4 seed, remained alive by eliminating the 2 seed, Alabama, 6-2. That region is taking on the same look as this, where the 2 seed has gone 2 and out, and the 4 seed still alive. As the Golden Eagles of Tennessee Tech eliminated the Crimson Tide. 2-0 pitch. Rowe bunts it right out front of the plate, but no chance for Keys to advance. The throw to first for out number 1.
I just bunted it right back to Dean. Dean almost took too much time. He turned to look. Then he sort of lobbed the throw to first base. Rowe was hustling all the way. That was a bang play at first base. Got to give Rowe a lot of credit for hustling. Upset that he was unable to move the runner. Texas is very successful in their bunting game. At that time, unable to get the execution and get the job done.
So it brings David Hernandez to the plate, who popped to first his first time up. There's the stretch and a look back to second. The first pitch to Hernandez. Swings, and it's a ground ball to short. No chance to advance. Keys here. Throw to first for out number 2. Pat Dean's come up with 2 big outs here.
Crucial outs. You're down 2-0. Your offense hasn't got anything going so far. It's done a nice job. Failure to get the bunt down by Rowe, and then makes a nice pitch in there and jams Hernandez. Tough customer coming here, though. Travis Tucker, very good against left-handed pitching. He's 1 for 2 in this one.
Tucker has reached on an infield single and grounded to second. 2 down. Top of the 4th inning. Texas leading Boston College 2-0. 2 runs, 7 hits. No errors for Texas. No runs, no hits, no errors for BC. Dean, the left-hander from the stretch. Here's the first pitch to Tucker. Takes upstairs for ball 1. In that Clemson, South Carolina regional where Tennessee Tech remained alive, they'll play the loser of the winner's bracket game tonight. The top seed there, Clemson, and Oklahoma State, one of the last teams in the tournament field. They're scoreless, top of the 3rd at Doug Kingsmore Stadium.
I think one of the big games is down at Rice.
Absolutely.
A.J. Morris is getting beat by the Rice Owls 3-1. That game in the top of the 3rd inning.
The stretch. Here's the pitch. That's taken for a strike. 1-1 the count.
Morris has struggled in his last few outings.
He has. He did not have his best stuff in the Big 12 Conference tournament against Baylor. Ended up getting the win, but it was kind of erratic throughout the course of the game. 1-1 the count to Tucker. Here's the stretch and the 1-1 pitch to Travis. Outside for ball 2, 2-1 the count. So that's a winner's bracket game at Reckling Park in Houston. Rice leading Kansas State 3-1 top of the 3rd. Xavier remained alive, the 3 seed, eliminating Sam Houston State, the 4 seed today. 9-6 was that final score. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Kevin Keys, the runner at second, still standing there after a leadoff double. Pat Dean, the left-hander from the stretch, and the 2-1 pitch. That's a strike. It caught the outside corner, and it's 2-2.
Best fastball of the night as far as location. He just took a brush and painted the outside corner with it right there. That's not been his M.O. He's had good command of his breaking ball, but not great command of his fastball.
2-2 the count with 2 down. There's the stretch now. Well, Dean will take some time. We'll step back off. Now ready to go. Dean comes set now. A look back to second. Now the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch, and it's fouled off. Look out. That skipped into the crowd. And a young fan, I think, might have caught a ricochet off the dugout. You hope it's not serious, but
he caught it right in the side of the head, so it is scary. Right. They need to get some help down there, and they will as soon as possible.
Get somebody down there as it happened on the ricochet.
Yeah, he caught him in the cheek. They're getting some towels. Maybe off of the. That is dangerous. There's no question. You got to keep your head up. They'll have EMS get there as soon as possible, and they do.
Medical personnel there right now. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count with 2 outs. Here's the stretch from Dean. A look back to second. Now the 2-2 pitch to Tucker. Fouls this one straight back. That one lofts into the crowd.
Another good fastball in on the hands of Tucker.
In Irvine, California, the number 6 overall national seed, UC Irvine, will play Virginia. That's a matchup of the 1 and 2 seeds. That'll happen tonight. By the way, the applause is for the fan who took that ricochet and is walking out with some assistance there. He's got the towel to the nose there.
I'm not sure that was a ricochet. I think that was a liner into the side of his cheek.
Well, I think here's the pitch, and it's a slow rolling ground ball to short. Up with it, throw to first in time for Butera, and the side is retired. No runs on a hit and a man left. We go to the bottom of the 4th, where it's Texas 2, Boston College nothing on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. 2-0 Texas, 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors. For Texas, for Boston College, they have not earned a base runner to this point. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It will be the top of the order as Pat Dean has done a nice job now. He's given up the 2-run homer. He's pitched out of a couple of jams. Huge job of pitching for the Eagles last inning. A leadoff double. Got out of it and didn't give up any more. The offense is going to have to get going for the Eagles, and Chance Ruffin's been outstanding so far. So that is difficult to do right now with the command that Ruffin's shown so far.
For Boston College, Robbie Anson, top of the order, leads it off. Anson grounded to short his first time up. Ruffin winds and deals, and the first pitch misses down and in for ball 1. So Pat Dean was able to work his way out of trouble after that leadoff double. The Longhorns were unable to cash it in. It's a check swing on a pitch downstairs. 2 balls, no strikes the count. BC trying to get its first base runner against Chance Ruffin now. The 2-0 pitch. Swings and chops it on the ground out to second. Up with it, Tucker. Stumbled a little for a moment as he set his feet, but threw to first in time to retire Anston for out number 1.
Well, what a great start for Ruffin. He's retired the first 10 batters he's faced. Even when he's fallen behind in the count, as he did to Anston there, he's been able to make a good pitch. That was a good sinking fastball away from him. Anston just pounded it into the ground.
1 out. Now Matt Hamlet. We had a liner to short. It was a great leaping snag by Brandon Loy for an out. Looks at a fastball upstairs for ball 1. Hamlet from the right side, the right-hander Ruffin ready. The pitch, and that's hit on the ground to third, but it's called a foul ball as it bounced right off front, and Hamlet's got to walk that one off.
Well, it hit him in the inside instep of his left foot. It'll leave a mark.
Like we said, that fan was helped the inside who took that out by ricochet. I was talking about, I thought it went off one set of hands, but it was coming in so fast. I thought
it was his set of hands as he was trying to get his left hand up.
Maybe that's
what he got is a piece of his left hand and it ricocheted off of it.
Maybe that prevented it from being worse than what looked to be perhaps a bloody nose. But boy, that's like you said, you got to have your head on a swivel down there.
If you're outside the screen, keep your head up.
1-1 pitch. That's downstairs. 2 balls and a strike the count. In Gainesville, Florida, the number 8 overall national seed Florida surviving that scare from Bethune-Cookman last night. The Gators scored 3 in the bottom of the ninth to win 8-7. 2-1 pitch. That's taken for a strike, and it's 2-2. Tonight, they're playing the number 2 seed Miami, and the Hurricanes have a 1-0 lead on the Gators. That's in the top of the third in Gainesville. Earlier today.
History between those two.
Absolutely. The windup in the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. Low for ball 3, the count full. Earlier today, Bethune-Cookman lost its second consecutive 8-7 heartbreaker. Jacksonville's Dolphins, the 3 seed, the Atlantic Sun Conference Tournament champions, eliminated Bethune-Cookman. 8-7 was that final. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Hamlet. Takes downstairs, ball 4, and there's the first base runner of the ball game for Boston College as Hamlet works a 1-out walk.
3-2 breaking ball. First time he's missed in that location. Missed downstairs. Now going to the stretch for the first time. It's always interesting, especially when it's been probably an hour since he threw a pitch out of the stretch. The first one he'll throw in the game to a hitter is right now.
And it's Tony Sanchez, the dangerous right-handed slugger, and he takes a pitch for a strike. Sanchez flying to left his first time up. 1 out, bottom of the 4th inning. Texas with a 2-0 lead on Boston College. The stretch and the pitch. Foul at the plate. Ruffin has him down 0-2. In Greenville, North Carolina, they had to finish day 1 play this morning because of rain. East Carolina, the 1 seed, won this morning over Binghamton 11-7. Binghamton had to turn around, play an elimination game, and did so successfully, eliminated George Mason 11-6. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Sanchez. Actually, Ruffin will step off, and now East Carolina is playing South Carolina, the 2 seed. The Gamecocks have jumped all over the Pirates. They lead ECU 5-0, top of the 6th. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and a ball hit well out towards center, but playable for Rowe. Connor makes the catch for out number 2.
This is a big, big ballpark. Especially there is absolutely no breeze right now. The American flag hanging straight down in center field. It's just hard. We've seen a couple of balls that the Eagles have hit right on the button, but Longhorn outfield's got good speed and great range and have been able to run all of them down so far.
2 down. Mickey Wiswall flying to center his first time up. So Ruffin from the stretch. Here's the first pitch to Wiswall. Takes upstairs for ball. We mentioned in Irvine, California, the number 6 seed nationally. UC Irvine won late last night as they won over the defending national champions, Fresno State 4-2. Fresno is in an elimination game with San Diego State right now. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that is pulled foul past first. And the Aztecs have jumped to a 2-0 lead on Fresno State. That's in the top of the 3rd inning. Last night, yesterday evening, Steven Strasburg suffered his first loss of the season, but he still pitched pretty well. He allowed 2 runs in 8 hits over 7 innings, and he struck out 15, but took the loss. to Virginia. The Cavaliers will play UC Irvine later tonight. 1-1 pitch. That's a strike at the knees, and it's 1-2. In Louisville, Kentucky, Vanderbilt remained alive, eliminating Indiana 10-0 today. And in the winners bracket, Middle Tennessee State, the Sun Belt champions, lead Louisville 1-0, top of the third. 1-2 pitch, hit through on the left side, a base hit. Wiswall is aboard at first, and there's the first Eagles hit of the ball game. And now BC with something working here. Runners at first and second with 2 down.
Well, Wiswall just has impressed me so much in this regional tournament here. He's done a great job. He goes with the pitch when he gets 2 strikes. He's got good power. He'll pull it early in the count, stays inside it, just squared that ball up. It was up and out of the plate, didn't try to do too much with it, and just laced it into left field. He's been an impressive hitter so far.
Now Mike Belfiore lined out to left, his first time up. So Ruffin, who allowed his first base hit, now has allowed 2 base runners this inning, including the walk, trying to get out of it. And Belfiore sends a sinking liner to right. Keys it, short hops it, comes up on it. He's going to airmail the throw to the plate, and it's going to go off the screen, and the runners will move up on the error. Boston College is on the board. A base hit to right, and the throw coming over the top makes it a 2-1 ball game.
Well, he hit it a little bit off the end of the bat, did Belfiore, but Keys did a nice job of charging it, but he stumbled. His cleat caught Craig right as he was going to make his throw, and when he did, he sort of stumbled forward, and the ball came out high. Fortunately, it wasn't far enough up the line. If that ball is 4 feet or 3 feet further toward third base, it misses the screen at home plate and gets into the stands, and it would be a tie ball game because you get the base you're going to plus 1 more on a throw from the outfield from the non-mound situation. And it was a break for Texas. The Eagles have found a way to get on the board with a couple of hits in the inning, but that's a big break for the Longhorns that ball did not get into the stands. Skip Johnson, the pitching coach, spends a little time, short visit out with Ruffin to talk about, all right, let's stay back within ourselves here and get out of the inning. That's what he's talking about. And if you're the Eagles, you're thinking about right now finding a way to get this game in your favor. 2 runners in scoring position on the E9.
And a base hit and an RBI for Mike Belfiore, and 2 in scoring position with 2 down for Butero. Grounded to short his first time up. The pitch misses outside for ball 1. So Boston College on the board, and the Eagles with an opportunity to tie it and could possibly take the lead if it's a base hit by Butero. The stretch from Ruffin and the 1-0. Swung on, line shot out to short, up with it on 1 hop. Lloyd throws to first in time to retire the side. BC on the board and score a run on 2 hits with an error and 2 runners left on base. We completed 4 innings here in this NCAA Regional. It's Texas 2, Boston College 1 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the top of the 5th. A 2-1 ball game. Scoreboard totals are correct. 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for Texas. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for Boston College. Coming to the plate will be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters due for the Longhorns here in the top of the 5th inning. As Pat Dean out for his 5th inning of work. He's given up 7 hits, but he scattered them and only blowing the ball game a Kevin Keys 2-run homer for Texas. And we have a 2-1 ball game. A lot different game 2-1 than it is 2-0. Momentum started on the side of the Eagles. Can the Longhorns change that momentum here in the top of the 5th?
Brandon Bell has sacrificed and grounded to second. Pat Dean into the windup. The lefty-lefty matchup, and the first pitch is outside for ball 1. In the Fullerton, California Regional, Georgia Southern and Utah are tied at 10. That ball game's in the bottom of the 9th. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Belt pulls it foul. So see if I'm doing my math right, Keith. Georgia Southern has scored 20 runs right now in 2 ball games and don't have a win yet to show for their efforts. They lost to Gonzaga yesterday, 19-10. And they're tied with Utah.
Look at it a different way. They've given up 30, too.
Yeah.
So there's, you know.
1 ball and 1 strike to count.
2 ways to look at that.
There's the windup of the 1-1 pitch. Belt swings and pops it foul out of play.
I played on the team in the big leagues, lost 103 ball games, and we averaged a touchdown and an extra point a day.
He averaged 7 runs
a game and lost 103.
Which Cubs team was that?
Oh, how about 1982?
1-2 pitch. It was right after the trade from the Phillies, wasn't it?
Wasn't good.
2-2 the count. But 2 years later, you won the East.
And then choked.
2 balls. I wasn't going to say that.
Hey, I did. We were up 2-0. We were up 2-0. You got to win 1 more out of 3.
2 balls and 2 strikes to count the bell. Dean with the windup and the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called on the outside corner.
Excellent pitch that time. We talked about Dean early in the game, Craig, his ability to throw his breaking ball for a strike, but he was struggling to pinpoint his fastball. Boy, in the last couple of innings, even though he gave up the opposite field double to Keys, he came right back and he's pinpointed his fastball very well in the last couple innings. He's getting a feel for that. You can tell him starting to settle in right now.
1 out. Michael Torres is 1 out of 2. Here's one of the 7 Longhorn hits tonight. The pitch to Torres. He swings, line shot to short, and that's played by Butera. Snagged it right there. The humpback liner, and they're 2 down.
All you can do is hit it hard. Michael Torres continues to swing the bat.
2 outs. Cameron Rupp has struggled against Pat Dean in his first 2 at-bats. Struck out swinging both times. In that Fullerton Regional where Georgia Southern and Utah tied at 10 in the bottom of the 9th, Utah is 26-30 going into that ball game. Here's the first pitch to Rupp. Takes downstairs for a ball. Later tonight, the number 2 overall national seed, Cal State Fullerton, plays Gonzaga. Winner's bracket game there.
And I'm sure those 2 have met up during the regular season. More than likely.
1-0 the count to Rupp with 2 down. Dean, the left-hander, winds and deals the 1-0 pitch. That one bends in for a strike, and it's 1-1. In Houston, Kansas State has come up with a run. Still trailing Rice 3-2. The Owls on top of the Wildcats. That's in the top of the 4th inning at Reckling Park. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch. Foul to the plate, and it's 1-2. Ryan Berry's pitching for Rice tonight. Mike Ojala pitched last night for the Owls.
Good location again with that fastball for Dean. You can tell he's starting to feel a lot more comfortable at this point. He's thrown 61 pitches, 44 of them for strikes, but he's really gotten comfortable with his fastball.
Here's the 1 ball, 2 strike pitch, and it almost hit Rupp. Bounced downstairs right at the feet, and it's 2-2. In the Norman, Oklahoma Regional, Wichita State was eliminated by Washington State earlier today, 3-2. Oklahoma and Arkansas, the 1 and 2 seeds, just now getting underway at L. Dale Mitchell Park. The 2 ball, 2 strike pitch. Swing, and just catching a piece of it was Rupp to keep the at-bat alive.
Straight change that time, a little bit different. Sort of turned it over, something moving away from the right-handed hitter.
2-2 the count to Cameron Rupp. Dean looks in. Now has what he wants. Here's the windup from the left-hander and the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and Rupp strikes out again. The Longhorns go in order in the 5th. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We're halfway through this one. It is Texas 2, Boston College 1 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the bottom of the 5th inning here at UFC Udish Falk Field. Chance Ruffin out for his 5th inning of work. He has allowed 1 run on 2 hits. Those 2 hits, and that run came in the bottom of the 4th inning when the Boston College Eagles cut into the 2-0 Texas lead. 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for Texas. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for Boston College. The bottom third of the order due here for the Eagles, and what we thought would be a very competitive ball game is now into a game where neither really has the momentum at this point. You would say a little bit more on the Eagles side right now because they have scored the last. Their pitcher went out and threw another 0 up. They're the home team. Can they come right back and answer? Put some pressure on the Longhorns here. Longhorns just want to keep doing what they're doing right now. Ruffin has been pretty good so far.
Only thrown 46 pitches through 4 innings as Andrew Lawrence leads it off for the Eagles. Looks at the first pitch for a strike. Continuing with the update on the regionals in Oxford, Mississippi. Missouri remained alive with a 9-0 shutout of Monmouth today as Kyle Gibson got the win there. 0-1 pitch swing and a miss on a changeup. No balls, 2 strikes. Ole Miss, the top seed in the region, leads Western Kentucky 7-2. That's in the bottom of the 6th inning. No balls and 2 strikes the count to Andrew Lawrence in the 0-2 pitch. Low for a ball, and it's 1-2. In Tallahassee, Florida State becomes one of the first teams to qualify to play in its championship of its regional, as the Seminoles 2-0 in the region defeated Georgia 8-2 this afternoon. 1-2 pitch, yanked foul, pass first.
Well, you think about that, that's a big win for Florida State, who had not played tremendous coming into, they had played good baseball. I'm not saying that, but, they at one time, a month ago, they were a sure lock-in top 8 national seed.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, and that is a soft liner to right for a base hit. A leadoff single for Andrew Lawrence here in the bottom of the 5th.
Well, got that changeup upstairs. Might have actually been a breaking ball. It came out of Chance's hand. It was just spinning upstairs, and Lawrence got out on his front foot, but he did the one thing as a young hitter you got to do. Even if you get fooled with your timing, if you keep your hands back, gives you the opportunity to let the head of the bat go, and he squared it up, just got enough of it to get over Tucker's head. Pretty good job of hitting and keeping his hands back.
Mike Sudol grounded to second his first time up. Just to continue with that Tallahassee Regional, Florida State with an 8-2 win over Georgia. Georgia will now play Ohio State.
I didn't mean to interrupt you right there, but Ruffin's been having some finger problems, a blister on his index finger, and they're going to take a medical look. This is not a visit. They're going to look at, see what's going on, and that very well may be the reason that the ball sort of slipped out of Chance's hand. If he's got a blister developing, you may see a pitching change here. I mean, and he's obviously would love to finish this inning, qualify himself for the victory, but you don't have to get anybody up, because if he has to come out because of the blister, you would bring a guy in at that point that's got all the time he needs to get loose. If it takes him 15 minutes to get loose, it won't. It's 91 degrees outside. It won't take that long, but you don't have to rush in that scenario if that happens. So we'll see if he's going to stay in the game or what's going to happen. But now after this medical visit, now here comes another technical thing. You have a medical visit. If they feel like that they're going to have to take him out of the game, they'll probably would get somebody up to start tossing in the bullpen. He would still get the same amount of time, but umpires will look around to see, well, if you think you're going to have to come out of the game, don't you think you ought to get somebody up? It's just one of those things.
Right. So Mike Sudol stands in now. We'll see how Chance Ruffin deals with it. First of all, he throws over to first, and back safely is Lawrence, who's 2 out of 7 on the base pass. The Eagles 39 out of 70. Here's the stretch. Sudol squares, and the throw goes over to first. Just to finish up what we were saying about Tallahassee, Florida State, the ACC regular season champions. They defeated Georgia 8-2. They'll play the winner of an elimination game tomorrow. Here's the first pitch. It's bunted foul by Sudol at the plate. Georgia and Ohio State will have a rematch of their game yesterday, which Georgia won 24-8. That was rain delayed.
Tressel went for 2.
24-8 was the final. Ohio State remained alive by eliminating Marist earlier today, 6-4. So Ohio State and Georgia play an elimination game tomorrow, and the winner will have to beat Florida State twice, tomorrow night and then on Monday, to advance. Another throw to first. And in Tempe, Arizona, Kent State and Cal Poly playing an elimination game right now. Here's the stretch. Runner goes. Pitch swung on the ground. Up with it, Clark. Throw to second for 1. Relay to first, and not in time. The ball skipped a ricochet, and it kicked, caromed off of Ruffin's foot down the right field line. Up with the ball. Here comes the throw to third, and the tag is there. He's out. What a strange play as Sudol dropped the bunt, and up with the ball was Clark. Through to second for 1. The relay to first. Ricocheted off Chance Ruffin's foot, I believe, went down the right field line. Tucker came up with it, a throw down the third, and Sudol out going to third base.
Well, they squared the bunt, pulled the bat back. It was hit and run. And Lawrence was off with the pitch. Clark does a great job. He realizes he's still got a chance to get the runner at second. He throws to second. The relay from Brendan Lloyd back to Chance Ruffin bounces. Ruffin can't make the play. It's kicked by Sudol as he's running. Not on purpose. It just hit his body. He gets kicked away, and then Sudol stops between second and third, and Tucker throws him out from deep in the right field corner nearly. He should have been at third base. If he goes on and is running the whole way, he's all the way around to third. Weird, strange play, but 2 outs on the play.
Here's Spatola at the plate. Takes a pitch for a strike. If I'm scoring this correctly, Keith, you tell me. Fielder's choice, E6, 4-5 on the put out the third.
Yeah, that would be exactly right. I think Ruffin got a piece of it. I think it would be.
Or excuse me, E1. I said E6. It was E1. And here's a ball hit on the ground to Clark. He'll step on the bag, and the inning is over. They have actually charged the error to Brandon Loy. But
well, it should be.
Yeah, and so
the throw should be on Loy, and then but he got a piece of it, so it should be. The putout actually goes 6-1-4-5 because I believe Ruffin touched the ball.
So the inning is over in any event. And no runs on a hit with an error and nobody left on base. We're through 5 complete, and the score is still Texas 2, Boston College 1 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the top of the 6th. It's Pat Dean out for his 6th inning of work. 2 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for Texas. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors for BC. Pat Dean has settled in. He has scattered 7 hits. The big blow in the ball game for Texas, a 2-run homer by Kevin Keys in the second. Boy, interesting inning defensively and offensively. A base running mistake by the Eagles, a throwing error by Texas, but it all works out to come out equal.
Brandon Loy leads it off and looks at the first pitch for a strike. Loy grounded the third back in the second and got his first base hit of the regional, a single to center in the third. 0-1 the count to Brandon. Pat Dean with a windup, and the left-hander deals. 0-1 pitch outside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. In Tempe, Arizona, Kent State leads Cal Poly 9-2 in the bottom of the 8th. That's the 4 seed leading the 3 seed in that regional. That's an elimination game. A windup of the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and a ground ball through on the left side, of base hit. Loy has come up with back-to-back hits in his last 2 trips to the plate, and it's a leadoff single for Texas.
Well, that's exactly the way Texas's offense works, and when they're doing their thing, they're getting leadoff base runners on base. They're getting moved up and get him in, and see what happens here. Clark's been a very hot hitter, but I would think that the bunt is in order here, especially in a 2-1 ball game.
Preston has doubled and scored and grounded into an inning-ending fielder's choice. Dean looking in from the stretch. And he'll step and throw to first, and diving back was Loy. Of course, they were looking to see if Clark was squaring, and Preston didn't give it away. Activity in the Eagle bullpen now as they get a couple of guys up to begin to get loose. Here's the stretch. And Clark is squaring. Bunts it firmly up the first base side, but it'll roll foul for strike 1.
Execution is so important. We'll go back to the 4th inning after Keys' leadoff double. The Longhorns failed to get the bunt down to get him moved up, and they didn't get the run pushed across. Preston, you got to get your nose down and get this bunt down.
For Boston College, freshman right-hander Mike Denhart begins to loosen up in the bullpen, and sophomore right-hander Kevin Moran, who was in yesterday's ball game, both getting loosened up. Here's the stretch. Again, Clark squares. It's a pitch out, and not moving was Loy, so it's a ball and a strike.
Well, Moran's got good stuff, and we got to see him in yesterday's ball game. We have not seen the true freshman yet. He is listed as a guy that may be one of their starters.
1 ball and 1 strike, the count to Clark. Preston is squaring and bunts it foul at the plate, and it's 1-2.
Second time we talked about execution. Longhorns have been so good at it all season long. Now, Clark will have to swing the bat, try to make it a productive out if you make an out. He's been swinging a good bat.
1-2 the count. Pat Dean comes set. Glance to first, he'll come home, and the pitch is fouled back by Clark. Still 1-2 the count. Southern Mississippi has rallied to take a 4-3 lead on Georgia Tech, top of the 5th in Atlanta in that winner's bracket game.
Well, they're playing their best baseball of the year at the right time.
They are.
They got hot in the Conference USA tournament,
which they hosted. Here's the stretch. Dean with the 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Clark swings and a little looper to shallow right center. This may fall in no man's land. No, what a catch. Oh, what a catch. A throw back to first, not in time. But Matt Hamlin made a great catch, turned and threw back to first. Then Spatola had trouble handling the ball, trickled away, but All hands safe back to first, and that is out number 1.
Somebody's going to put a handle on the baseball.
Man,
it's been wild here. These last half innings have been rather different. Sometimes, it's round. It's not like a football. It does roll pretty true. It's not oblong, but right now it's been tough to get a handle on it.
What a catch made by Hamlet over the shoulder there. 1 out. And here's Kevin Keys. Couple extra base hits. 2-run homer in the second and a leadoff double in the fourth. He was left stranded at second base. Loy the runner at first. Dean from the stretch coming home. And the first pitch is a strike to Keys. North Carolina has blown it open with Coastal Carolina in the bottom of the 8th in Chapel Hill in that winner's bracket game. Tar Heels lead the Chanticleers 13-5. No balls and a strike with 1 out. The stretch from Dean. The 0-1 pitch outside. 1-1 the count. Clemson and Oklahoma State are scoreless in the bottom of the 5th inning. And Clemson, South Carolina. Winner's bracket game there. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Here's the stretch from Dean. The 1-1 pitch. Keys fouls it off, and it's 1-2. So Clemson and Oklahoma State, along with Texas and Boston College, 2 of the head-to-head matchups between the Big 12 and the ACC. And they're going to the 6th inning right now in a scoreless ball game. Here's the stretch from Dean. The 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. In that contest, by the way, Casey Hammond has a 1-hitter going for Clemson in that contest, and Andrew Oliver has a 3-hitter going.
Well, you knew that Frank Anderson had one wild card to throw.
Oliver pitching tonight after Tyler Lyons got the win yesterday, and he still has Tyler Blanford available for tomorrow, does Frank Anderson. Clemson coming back with their number 1 tonight. Another throw over to first. Back in time is Loy. They try to keep Brandon close. Loy 7 out of 10 on the base pass this season. 2-2 the count to Keys. Loy leads from first. The stretch from Dean. Here's the 2-2 pitch. High for ball 3, and the count is full.
Well, most of the time 3-2, especially with 1 out and a guy at the speed of Loy, you would put him in motion. Crucial time right here. You can't get picked off, though. You don't want to get yourself in a position where you give up a free out on the base pass, but I think you would put him in motion here.
3-2 the count. Another throw to first. Again, Loy is back. LSU has added another run, and the Tigers lead Baylor 2-0 as LSU, the visiting team in that ball game, bats in the top of the 5th inning in Baton Rouge. Baylor, the designated home team there. 3 balls and 2 strikes to count the Keys. Loy leads from first. Dean the stretch. And the payoff pitch, swing and a miss as Keys strikes out. And that is the 4th strikeout for Pat Dean to make that the 5th strikeout for Dean, and that's out number 2.
Straight change. He went to his 4th pitch. Had Keys out on his front foot. I think Brandon was probably going to go. He had a stutter step like he was going to go, but he did not get a good read of Dean, and he didn't take off. It gives you an opportunity now to let Rowe to come to the plate.
2 down. Connor Rowe is single to right, grounded back to the pitcher. The stretch. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in there for a called strike.
Quality start by Pat Dean. There's no question. You look at his numbers, 6-4 coming in with a 3.36. He's been impressive so far. He's scattered 8 hits, kept his team in the ballgame.
The throw to first. They are underway in Fort Worth, and again, the winner of that regional matches up with the winner of this regional. Here's the stretch from Dean. And Loy's off. 0-1 pitch hit on the ground to third. Up with it, Wiswall. Throw to first in time. And that'll retire the side for Texas in the 6th. No runs on a hit and a man left through 5.5 innings here in Austin. It's Texas 2, Boston College 1 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the bottom of the 6th. Scoreboard totals are correct. 2 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Texas. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors for Boston College. Chance Ruffin out for his 6th inning of work. Pat Dean's done a marvelous job. So has Ruffin. Pitchers have been in control of the ball game so far, as they've done a nice job of keeping off balance. Dean has scattered 8 hits. Ruffin gave up 2 hits in that 4th inning that led to a run. And now back to the top of the order. And we talked about Texas so good at the end of 6 innings when they're leading 37-0. It's a big inning for Boston College here.
Leading it off is Robbie Anston. Swings to the first pitch, and it's a fly ball well to center. Chasing Conoroe back, and it's over his head and off the wall. Anston digging around second into a hole with a leadoff double.
Well, Rowe had just moved in a little bit. Anston had not shown that kind of power. Just ripped this ball. No breeze. Short hops the center field wall. That ball didn't get much more than, 18, 20 foot off the ground. That ball's hit right on the button. So see what happens here. Leadoff double back for Texas in the 4th. And Dean was able to pitch out it. See if Ruffin can do it here, because it calls for the bunt. In this situation, you got to move him up and get him in if you're BC. Texas trying to defend that.
Texas bullpen starting to get loose. Austin DeSherry throwing from in front of the mound right now just to get loose. Now Matt Hamlet was lined to short, walked, and scored Boston College's only run. That was back in the 4th inning. And he'll square to bunt and bunts it nicely on the third base side. The play will be to first. Ruffin fires to first in time. Throw pulling the second baseman, Travis Tucker, over to the first base side of the bag, but he kept his foot on the bag long enough. The sacrifice goes 1-4, and Anston, the tying run, 90 feet away at third base.
Well, real nice job by Travis Tucker. You got to get a feel of how to do that. It's repetition. Get there, and he got his foot on the bag, knew he can go either direction. He didn't. Young players sometimes will get to it after this pitch.
Here's Sanchez, who's over 2 with a couple of flyouts. Hits the ball well out to dead center. Way back to the warning track. Rowe with a catch at the base of the wall for out number 2. Tagging at third and coming in to score the tying run of the ball game is Robbie Anston, and we start all over again, tied at 2.
Well, I can tell you, Sanchez has hit 3 balls about as hard as you can hit them. You can tell he's starting to get frustrated a little bit. He's hit 2 to the warning track in the game and 1 a foot in front of the warning track. He hit that one to the wrong part of the park.
But he did his job to get Anston home to tie the score at 2. And now with 2 down, here's Wiswall. First pitch to Mickey Wiswall downstairs for a ball. Wiswall is flying to center and reached on a base hit. So it's 2-2 now here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Ruffin coming in with a pitch. That's in there for a strike as Wiswall upset. He wanted time and was not granted.
Yeah, was not granted by the home plate umpire. Now there's some frustration between the two. Having conversation. All you do as a hitter in that situation said, hey, I just wanted time. Don't answer. Don't be smart. He wasn't. Jumps right back in, gets ready to hit.
1-1 pitch, missed down and in for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike the count. Wiswall trying to keep it going for BC here in the bottom of the 6th as the Eagles have come back with 2 unanswered to tie the score now. 2-1 pitch. Pulls it foul. Right over top of the Texas dugout again. Right in that same area where a fan was struck earlier, but it looks like everybody's okay there.
We're so used to Texas being in that dugout.
Absolutely.
That Boston, you said Texas is Boston College.
Yeah,
it's
that's
so
right over the top of that
for us
first
personally
base
to
dugout.
see that. Yeah.
The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The Chance Ruffin gets the strikeout to retire the side, his second strikeout of the ball game, but not before the Eagles tie it. Boston College scores a run on a hit with nobody left on base. We're through 6 innings, and it's a 2-2 tie. Texas and Boston College in the NCAA Regional on AM 13.
We go to the top of the 7th inning. All knotted up at 2. 2 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors. For Texas, 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. For Boston College, it will be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters due for the Longhorns as we go to the last third of the ball game. Texas got their 2 runs in the top of the 2nd. Boston College scored 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 6th. Momentum seems to be on the Eagles' side. See what happens here as we go to the last third of the ball game.
Leading it off for the Longhorns, David Hernandez, who's 0 for 2 in the ball game. Pat Dean has thrown 80 pitches through 6 innings, and the first pitch is taken for a strike. In Fort Worth, TCU scored 2 in the top of the 2nd. Oregon batting in the bottom of the 2nd inning in that winner's bracket game. It is 2-0, TCU leading Oregon State. The windup from Dean in the 0-1. And Hernandez swings and a ground ball hit to short. Up with it. Butera throw to first for out number 1.
We talked about how key that leadoff base runners are for Texas. Well, they've gotten that in the first, in the fourth, in the sixth. The only runs they've scored were in the second, so it has not been that key to the offense for the Longhorns as it usually is in most ball games.
1 out. Travis Tucker has reached on an infield single, grounded to second and grounded to short. A windup and the pitch to Tucker. Takes that one outside for ball 1. In Norman, Oklahoma, the Sooners scored 1 in the top of the first. Arkansas has scored 4 runs off Michael Rocha in the bottom of the first and is still batting. The Razorbacks with a 4-1 lead. The 1-0 pitch to Tucker. Takes it for a strike. And that was a changeup. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count. Dean, the left-hander, winds and deals the 1-1 pitch. Low for ball 2, and it's 2-1.
Quality start by both of these guys. Dean trying to finish his 7th. This will be his 86th pitch. He's been very efficient as well.
2 balls and 1 strike, the count to Travis Tucker. The windup and the 2-1 pitch. That's low, and it's 3-1 now. I mentioned the BC bullpen.
Well, it's going, so is the Texas bullpen.
In fact, Mike Belfiore, who is DHing tonight, is trotted down to the bullpen to begin loosening up.
He's their closer.
The 3-1 pitch. Tucker swings, and it's a fly ball out toward right. Drifting into position to make the catch is Sudol, and that is out number 2.
Well, he made the catch, folks, but there was a whole lot of snow cone. He tried to come down. He's wearing his glasses. There is some sun here in the late afternoon. That was very much out on the end. We call that a snow cone, and it was vanilla flavored. I can tell you there was a lot of white up there.
2 down. Here's Brandon Belt. Belt a sacrifice, grounded to second, and struck out looking. So 2 outs for Texas here in the top of the 7th. The pitch to Belt. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
I would think that Texas is going to go to the bullpen. Their 2 guys that close out games are both throwing a righty, Austin DeSherry, and the lefty, Austin Wood.
Belt swings and lifts it foul out of play.
I would think we probably have seen all we're going to see of Chance Ruffin. I don't know which one will be coming into the game, but looks like at this point, the Longhorns will be going to their bullpen for the bottom of the 7th inning.
Well, they both are loosening up now. Austin DeSherry, the right-hander, and the left-hander, Austin Wood. No balls and 2 strikes to count to Brandon Belt with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Texas, the visiting team, the designated visitor in this ball game. The 0-2 pitch, high for a ball to Belt, and it's 1-2. Belfiore continues to stay loose in the BC bullpen. And the 1-2 pitch downstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kevin Moran, the right-hander, also staying loose for the Eagles. Two and 2 the count to Belt. Pat Dean, the left-hander, looking in, winds and delivers the 2 ball, 2 strike pitch, and Belt caught a piece of it straight back to the screen. 2 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Texas. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for BC.
Belt had the best hack he's had since, the first thing you worry about is, health of a young man like Belt. And then the second thing is, what's he going to be like to get back in the box? And that was a good hack right there.
The 2-2 pitch just outside for ball 3, and the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Brandon Belt with 2 down here on the top of the 7th. Here's the windup from Dean in the payoff pitch. Low ball 4, and Belt works a 2-out walk.
Now you've got some options here. If Brandon's feeling all right, he's going to run the bases. He's a threat to go. Torres has swung the bat very well, even in this lefty-lefty matchup.
The first walk issued by Pat Dean. And here's Michael Torres. Torres is rounded out back to the box. He is single to right and lined out to short. Longhorns trying to get a 2-out rally going here with Belt the runner at first. 2-2 tie, top of the 7th inning. Dean the stretch. Here's the first pitch to Torres. Takes inside for ball one.
Boy, you get to this point in game 2 of a regional, I mean the championship bracket, to get you into the championship game if you win, and you're down to the last third of the ball game, every pitch becomes crucial.
The stretch from Dean. He'll kick and throw over to first, and Belt is back. As Keith mentioned, Brandon can run. He's 12 out of 15 this season. Belt draws a good lead from first.
Gigantic lead.
Dean the stretch. And here it comes, and a swing and a line shot out to center. Coming in, a diving catch made by Robbie Anston to rob Michael Torres of a base hit. Anston had to gamble, and the gamble paid off. No runs, no hits, and one man left on base. 7th inning stretch here at UFCU Disch-Falk Field, brought to you by Airco Mechanical. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
7th inning stretch time here at UFCU Disch-Falk Field. 2-2 ball game. Scoreboard totals are correct. 2 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Texas. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Boston College. As Skip Johnson, Augie Garrido make the decision to go back out with Chance Ruffin. He has been outstanding. He's only thrown 63 pitches, folks, 43 for strikes. But he's dealing with a blister on his index finger of his throwing hand. He's done a nice job to stay in the game, scatter 4 hits, but we are tied. Austin Wood is loose and ready to go in the Texas bullpen if needed here as we go to the bottom of the 7th in a 2-2 ball game.
Mike Belfiore leads it off. Looks at the first pitch outside for a ball. Belfiore has lined the center and had an RBI single back in the 4th to get Boston College on the board. The windup from Ruffin and the pitch from Chance. A strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Belfiore was getting loose in the BC bullpen, then raced back to the Eagle dugout. And now at the plate. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
Good breaking ball right there. Snapped off late right at the plate.
A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Belfiore. Stepped out for a moment, asked for time, now digs back in from the right side. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Ruffin. Swung on and a ground ball hit to short. Loy has it. Throw to first to Clark is there for out number 1.
First out of innings in a tie ball game. Crucial.
1 down. Barry Butera has grounded to short twice. Butera was the one who really got that winning rally going for the Eagles yesterday. A sharp base hit. In fact, got 2 hits in the inning. The pitch. Takes that one for a strike as they batted around and then some, and Butera had 2 hits in the inning. The 0-1 pitch. Takes that one downstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. LSU still leading Baylor 2-0. That's in the top of the 6th in Baton Rouge. The 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. That's a strike of the knees, and it's 1-2. 1-2 the count to Butera. Ruffin looking in. Rocks and delivers the 1-2 pitch. And that is called ball 2. He checked the swing, appealed to third, and he did not go around, says the third base umpire, Darrell Arnold. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. 2-2 to Barry Butera.
Can't lose focus. Chance thought that both of those pitches were strike if he didn't swing at it.
2-2 pitch. He pulls that one foul past first, and it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Barry Butera.
As a pitcher, you got to go pitch to pitch. Forget what just happened on the last one. Same thing as a hitter.
2-2 the count to Butera. Ruffin looking in. Rocks and deals. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, ground ball on the right side. Tucker juggles, can't come up with it. In fact, kicked it into foul ground. And Butera's going to go to second base on it. So scored a hit and an error, I believe. We'll see. But in any event, Boston College has a runner at second with 1 out.
Well, Tucker went hard to his left. He got a piece of it, reached out the last minute, sort of bobbled it. It bounced down in front of him, and as soon as he went down with his right hand to pick it up, he was going to be able to snatch it, not make a throw, I don't think. I think it was going to be an out or a base hit, but then it came down, and he kicked it off his foot. When it did, it got against the wall. Butera into second base, and we're going to have a pitching change for Texas.
You're right. It is a base hit. Barry Butera at second base. And we have our first call to the bullpen for Texas tonight, and it's brought to you by Sport Court of Austin. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
The new pitcher is senior left-hander, 6'2", 190-pound left-hander, Austin Wood. Austin, the Longhorn closer's been spectacular. The senior from Kingwood, Texas, is making his 35th appearance. That's by far the leader on the ball club in appearances. He's earned 15 saves. That, too, also one of the tops in the nation. 5-1 record, 2.45 earned run average. He's pitched 62 and 1/3 innings, allowed just 50 base hits, 18 runs, 17 of those earned. He's walked 11 while striking out 52. He's allowed 11 extra base hits, including 2 home runs. Opponents hit .224 against Austin, and he's on here with Butera at second base after the base hit in the E4, third error of the game, unlike the Longhorns, who came into the game with a fielding percentage of .978. That's exceptional. But they have 3 mistakes in the game, and runner go-ahead run in the 7th out at second base in Barry Butera.
So here's Austin Wood on for Texas, and the Longhorns needing the senior left-hander put the brakes on here. Updating the regional scoreboard now. Southern Mississippi now leading Georgia Tech 8-3 in the bottom of the 5th in Atlanta. We mentioned LSU with a 2-0 lead on Baylor. That's in the top of the 6th in Baton Rouge. North Carolina has defeated Coastal Carolina in the winners bracket 14-5 in Chapel Hill. Coastal will play Kansas for a second time this weekend. It'll be an elimination game tomorrow. TCU still with a 2-0 lead on Oregon State, bottom of the 2nd. That's a winners bracket game. Final in Fullerton, Utah stayed alive by eliminating Georgia Southern 11-10, the final score. Cal State Fullerton will play Gonzaga coming up in a winner's bracket game there. And Gainesville, Florida has rallied back for a 4-2 lead on Miami in the top of the 6th.
Wow.
Jacksonville defeated and eliminated Bethune-Cookman earlier today 8-7. In Greenville, they completed first day play this morning with East Carolina beating Binghamton 11-7. Binghamton then eliminated George Mason in an elimination game 11-6. And South Carolina leads East Carolina in a winner's bracket game 12-0 in the bottom of the 8th inning. In Houston, Xavier eliminated Sam Houston State earlier 9-6. Kansas State has fought back to a 3-3 tie with Rice. That's in the top of the 7th. In Louisville, Vanderbilt eliminated Indiana today 10-0. Right now in the bottom of the 6th, Middle Tennessee State leads Louisville in a winner's bracket game 2-1. That's bottom of the 6th inning. Here's Andrew Lawrence. He's flied to left and singled. Go-ahead run in scoring position at second base for Boston College. Austin Wood's first pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
Well, not only do you get to bring Wood in, who's used to facing lefty or right-handed hitters, but the next 2 hitters are scheduled hitters anyway, are left-handed. So advantage goes to Wood.
0-1 the count to Lawrence. The stretch from Austin Wood and a look back to second. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on in line foul. Past third. No balls, 2 strikes the count. In Norman, Oklahoma, it is Arkansas 4, Oklahoma 1. They've gone to the second inning there. Washington State eliminated Wichita State earlier today, 3-2. In Oxford, Mississippi leads Western Kentucky 7-4 in the top of the 8th. Missouri eliminated Monmouth earlier today, 9-0. No balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Wood looking in for the sign, and Austin comes set. Now time called as Lawrence backs out. In Tallahassee, Florida State advancing into the championship round with an 8-2 win over Georgia. Georgia will play Ohio State for a second time this weekend. It'll be an elimination game tomorrow after Ohio State eliminated Marist today 6-4. 0-2 the count to Lawrence. From the stretch, Wood deals. The 0-2 pitch, just catching a piece of it, was Lawrence. Still alive at the plate. In Tempe, top of the 9th, Kent State with a 10-9 lead on Cal Poly. That's in the top of the 9th.
10-3 at one point.
It was. And the Mustangs have fought back to within a run. 0-2 the count to Lawrence. The stretch for Wood. A look back to second. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Just off the plate for a ball, and it's 1-2.
Might have been high as well. Longhorn fans wanted the call, but don't believe it had the strike zone.
1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. Wood to the stretch now. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Lawrence. Swings and lifts a foul ball down the left field line, but it's curving into the stands, and that's where it'll land.
First breaking ball that Wood has thrown to the left-hander Lawrence, and he's got him 1-2. Lawrence does a nice job just fighting that off to keep the at-bat alive.
A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Andrew Lawrence. They've gone to the top of the 7th in Clemson. Still scoreless, Clemson and Oklahoma State in that pitcher's duel. 1-2 the count.
First, yeah. In that game, who's going to blink first?
Absolutely.
One might be enough.
Yeah. The stretch from Wood. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and just catching a piece of it again was Lawrence to keep the at-bat alive.
Got to give Andrew Lawrence a lot of credit. One of the best left-handed pitchers in the nation, and he just keeps the at-bat alive. Wood hasn't made a mistake. Who's going to blink first?
1-2 the count to Lawrence. The stretch and the 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Swing and a foul tip of the plate to stay alive was Lawrence's. Rupp unable to hold it. Foul tip straight
good pitch
down.
selection by Rupp, and Wood, though, had not shown a changeup to a left-hander many times, and I'm sure the scouting report says he doesn't use a left-hander. It'll say very unlikely, you know, something like that is when you read a scouting report about another pitcher. Went to it there, and Lawrence just got a piece of it.
Very competitive at bat from Andrew Lawrence right now. Working against Austin Wood, the Texas closer. The stretch from Wood. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Again, just a foul tip, straight back from Lawrence. Well, in Clemson, the first team to blink for the moment has been Clemson, because Casey Heyman has given up 2 one-out solo homers back-to-back to Thomas Belza and Mark Ginther, and it's 2-0 Oklahoma State.
That might be enough for Oliver.
It's in the bottom of the 7th there. We're in the bottom of the 7th here. Here's the 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Bounces down in the field turf, and Lawrence wasn't chasing.
Well, I make a little mark on my scorecard each time that I think is an integral part or something that's interesting in the game. This is the most interesting at bat of the game. Lawrence has really had a nice at bat here. See if he can make it pay off, or can Wood put him away.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and the 2-2 pitch swung on, and a ground ball chopped foul past third.
This is a great at bat. That pitch off of the plate inside. Wood's making his pitches. He hasn't left anything in the plate. Every time he makes a good pitch, Lawrence able to just get enough of it to fight it off.
What a battle. 2-2 the count to Andrew Lawrence. Barry Butera, the go-ahead run at second base for Boston College here in the bottom of the 7th with 1 out. The stretch from Wood and the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Finally got him there. The strikeout from Wood. His first huge out for Wood in the horns. That's out number 2.
Well, just a great battle right there, and Austin wins it. But got to give a lot of credit to Andrew Lawrence right there. That was a very competitive at bat.
You're right.
Another left-hander coming to the plate here.
BC not done in the inning yet, and the Longhorns not out of the inning yet. Mike Sudol is grounded to second and reached on an error. Was left stranded. Actually thrown out trying to get to third base on that bizarre play that happened back in the 5th. First pitch is a strike of the knees. Oh, 0-1 the count with 2 down. Wood looking in. The stretch from Austin Wood. And the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss there. 0-2 the count to Mike Sudol. No balls and 2 strikes the count. The fans wanting a strikeout here from Wood. Here's the stretch from Austin. A look back to second in the 0-2 pitch way outside. Nice stop by Rupp to keep it from getting away, and it's 1-2. In that Clemson-Oklahoma State game, Clemson's gone to the bullpen now to get Ryan Henson out there after Heyman gave up the back-to-back solo homers. Still 2-0. Oklahoma State with a lead in that one. A ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Here's the stretch from Wood. And the 1-2 pitch. Pulled foul right in front of the BC dugout. Another full house on hand. Better than 6,800 last night. I think we may have more than that tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Wood to the stretch. And the 1-2 pitch. Swing and just catching a piece of it foul the plate was Sudol. He's still alive in the at-bat.
Fouled it off the inside of his left foot. Got him set up for a slider. See if Wood, who does not use as many breaking balls as most lefty guys, but he's got him set up for a breaking ball right here if he can get it over.
Time called now. Wood will step off. Austin to the stretch now. A look back to second in the 1-2 pitch. Just a little bit low, perhaps, and it's ball 2, 2-2.
That was the slider. Just missed the plate. Sudol had no chance. I mean, got to give him credit. He knew he wasn't going to hit it, so he took it and got a ball called on it.
So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Mike Sudol. 2 down, bottom of the 7th, in a 2-2 tie. The stretch from Wood. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on a ground ball, hit to short, and Lloyd bobbles it, picks it up, throws to first in time to Clark to retire Sudol, and the Eagles in the 7th. No runs on a hit, and the tying run left in scoring position at second base. We're through 7 innings. What a marvelous ball game we have tonight in the winner's bracket of the NCAA Regional in Austin. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
Right at 7,000 Longhorn fans. Strike up Texas fight as we go to the top of the 8th inning. A 2-2 ball game. It's been an outstanding collegiate baseball game. 2 runs, 8 hits, 3 errors. For Texas, 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Boston College. Meat of the order for Texas due here in the top of the 8th inning. And Pat Dean has done a marvelous job of scattering 8 hits. He's out for his 8th inning of work, or at least to start the 8th. He has thrown, at this point, 96 pitches in the ball game, and he will face the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for Texas here in the top of the 8th.
Well, here's a guy who's had no luck against him tonight. Cameron Rupp has struck out swinging all 3 at-bats against Dean. Takes the first pitch upstairs for a ball. Chance Ruffin, by the way, for Texas. The book officially closed on him. 6 1/3 innings, allowing 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned. Walked a batter, struck out 2, and threw 73 pitches. He'll get no decision. The 1-0 to Rupp. That's a strike of the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike to count.
And I think Ruffin would still be in the game. I think he definitely had a problem with one of his fingers, probably a blister developed. Maybe he pulled some skin back from it. Skip Johnson deciding to go to the bullpen.
1 ball, 1 strike. The windup from Dean. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Rupp. Swings and a hard hit ball up the middle, base hit, and that's off Dean. And Pat might be hurt. Rupp is aboard with a leadoff single. Dean hobbled a little bit as he went off the first base side of the mound. He's trying to walk it off right now.
Well, it just caught him maybe a little bit on the bone of his ankle. I think he's going to be all right. He's going to try to stay in the ball game. Well, this is definitely going to call for a bunt, and we very well may see the bullpen here.
Yep.
We're going to see a pitching change.
Coach Mick Aoki looking to the bullpen, and he's going to call for a pitching change here. And this pitching change is brought to you by Texas Orthopedics. We're in the top of the 8th. Longhorns have the leadoff man aboard in a 2-2 tie on AM 1300 The Zone. Pat Dean is done after 99 pitches. And before we tell you about the reliever for Boston College, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the NCAA Regional.
You're listening to the world-famous home of the Texas Longhorns. AM 1300, The Zone. KVET, Austin.
It's sophomore right-hander Kevin Moran who comes out of the Boston College bullpen. Moran coming on to pitch for BC. He did appear in yesterday's ball game, did Moran. He managed to get it out, allowed 1 hit, walked a batter, and struck out a batter. For the season, Kevin is 5-2. Every appearance has been in relief. Actually, he's had one game start, but almost all of them in relief. 26 of his 27 appearances have come in relief. He has a 5-2 record with a 2.82 earned run average. Moran, a right-hander, has worked 51 innings, allowing 51 hits, 22 runs, 16 of those earned. He's walked 26 batters, struck out 37, allowed 11 extra base hits. He's had 7 wild pitches. He's hit 4 batters, and opposing hitters are batting .263 against the 6'4", 205-pound sophomore right-hander from Yarmouthport, Mass., Kevin Moran.
Good hard slider, above average fastball. Control at times can be a problem. He will mix in a slider and a curve. He uses the curve more to a left-handed hitter. The slider he uses to the right-handed hitter. It would be a bunt situation here for Texas. He's a guy you can run on if you just think later on in the game. With he being as big as he is, he takes about 1.4 to 1.6 to get rid of the ball to home plate. And a lot of times you get around 1.6, 1.7, you know you can run, even though it is very difficult to run against Boston College. Opponents are only successful about half the time. That's a very low number in the stolen base department. 35 out of 61.
So Kevin Moran, the right-hander, coming on. And he'll face Brandon Loy. Will be the first up. Here comes Loy to the plate. Cameron Rupp, the runner at second base. Nobody out. A leadoff single, hard off the ankle of Pat Dean, who's done after 7 innings plus 1 batter.
Moran has a little Al Hrabowski in him. He walks back towards second base about halfway there and tries to pump himself up.
Big deep breath, pauses now, and Loy is squaring, takes a pitch high and inside for ball 1. Moran affixes that right foot to the rubber. Takes a deep breath. Now comes set. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and Loy is squaring and bunts it on the first base side foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. One thing the Longhorns have had trouble trying to get the sacrifice done. Brandon Belt did it in the first inning, and the Longhorns have been unable to execute since.
And that's been a major part of the offensive repertoire over the course of the entire year. And execution comes down to it. It was the difference in the ball game last night.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the stretch from Moran. Again, Loy squares. The pitch is bunted nicely up the first base side, and a reach-around tag there by Spatola to get Loy 3 unassisted on the sacrifice as Loy does his job to advance Rupp into scoring position at second base.
Well, now you've got an opportunity. Leadoff guy gets on, get him over, or get him up, get him in.
And Preston Clark has doubled and scored. Hit into an inning-ending fielder's choice and popped to second. And that was a great play made over the shoulder catch by Matt Hamlet going into shallow right field. So Clark at the plate now. Rupp the runner at second, 1 out. Top of the 8th inning. Texas the visiting team, the designated visitor in this ball game in a 2-2 tie. First pitch from Moran is taken for strike 1. Arkansas still with a 4-1 lead on Oklahoma as the Sooners bat in the top of the 3rd inning. They're in Norman. They're the designated visitor in that one. 0-1 the count. Moran comes set. A look back to second. Now the 0-1 pitch to Clark. Preston takes outside for a ball. 1-1 the count. TCU with a 3-0 lead on Oregon State as the Horned Frogs bat in the top of the 4th inning in Fort Worth. Winner's bracket game there. Oklahoma State still with a 2-0 lead on Clemson. Clemson batting at the top of the 8th. Andrew Oliver still on the mound for the Cowboys in that one. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Here's the stretch from Kevin Moran. And the 1-1 pitch. Low, ball 2. 2-1 the count to Clark. Baylor has gotten on the board with a run in the 6th. They're now in the bottom of the 7th. LSU leads Baylor 2-1 in that winner's bracket game in Baton Rouge. 2 balls, 1 strike the count here with 1 out. Moran the stretch and the pitch. Clark swing and a miss, and it's 2-2.
Well, good pitch selection that time for Moran. He'd thrown 3 consecutive fastballs. Preston, I would have been the same way as Clark was. I'd have been looking fastball right there, too, after being challenged 3 times. Went to a breaking ball, was outside the zone, but Preston had already started the bat forward. Couldn't stop it.
2 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Preston Clark with 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Moran, the stretch. The 2-2 pitch. Low and outside, and a nice block by the catcher Sanchez. The count is full. So it's 3-2 to Preston Clark.
Well, you always hear pitchers talk about if you got the courage to throw a 2-2 breaking ball, you better be able to have the courage to throw it 3-2 with an open base. I would think that's what he'll go to here.
3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the payoff pitch to Clark. Swinging a little tapper, barehanded by Moran. He'll lob it overhand to first for out number 2 as Rupp was unable to move on the play.
Well, he'd have been much better off to reach up with his glove because that could have got a fingernail, anything he wanted to do off of it. And actually, we're going to have a pinch hitter for Kevin Keys here as Russell Moldenhauer will come out to bat against Moran. Here, Moldenhauer will be the pinch hitter for Keys.
So Russell will come on here to have the left-handed bat against the right-hander, Moran, and expect to see Kyle Lusson going to right field into that defensive position in the bottom of the 8th when Boston College comes to bat. But here's Moldenhauer. Russell, the 5'11", 215-pound junior left-handed hitter from Bernie High School, northwest of San Antonio. Moldenhauer, for the season, is batting .250. No homers, 9 runs batted in. So here's Moldenhauer at the plate with 2 down. Moran, the right-hander, from the stretch. Here's the first pitch to Russell, and it bounces inside and gets away.
It hit him in the foot, Craig.
It did. You're right. And so Moldenhauer will take first base, and Rupp will go back to second. And expect Moldenhauer to be lifted for a pinch runner, I would think now, as he takes first base, and he will be lifted for a pinch runner. And that pinch runner for Texas will be Kyle Lusson, who will go into right field for the bottom of the 8th.
Well, in the scenario that was in with the open base, they're pretty sure that they were going to pitch around Russell in that situation. He's going to be tough to get a hit, and actually it worked out great for Boston College. He threw one pitch, it hit him in the foot, nobody advances anywhere, and you get a right-hander up there.
And now it's Connor Rowe.
Connor's been outstanding all year long, best with runners in scoring position, anybody on the team.
1 out of 3 tonight. The first pitch to Rowe. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Cameron Rupp, a leadoff single. He's bunted to second by Brandon Lloyd. Preston Clark grounded back to the pitcher, and then Russell Moldenhauer, pinch hitting for Kevin Keys, was hit by a pitch. Runners at first and second, 2 outs. Top of the 8th inning, game tied at 2.
Rowe 21 of 58 with runners in scoring position.
Will stretch in the pitch to Connor. Swings and chops it foul past third, and now Connor down in the count. No balls, 2 strikes.
And that's the best on the ball club.
0-2 the count to Rowe with 2 outs. Kevin Moran out of the BC bullpen. On in relief of Pat Dean, trying to get the Eagles out of the top of the 8th. Moran to the stretch now and a look back to second. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Outside and blocked by the catcher Sanchez. It's 1-2.
Well, I think Sanchez, just watching him in these 2 ball games, may be as good a defensive catcher as we've seen from anybody in the country. Obviously, he throws out runners. We've already talked about that.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Moran looking in and not set on the signs and calling, I think, for his catcher Sanchez to come out. Sanchez not going out there. You ever do that to a pitcher?
No, I would have gone out, and he finally.
Now he's going to go.
Now he's going to go out. Let's make sure we're on the same page. No, I'm not going. No, I'm not going. And then Sanchez says, yeah, I think I'll go. I like that.
I don't think I've seen that, at least not at the college level, where the pitchers want him to come out.
He's saying no. Did it again? No, and then he decides to go.
So he did. Now they're square. Sanchez back behind the plate. Rowe waggles the bat from the right side. Moran will stretch. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Connor Rowe. Swings in a ground ball, hit the hole at short. Up with it. Butera throw to second. Not in time. Fielder's choice. All hands safe, and the bases are loaded.
Well, you weren't not going to get Rowe. What a nice job and a great substitution by Coach Garrido to get the speed of Kyle Lustin. What a nice jump he got from the first base. I mean, he did a great job. I mean, that gets most people in the country, and he was easily in there. David Hernandez will be the hitter here. Great opportunity for Texas to grab a lead here in the top of the 8th inning. Big at bat right here.
David Hernandez is 0 for 3. He's popped the first, grounded to short twice. Bases loaded for Texas here in the top of the 8th, facing Kevin Moran. Game tied at 2. Hernandez asks for time, steps out. Now he'll dig back in.
Great first ball, fastball hitter.
Here's the stretch from Moran. The first pitch to Hernandez. Takes outside, ball 1.
Good scouting report. The Eagles knew that, starting with a breaking ball. Now, probably best pitch of the bat to hit right here. It's got to be a strike for Moran.
Texas fans cheering, making a lot of noise, and Hernandez asks for time. He'll step out. At third base is Cameron Rupp. At second base, the pinch runner Kyle Lustin. At first base is Connor Rowe. 2 outs, bases loaded, top of the 8th inning. Winner's bracket game here in Austin, Texas of the NCAA Regional. Texas and Boston College tied at 2. Moran the stretch and the pitch. That's outside, 2-0 the count to Hernandez.
And now you got to take a strike, I think. You got to force him to throw a strike right here.
2 balls and no strikes to count to Hernandez. And the crowd roaring now. Moran the stretch. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Hernandez swings and a ground ball hit to second. Up with it, throw to first in time, and the inning is over. Moran animated as he comes off the mound and heads for the dugout. In the 8th for Texas. No runs on a hit. Now on 2 hits, rather, and the Longhorns leave them loaded. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
The Longhorns have them loaded. Cannot push one across in the top of the 8th. Austin Wood out for his first full inning of work. He will face the 9, 1, and 2 spots in the order. I'm assuming we'll see a pinch hitter as we see a young man out in the on-deck circle. That's Harry Darling. He's a catcher by trade. He's a senior, 6 foot, 221-pounder. Looks like he will be the leadoff hitter. It will be scheduled spots here in the bottom of the 8th for Boston College. 9-1-2.
Book closed on Pat Dean. He went 7 innings plus 1 batter, allowed 9 hits, 2 runs, both earned. He walked 1 batter, struck out 5 through 99 pitches in the ball game. He'll get no decision, as will the Texas starter, Chance Ruffin. So the game belonging to the bullpen, and it'll be Harry Darling. So Darling to pinch hit for John Spatola. Darling this season for BC is batting .292. No home runs, 13 runs batted in. He's seen action in 32 ball games, 19 as a starter. So Harry Darling coming on to bat here for John Spatola. Right-handed hitter against the left-hander Austin Wood. Wood with the first pitch. Outside for ball 1. Darling.
I'll talk to you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Darling is a senior and a right-handed hitter from Aloha, Oregon. The 1-0 pitch to Darling. Takes a fastball low and inside. 2 balls, no strikes.
I talked you into the second hit in the inning because I can't believe anybody can realize that Connor Rowe's ball that he hit is a base hit. There's no other way you can score it. And they called it a fielder's choice.
2-0 pitch, and that's downstairs. 3-0 the count. I guess the reason.
You can't. There's no reason because the play was made. The only play he had was the second base, and the guy beat it. It's just like beating a throw out at first. You're going to give a fielder's choice on that? Can't be. It's only there is no reason.
The 3-0 pitch. That's a strike, and it's 3-1. What I started to say was, I guess the scoring reason was that the choice was to throw to second base.
Well, if he threw to first, he was safe easily.
Here's the 3-1 pitch. And that is ripped foul. And it's 3-2. Well, you brought up the good point that the pinch runner, Kyle Lusson, is able to get there.
Trust me, I got a World Series hit, and Lonnie Smith did the same thing on a ball in the hole. That the guy wasn't going to throw me out, but he beat it at second, too, and I got a knock. Trust me.
3 balls and 2 strikes to Darling as Wood has worked it back full. Time called now. Austin threw 3 consecutive balls to Darling. He's just trying to get a board here to get BC a rally started in the bottom of the 8th and a 2-2 tie. Wood rocks and deals. The 3-2 pitch. High ball 4, and there it is, a leadoff walk for Boston College here in the bottom of the 8th.
Well, leadoff base runners via the walk. College baseball scores 65% of the time. I'm sure we'll see a pinch runner at this point.
And it's going to be J.B. McDonald, yesterday's starting pitcher for the Eagles, the senior. So McDonald is the pinch runner for Darling. So J.B. McDonald comes on to pinch run after Darling draws the leadoff walk. And just decked was Robbie Anson as he goes down.
Well, anytime you get your shoulders square, Skip Johnson wants to make sure how many visits he has. He wants to go talk to his senior left-hander. He's rushing a little bit right now. Austin, in the last few outings, has been fighting that what I mean by that, he's come set and he starts pushing his upper body forward before his arm gets back in position to throw. And when it happens, you're going to get underneath it. The ball comes up, and it's usually to the first base side of home plate. And that ball almost killed Robbie Anston. It was right at his head. And that's the most difficult pitch to get out of the way because you've got your shoulders perpendicular to the plate. It's not like your normal where you can just move a little bit and get out of the way. That one, you got to fall all the way to the ground.
Anston was trying to bunt. It is ball 1 to Anston, who was grounded to short, grounded second, and then had a leadoff double and scored the tying run in the bottom of the 6th. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Remember, Boston College, the designated home team for this second game of the regional. The winner moves to the championship round and needs to win only one more game here to advance to the Super Regional. That takes place tomorrow night, 6 o'clock Texas time, 7 o'clock Eastern. There'll be an elimination game at noon tomorrow. Army will take on the loser of this ball game. Army eliminated Texas State earlier today with a 5-run bottom of the 8th. They won 7-4. Throw over to first, and back is the pinch runner, McDonald. So now squaring to bunt is Anston. Here's the pitch from Wood. It is bunted firmly but foul up the third base side.
Fortunately that ball went foul as Torres was charging quickly, and he got himself so close that Anston bunted it too hard. It could have been a play at second base if Torres could do it, but it got by Michael before he could make a play, but fortunately it went foul.
1 ball and 1 strike, the count to Anston. McDonald, the pinch runner, at first, now edges away from the bag. Anston is squaring. Torres charging him from third. It's a pitch out, and McDonald wasn't going. It's 2 balls and a strike.
Thought there might have been a little hit and run. Pull the bat back because Anston had squared early. We saw it earlier in the game where he squared, pulled the bat back, and had fake bunt hit and run, not going that time.
Here's the stretch and the 2-1 pitch to Anston. He does bunt it right back to Wood. He's got to play at second. Throws to second for the out to get the lead man for out number 1.
Poor execution, not getting the bunt in the right place, right back to the pitcher. Nice job by Wood of getting himself his feet in the right position where he could go to second base. The putout goes 1-6 on the fielder's choice.
We saw the Longhorns suffer the same fate earlier in the ball game, and now Boston College unable to move the runner up. 1 out. Matt Hamlet is lined to short, walked and scored BC's first run back in the 4th, and then dropped a nice sacrifice to move Anston to third base back in the 6th, in position to score the tying run. He'll be swinging now, throw over to first, and
well,
Anston is back.
Anston will be a threat to go right here. I could see hit and run right away. You got to gamble sometimes. Great chance, opportunity to do it. Hamlet really handles the bat pretty well. See what happens.
Anston, the leading base stealer in the ball club, 15 out of 18. The pitch, that's in there for a strike. Arkansas scored 2 more runs in the bottom of the 3rd, and the Razorbacks lead Oklahoma 6-1 as Arkansas continues to bat in the bottom of the 3rd. Brett Eibner, their slugging combo outfielder and pitcher is the starter for the Razorbacks in that one. 0-1 the count. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, and that is chopped foul past third, and it's no balls, 2 strikes.
Well, the hit and run's off now. I was assuming that's exactly what he would try to do. You've seen it earlier in the game. Won't be running now.
0-2 the count to Matt Hamlet. The stretch from Wood. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and a fly ball hit toward the alley in left center. Coming on, Hernandez makes the catch for out number 2.
Nice job of Hernandez getting a nice jump on that ball. That ball was right in the middle of the gap. Hernandez able to run over it, stayed up in the air just long enough.
By the way, we said it would happen, and we just want to make sure you know the confirmation that Kyle Lussin did go into right field after pinch running, after Keys was lifted for the pinch hitter, Russell Moldenauer, who was hit on his first pitch, and then Lussin pinch ran for him, was left stranded at second, and Lussin in right field. It's part of what Texas quite often does, defensive replacements in the outfield. Lussin in left and quite often, or Lussin in right. 2 down. Here's Sanchez. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Tony flied to left, fly to center, and hit a deep fly ball to center for a sacrifice fly to score Anston with a tying run back in the 6th.
Very aggressive hitter. Change up outside the zone. Swung and missed.
No balls and a strike with 2 outs. The stretch from Wood. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Rips that foul into the screen. Right past Mickey Wiswall, the on-deck hitter, and he just got out of the way. He went down to his knees, and it's 0-2.
I would not be surprised to see Anston take off here 0-2. If it's a ball, Sanchez can start the bottom of the 9th.
He's not going. 0-2 pitch hit on the ground. That is fair. Deep and 0 at third. Torres high throw. Pulled down by Clark. Oh, Preston Clark, your substitute first baseman here in the regional, snags it to end the inning. No runs, no hits, and a man left. We go to the 9th. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the top of the 9th, a 2-2 ball game. 2 runs, 9 hits, 3 errors for Texas. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Boston College. It'll be the top of the order due for Texas here in the top of the 9th inning.
Couple of substitutions made as Mickey Wiswall has gone to first base now for Boston College. Remember, after Spatola was lifted for the pinch hitter, now Wiswall's at first base, and at third base is Anthony Melchionda. So Melchionda is now the third baseman for BC. And top of the order, as Keith mentioned, leads it off for Texas. Travis Tucker has reached on an infield hit. Grounded to second, grounded to short, and flying to right. So Kevin Moran on the work here in the 9th. In the first pitch, misses upstairs for ball 1. In Fort Worth, TCU has scored 2 in the top of the 5th and now-lead Oregon State 6-0 as the Frogs bat in the top of the 5th. Again, that's the Fort Worth regional that matches up with the winner of this regional. That's a winner's bracket game. 1-0 pitch to Tucker. Takes a strike at the knees. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. One and 1 the count. Moran to the stretch now. Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch to Tucker. Fouls it off, and it's 1-2. In Clemson, South Carolina, Clemson has come up with 2 runs in the top of the 8th to tie Oklahoma State. Randy McCurry now pitching for them, and actually it's gone to the bottom of the 8th inning, and Oklahoma State has just taken the lead on an RBI single by Neil Medchill. It's 3-2 Cowboys, bottom of the 8th. 1-2 pitch to Tucker, swings and lifts a fly ball to right. Starting out late, now coming on to make the catch. That was close there, but coming in to make the catch for out number 1 is Sudol.
Well, just didn't really get a good read on it. The ball hung up on him and allowed him to run under it.
We're getting to that twilight time now, too.
Well, yeah, you're right, but it stayed in the lights. It wasn't one of those, Craig, the one that bothers you is those high fly balls that get above the lights. The light's very high here. And we're going to see a pitching change.
Absolutely. As head coach Mick Aoki comes out, and we will see a call to the bullpen. This one brought to you by University Federal Credit Union. It is Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
How you liking your first UT baseball game?
It's very orange, like your new car.
Well, I scored the loan from University Federal Credit Union. So when I was shopping for a ride, I figured I owed it to them.
Really?
You know, to get a car in their color. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if UFCU slid me a lower rate because my new ride is orange.
I would. My car loan came from UFCU too.
Yeah, but your car is
maroon.
UFCU, so close to the university, we share the same name. Proud sponsor of UT Baseball.
Well, it'll be the closer for Boston College. The man who's been DHing tonight, but he comes on now to pitch for the Eagles. That's Mike Belfiore, the junior from Comac, New York. Belfiore, yesterday in the ball game for BC, wound up getting his 9th save of the season. For the season, Belfiore on the mound for BC, 5-1 with a 2.56 earned run average and 9 saves. He's worked 38 2/3 innings, allowing 41 hits, 15 runs, 11 earned. He's walked 12 batters, struck out 48, has given up 9 extra base hits, 2 of them home runs, including the one hit yesterday by Paul Goldschmidt. That was in the 9th inning. Opposing hitters batting .266 against Mike Belfiore, who comes on. Belfiore gave up that 2-run homer, but BC was up 8-5 at the time, and then Belfiore got a swinging strikeout to end the ball game and pick up the save for Boston College.
Well, he's an explosive pitcher, electric type stuff. He's got a fastball, slider, and a curve. At times, he struggles with the strike zone, but when he's in the strike zone, at times he can be almost unhittable. He's got excellent stuff. You got to be patient with a pitcher that's got this kind of stuff and make sure you get the ball down in the zone, something you can handle if you're the Texas hitters. And for Boston College, you look at this scenario, 1 out, top of the 9th, nobody on. You got to have your guy on the mound. They've got the guy they want out there.
So Mike Belfiore on the pitch. And it'll be a lefty matchup as Brandon Belt comes to the plate. Belt has sacrificed, grounded to second, struck out looking and walked. 1 out, top of the 9th, score tied at 2 with Mike Belfiore on the pitch for Boston College. Belfiore, the left-hander, into the windup. Here's the first pitch to Belt. And Brandon takes it inside for ball 1. Kevin Moran did his job when an inning and a third, did not allow a hit. 1 base runner on a hit batter. He threw 21 pitches in an inning and a third. The windup from Belfiore. The 1-0 pitch. Belt lays off and takes it. 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, command of the strike zone, what we talked about. Longhorns are a very patient club.
2-0 the count to Brandon Belt. Mike Belfiore into the windup. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Belt. Takes a strike on the outside corner, and it's 2-1.
Some giddy up on that heater.
So it's 2 balls and a strike the count. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Belt takes that. Strike on the inside corner call, and it's 2-2.
Well, pitch selection. Got to be able to throw 2-1 breaking balls no matter if you throw 100, and he was able to throw that one for a strike. Really fool Brandon.
2 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Brandon Belt. Here's the windup and the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and Belt strikes out. So Belfiore gets the strikeout of Belt, and it's out number 2 in the Texas 9th.
Came into yesterday's ball game, as you talked about. Really was struggling with the command. You could tell he didn't feel comfortable with the mound and surroundings, even though he had a 3-run lead when he came into the game and surrendered a 2-run homer. But that much better job right there. He was in command of all of his pitches. Just missed with the first 2, even though he fell behind.
So here's Michael Torres. It was 1 out of 4 tonight. Line up from Belfiore in the first pitch to Torres. Swing and a foul tip. No, boy, that rattles the mask of the home plate umpire, Phil Benson.
Well, it not only rattled it, it knocked it off.
Yeah.
Don't see it very often. And Phil Benson with a little smile on his face. And it's like getting punched, folks. It's got padding on your mask, but that's still, you feel that. But he sort of has a little smile like I don't know that has happened to him as an umpire. I've never seen it knock a mask off very many times. I don't understand why umpires don't wear the helmets that catchers wear. Never understood that.
0-1 the count to Torres in the 0-1 pitch. Check swing. It's low for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike the count.
I wore the tools of ignorance for a while, and I promise you, I wanted every piece of padding I could find to put on. Protection.
1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs in the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and a slow rolling ground ball. Charging it at second. Up with it. Hamlet throws to first in time. And the Longhorns go in order in the top of the ninth. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the ninth. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
Austin Wood out for his second full inning of work. He came on in the 7th. He worked a scoreless 8. And now he's on for the bottom of the ninth. The game in the hands of the bullpen, and 2 of the best closers in the country. One with 15 saves, one with 9 saves. Who's going to blink first? Coming to the plate, meat of the order for the Eagles. 4, 5, and 6 due to face Austin Wood. Wood at this point, Craig, the other thing, he worked 2 innings yesterday. He has thrown 35 pitches in this ball game. You would think that this is probably the end of his window, is if you can get him through this inning, maybe 15, 18 pitches. You got to sort of put him up and think, well, we may have to use him tomorrow or Monday.
Yeah, good point. So here's Mickey Wiswall to lead it off for Boston College. Wiswall has flied to center, singled and struck out swinging. Working for the first time against Wood. Here's the pitch. And that's a strike of the knees. By the way, there's another game in a 2-2 tie. LSU and Baylor, 2-2 in the top of the ninth with LSU the visiting team there. Bears came up with a run in the bottom of the 8th to tie it. The 0-1. That is low for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, this is an important hitter. I think the best hitter from Boston College against Texas's best pitcher.
The 1-1 pitch pulls it foul past first, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
There's a lefty-lefty matchup. That usually goes to the pitcher. Now Wood ahead 1-2.
A ball and 2 strikes to count to Mickey Wiswall. Wood winds and deals the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase one down and away. And for Austin, that's his second strikeout.
A real nice job. He set it up. The ball inside. Came back with the slider away. Wiswall was leaning after it.
1 out. Now Mike Belfiore put DH/pitcher since he's in the ball game now as the pitcher. As he steps to the plate now against Wood. The pitch. Swings and a little comebacker right to Wood. Austin has it, steps and fires to first. 2 quick outs here in the BC ninth.
Just an excellent pitch. Sinker. Not him chop it into the ground.
2 outs. Barry Butera has grounded to short twice, reached on a base hit and moved to second on the error, but was left stranded there in the 7th when Wood came on and got a strikeout and a ground out to get out of the inning. Wood with a windup, and here's the first pitch. Swing and a foul off. 2 runs, 9 hits, 3 errors for Texas. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Boston College. BC, the designated home team, batting in the bottom of the ninth in a 2-2 tie. Wood with a windup. Here's the 0-1. That's a strike on the outside corner, and it's 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Wood, the 0-2 pitch. Just missing that one, and it's 1-2. One and 2 the count to Barry Butera. steps off now. It has gone final in Clemson, South Carolina. Oklahoma State has beaten Clemson 3-2 to advance to the championship round of that regional. The 1-2 pitch, low and outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. So the Cowboys.
Yeah, making the committee look good.
Yeah, no doubt. 2-2 the count. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Again, fouled by Butera.
Well, if you look at it, once you get to this point, Texas, to win the game's got to get 4 more outs.
And 1 more run at least.
Yeah, they've got, when you're the visiting team, when you make an out at the top of the inning and don't score, you're going to have to get 6 outs to win.
Here's the 2-2 pitch to Butera. Strike 3 called. Butera knew it. Took it. Goes back to the dugout. 3rd strikeout for Wood to retire the side. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We will go to extra innings here in Austin, Texas. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
The game in its regular time frame could not produce a winner. So we go extras here in the Austin Regional from UFCU Dish Falk Field. Keith Moreland, Craig Wade, glad you're with us. You can put all this behind you. 2 runs, 9 hits, 3 errors for Texas. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Boston College. It's down to 1 innings at a time from this point out in extra innings as we go overtime here. 2, 4, 5, 6 for Texas here starting the top of the 10th.
Cameron Rupp leads it off. Cameron got a base hit his last time up, facing Kevin Moran after he struck out swinging 3 times against Pat Dean. Actually, and that was off of Dean. That's right. And Dean was lifted right after that because it was a hard shot off of Dean's ankle, and the first pitch missed outside for a ball. Belfiore into the windup of the 1-0. That's a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count, they're up. Mike Belfiore with a rock in the delivery. Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Low and inside, 2-1, the count, they're up. Rupp steps out for a moment. Now digs back in. Here's the windup and the 2-1 pitch. And it's lifted foul out of play on the first base side. They're on the verge of seeing 2 number 3s seeds in a regional beat number 1s. Oklahoma State's already done it, beating Clemson 3-2. And Southern Mississippi, a 3 seed, leads Georgia Tech 10-3. That's in the top of the 9th in Atlanta. That's on the verge of happening. Texas wants to avoid that here. 2-2 pitch. Rupp swings, a little chopper foul on the first base side. Cal State Fullerton leading Gonzaga 3-2 in the top of the 2nd inning. That winner's bracket game there. Count is 2 balls and 2 strikes to Cameron Rupp. Rupp will step back into the box now. Here's Belfiore with a windup and the 2-2 pitch. Swung on it again, lifted foul by Rupp onto the concourse down the first base side.
Just able to fight off that hard slider that time. Get the barrel of the bat on it. Or leadoff base runner. Would be huge right here.
2-2 the count to Rupp. The windup from Belfiore and the 2 ball, 2 strike pitch. Swing and a miss, and Rupp strikes out.
That's just good old-fashioned hardball right there. Belfiore reared back. It's like he said, all right, see if you can catch up to this, and he couldn't.
Belfiore picks up his 2nd strikeout. That is out number 1 here in the Texas 10th. And it brings Brandon Loy to the plate. Loy is grounded to 3rd, singled twice, and sacrificed. Belfiore Kicks and deals. Here's the first pitch. Swing and a miss from Loy for strike one.
Ain't nothing fancy about it.
As some
it's pretty
people
impressive.
Say,
it's rare back, and here it comes.
Gas, as someone say. It's throwing the gas. 0-1 the count. An 0-1 pitch to Loy. High for a ball. 1-1 the count.
When you got to make sure when a guy's a hard thrower, you got to get the ball down. You got to set your sights a little lower. Ball downstairs, you're able to get the barrel to it a lot quicker. It looks better upstairs, but you just can't catch up to it.
The 1-ball, 1-strike pitch. Loy swings, pops this one up. Back out to shallow left, the shortstop. Butera backing up, makes the catch for out number 2.
You were talking earlier about that high sky. Now that's the one that really, it can be funky because that got above the light standards and it sort of goes into the darkness. And it's a dark blue. It's not quite dark all the way at this point. It's a nice job of finding that ball and putting it away. Here's a guy right here, though, can change the momentum of this game in one swing of the bat. He's the one guy that hits left-handers well. He's got good power.
It's Preston Clark who's at the plate now with 2 down and nobody on in the top of the 10th. Here's the first pitch to Preston. Swings and a little slow-rolling tapper, and it goes out of no man's land. Picked up, bare hand throw in time. What a play made by Melchiana and threw to first in time. It was going to go right between the mound and third, and Anthony Melchiana comes on, bare hands, and throws out Clark to retire the Longhorns in the 10th. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the 10th. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
When you get into extra innings and you're the visiting team, the one thing you do know is right now, because you did not score and you're at bat, advantage to Boston College being the home team, they know they've got 6 offensive outs. You got to get Boston College out for 6 outs to win the ball game. So Austin Wood is out again. He has thrown 46 pitches, 33 of them for strikes. Probably would not be available tomorrow at this point. Might be able to give you something. His arm does bounce back well, but a lot of pitches. When you look at the lineup for Boston College, they're the bottom third of the lineup at this point. Andrew Lawrence had a quality at bat. Now, he did strike out against Wood, but he had a heck of a bat his last time up. We'll lead it off. Bottom third, due.
He was Wood's first strikeout victim. Austin now with 3 strikeouts, so Lawrence will lead it off. Wood kicks and deals, and the first pitch is a strike. How about this ball game, Keith? In Houston at the Rice Regional, where Rice is hosting. What a game that it's happened tonight. Here's the windup from Wood in the 0-1. That is strike 2. Rice led the ball game, as we said, 3-1 earlier, and Kansas State came back, nipped away at it, caught the Owls by the 7th inning. 0-2 pitch, check swing. Did he go? And he did. A strikeout as Lawrence goes out. It's a 4 strikeout for Wood for out number 1. Kansas State took a 4-3 lead in the top of the 8th, added 3 in the top of the 9th. Rice came back with 3 in the bottom of the 9th inning, had the tying run at 3rd, the winning run at 2nd, and A.J. Morris completed the game by getting a strikeout to end the ball game. 1 out, and here's a shot off of Wood's glove out to second. Throw to first in time for out number 2. Sudol retired.
Wood saved that ball from being ticketed into center field for a base hit.
1-4-3 the out. So Kansas State has beaten Rice 7-6. A.J. Morris went the distance in that one and got a 7-6 victory, and Kansas State is in the championship of that regional at Reckling. 2 down. And here's Melchiana at the plate. The first pitch, swing and a miss. Melchiana, of course, had gone into the ballgame defensively and has his first at bat here. He's only batting .194 for the season. No homers, 7 runs batted in. Has only had 31 at bats with 6 hits. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes to count.
Now, look at it right now. Austin Wood is dealing as good as he's pitched all year long. Really keeping the Eagles off balance.
0-2 the count, the windup, and the 0-2 pitch. Bounces downstairs for a ball. And it's 1-2 to Anthony Melchiana. The Longhorns would have the 7, 8, 9 hitters due up in the 11th, assuming Austin Wood can get a final out here in the bottom of the 10th. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Austin Wood with 5 strikeouts. And the Eagles go in order in the 10th. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We go to the 11th inning. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone. Well, it's the battle of the outstanding closers here. Austin Wood just got his 5th strikeout as he got Anthony Melchianda to strike out to end the inning. Melchianda had gone in defensively at third, and that was his first at bat, but Wood struck out Melchianda, and the 10th inning is over. We go to the 11th now, and Austin Wood says, your serve, Mr. Belfiore.
Yeah, and you may, at this point with Austin, you probably, I would think, just go ahead and use him and put the game in his hands, even if he goes, because he's not going to be available tomorrow. And Belfiore may be in the same boat. Both these guys pitching quite well. It's just who blinks first at this point. Huge game. It's the type of game that you expect in a second game of a regional in the winner's bracket, understanding what's so much at stake, because if you win this ball game, you know an opponent's going to have to beat you twice.
Kyle Lusson will get his first opportunity to swing a bat. Remember, he'd gone in as a pinch runner, then into right field defensively. So for his first at bat, Lusson takes inside for ball 1. Kyle, for the season, is batting .178, 8 hits and 45 at bats. For Lusson, he's the junior. Of course, his younger brother, Kevin Lusson's the freshman. Both local products from McCallum High here in Austin. Swings and fouls went off the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike to count.
Had a good pitch to hit, had a pretty good hack at it. Lead off base runner and get this offense started. So predicated on leadoff base runners in innings for Texas.
1 ball, 1 strike the count to Kyle Lusson. A wind up from Belfiore in the pitch. Lusson swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. They're in the bottom of the 9th in Baton Rouge, where Baylor, the designated home team, is batting in a 2-2 tie with LSU. 1-2 the count to Lusson. A wind up. Here's the 1-2 pitch. High for ball 2. 2-2 the count. TCU still pitching a shutout. Oregon State has managed just 1 hit in the ball game. And it is a 6-0 Horned Frog lead. The 2-2 pitch to Lusson. Swings and pops this up. Down the right field line and foul ground for the first baseman. Coming over to make the catch there for out number 1 is Wiswall.
Got in on his hands. Belfiore has matched Wood pitch for pitch. Belfiore and the Longhorns have been retired 9 consecutive times.
So 1 out. Here's Connor Rowe. Belfiore, the junior left-hander, winds and delivers, and the first pitch misses for ball 1. Oregon State has just scored a run in the bottom of the 6th, but TCU leading it 6-1 in that contest.
Rowe's got good power, good hitting pitch right here.
A wind up. Here's the 1-0 to Connor Rowe. Swings and hits a fly ball out toward left, got under it. And Andrew Lawrence, left fielder, gets under it to make the catch for out number 2.
Just got in on him a little bit. Had a pitch to hit there, but just didn't get that extension on it.
So, 2 down, and David Hernandez at the plate. Hernandez is 0 for 3 in the contest. Here's the pitch to David. Swings and fouls it off for strike 1. In the bottom of the 11th inning, Boston College will have the top of the order due. Anston, Hamlin, and Sanchez. Mike Belfiore kicks and delivers the 0-1 pitch. Inside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike the count.
Well, we've done 20 innings before. We might as well just kick back and enjoy it.
Still remembering that back to 2004.
It's a little bit more pleasant.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Foul to the play, 1-2. He's speaking of the 20-inning contest that Texas and Kansas State played back in 2004 when it was 38 degrees there in Manhattan.
Misting, sleeting, snowing, did everything.
But they played on through 20 innings, and the Longhorns won 10-6 in 20 innings. Got done at 1:52 in the morning. It's 84 degrees here. The temperature has dropped 11 degrees since the first pitch.
The wind's picked up a little bit out of the south now. We have a little bit of breeze going out.
The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Hernandez strikes out. The Longhorns go in order in the 11th. So Belfiore picks up his third strikeout. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the 11th inning here in this regional winners bracket game. It's Texas and Boston College. Knotted up at 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
Austin Wood has been outstanding. He's pitched 3 2/3 innings, allowed 0 hits, 0 runs. He's walked 1, struck out 5. He's thrown 54 pitches, 40 of them for strikes. He's been outstanding so far, and he'll have to be outstanding again in a 2-2 ball game, bottom of the 11th inning, top of the order due for Boston College in what has been one of the best baseball games I can remember in a long time. Dominated by pitching. There's been nice plays. Just a well-played college baseball game with everything that you can imagine laying on the line, because it's going to be difficult for either one of these teams to represent this regional in the super regionals. If they come away from this ball game with a loss, they're going to have a very bad taste in their mouth.
Robbie Anston leads it off. Anston has grounded out twice, doubled and scored, and then reached on a fielder's choice, swings to the first pitch, ground ball, up with it. Tucker throws to first for out number 1. Nice play by Travis.
That was an outstanding play to his right. He knew he had to catch and throw all in the same motion, as Aston really runs pretty well. That was a nice play to start the inning. If that's the leadoff base runner, just changes the complexion of everything. But now, with an out, you can take a little bit of a sigh of relief and try to get the next guy.
1 down, Matt Hamlet. He has scored one of the 2 BC runs. Takes the first pitch downstairs for a ball. Hamlet is lined out to short, walked and scored, sacrificed and flied to center. A sophomore from Chesapeake, Virginia. The windup from Wood. The 1-0 is a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. One and 1 the count to Matt Hamlet. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a foul tip, 1-2. 2 number 3 seeds have beaten number 1 seeds today. Oklahoma State in Clemson, South Carolina beat Clemson 3-2. And Southern Mississippi in Atlanta beat Georgia Tech 10-7. Southern Miss going to that championship matchup. The 1-2 pitch. Just off the plate for a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, Longhorn fans wanted that pitch, but I got to say that as good a job as these 2 teams have done, I thought that Phil Benson behind the plate has been very good tonight. As good as we've seen all year long.
2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Matt Hamlet. And the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and a fly ball to right, but there's Lusson. Kyle with a catch for out number 2.
You know, if Kyle doesn't catch that ball, I believe he could throw out Matt Hamlet as he tripped running out of the box.
You're right.
He made it about a fourth of the way to first base.
If it had bounced in front of Kyle, he might have had a shot to get him, but 2 down. Now once more, the dangerous Tony Sanchez is at 3 fly balls, including one to the base of the center field wall back in the 6th that went for a sacrifice fly that tied this ball game to score Anston. He was retired on a grounder to third by Wood his last time up. First pitch misses outside for ball 1.
Well, you want to be careful here. Wiswell is an excellent hitter, but he's a left-handed hitter who waits on deck. You don't want to give anything in. Sanchez will be thinking about one thing, and that's a big fly right here.
Here's the windup from Wood. And the pitch. Swing and a big home run cut. And he fouled it back. It's 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here. In the bottom of the 11th inning in a 2-2 tie. Texas would have the top of the order due up in the top of the 12th. Pitch, swing, and a miss. And it's now 1-2.
Straight change. Had him way out on his front foot.
A ball and 2 strikes to count with 2 outs. Wood into the windup. And the 1-2 pitch. Low for a ball. It's 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Wood with a rocket delivery, the 2-2 pitch, swung on, and it's knocked down and knocked the glove off Wood. He's up with it, throws to first in time. It knocked the glove off of Austin Wood, and he somehow recovered. He fell down, picked it up, threw to first to retire Sanchez, and gets a standing ovation as he goes to the dugout. For the Eagles in the 11th. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We go to the 12th. Texas 2. Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, these two southpaws are putting on a show. Austin Wood for Texas, Mike Belfiore for Boston College. They are matching each other pitch for pitch. Belfiore has retired 11 in a row, 11 Longhorns in a row. Austin Wood has retired 11 in a row. We go to the top of the 12th inning. 2 runs, 9 hits, 3 errors for Texas. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Boston College. It will be the top of the order due for the Longhorns here in the top half of the 12th inning from UFCU Disch-Falk Field. Keith Moreland, Craig Way, glad you're with us in a dynamite baseball game here from Austin.
Travis Tucker leads it off for Texas. The Longhorns last had the leadoff man aboard in the 8th when Rupp reached on the hard shot off of Pat Dean. So they could use a leadoff man here in the top of the 12th. Mike Belfiore ready to go. Here's the windup and the first pitch to Travis Tucker. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
Good hard slider. Tucker was guessing fastball. Started the bat early, couldn't hold up.
0-1 the count. The 0-1 pitch. Low and inside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike the count.
Belfiore is at 31 pitches now.
1-1 the count. Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Now 1-2 the count to Tucker. Belfiore looks in for the sign. Has what he wants now on the 1-2 pitch. That's low, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Tucker. The 2-2 pitch. Tucker swings and the ground ball foul past third with the associate head coach Tommy Harmon. Retrieves it and he'll flip it over the top of the dugout to a fan on the third base side. Two and two the count to Tucker. Here's the 2 ball, 2 strike pitch. High for ball 3, and Travis has worked it full.
Big pitch coming right here.
Three and 2. Here's the payoff pitch. Strike 3 call. Tucker was starting out of the box, but he's called out on strikes. And that's the 4th strikeout for Mike Belfiore.
Upper part of the zone, outside corner.
1 out. Now Brandon Bell at the plate. Belt sacrificed, grounded to second. Struck out looking, walked, and then struck out swinging. He was Belfiore's first strikeout victim in the top of the 9th. Here's the windup from Mike Belfiore in the pitch. Swing and a miss from Brandon for strike 1. Oh and 1 the count, the Belt. 1 out, top of the 12th. The 0-1 pitch. Outside with a fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. One and 1 the count, the Belt. Here's Belfiore's 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss from Bell, and it's 1-2.
Brandon upsetting himself. Was looking slider, got it. Just swung over the top of it.
1-2 the count of Brandon Bell. 1 out here in the top of the 12th. The 1 ball, 2 strike pitch from Belfiore, fouled straight back by Brandon. And it's still 1-2. So it's a ball and 2 strikes. The count in the belt with 1 out. Here's the windup from Belfiore and the 1-2 pitch. Belt swings, lifts it, foul out of play on the third base side. No activity in the Boston College bullpen.
Yeah, I think both head coaches have made the decision. We're going to get beat with the best we got, and we'll worry about tomorrow.
1-2 the count to Brandon Belt. And the 1-2 pitch. Swings and pops this one sky high. Back out to shallow left. In fact, the shortstop backing up and makes the catch. Does Butera for out number 2.
Well, that's a home run in a rifle barrel.
So with 2 outs, Michael Torres, 1 out of 5 tonight at the plate, stands in now. Torres digs in from the left side against the left-hander, Mike Belfiore. He winds and deals. The first pitch is taken for a strike. For Boston College in the bottom of the 12th, it'll be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Wiswall, Belfiore, and Butera due up. The pitch is a ball, 1 ball, 1 strike. One and 1 the count with 2 down here in the top of the 12th inning. Game tied at 2. Belfiore's pitch. That's a strike on the outside corner. Torres not happy with the call, and it's 1-2. So it's a ball and 2 strikes now with 2 outs. Belfiore looks in for the sign. Here's the windup of the 1-2 pitch, and fouled at the plate. Belfiore has now thrown 47 pitches.
Yeah, both of these guys are, Craig.
They're spending them tonight.
They're spending them tonight. I mean, they would both probably be able to give you something on Monday, but I would think that Wood and Belfiore, boy, they have both been outstanding, though.
2 balls and 2 strikes, or 1-2 the count with 2 down, and the 1-2 pitch. That was high for ball 2. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Michael Torres. LSU has come up with a run in the top of the 10th. LSU leads Baylor 3-2. 2-2 the count. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Bounced in the field turf, and the count is full to Torres at 3 balls, 2 strikes. They scored that off Kendall Volts, who's out of the Baylor bullpen, did the Tigers. 3-2 the count to Torres with 2 down. Here's the lineup from Belfiore. And the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and Torres chased what probably would have been ball 4. But it's a strikeout, the 5th of the ball game for Mike Belfiore, and the Longhorns are retired in the 12th. No runs, no hits, nobody left. 14 consecutive Longhorns have gone down. We go to the bottom of the 12th in a 2-2 tie on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the bottom of the 12th. The Longhorns again in that same scenario they were after the 9th inning. They're going to have to get 6 outs to win the game, as they have been retired in the top of the 12th inning. Boston College comes to the plate knowing that they've got at least 2 opportunities to win the ball game. They will be sending to the plate their 4, 5, and 6 hitters against Austin Wood. Listen to this line for Wood. He's gone 4 2/3 innings, allowed 0, no hits, no runs, no earned runs. He's walked 1, struck out 5, thrown 65 pitches, 47 of them for strikes. He's been magnificent. But he's been matched pitch for pitch by Mike Belfiore, who has done a marvelous job in relief himself. Right now, pitchers dominating the ball game. 2-2, bottom of the 12th inning.
So Mickey Wiswall, who moved from third base to first base when all the substitutions were made back in the 9th inning, comes to the plate. Wiswall is 1 out of 4 at the plate. First pitch misses downstairs for a ball. During the inning break, I was visiting with University of Texas men's athletics director DeLoss Dodds. We were talking during the break. The wind up and the 1-0. Fouled at the plate, 1 ball, 1 strike. Somebody walked by and said, well, DeLoss, did you order that this ball game has to go at least to 11 o'clock tonight to keep the concessions open? He said, yeah, all about popcorn, right?
That's not how important this game is, period.
Here's the pitch. Low and outside for a ball.
Very difficult to think you got to win 3 ball games in a row if you lose this one, and that's what you have to do to be the regional champ.
2-1 the count to Wiswall. The 2 ball, 1 strike pitch. A check swing. He went around, and it's 2-2.
Pitch way off the plate inside. Wiswall has been very much fooled. He was a very good-looking hitter, and Wood has just completely had him baffled.
2-2 the count to Wiswall. There's the windup from Austin. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. So for Austin Wood, that is strikeout number 6. Out number 1. And here's Belfiore as the two can stare one another down. Belfiore has done his job for BC, and Wood has done his, and now part of his job is to get the guy who's done his job on the mound in relief for Boston College. The pitch. Low and outside, ball 1. Longhorns getting Keith Shinneberry up and loose in the Texas bullpen. The 1-0 count to Belfiore. He swings and lifts a fly ball out to shallow right. Coming in Lusson, calling for it. Kyle underneath, makes the catch. Started to stumble forward a little bit, but he made the catch for out number 2.
Wow, these guys have just been spectacular. Just no base runners. The last base runner in the ball game, folks, was in the 8th inning for either club. I mean, just nobody on base.
Cameron Rupp for Texas, the bottom of the 8th actually, a leadoff walk for Boston College that did not come home to roost. That was in the bottom of the 8th after Rupp reached in the top of the 8th. 2 down, Barry Butera. The pitch. Takes inside for ball 1. Baylor batting in the bottom of the 10th, down 3-2 to LSU. In that winner's bracket game. Big 12 involved in some real airtight struggles tonight. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss by Butera. It's a ball and a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Pulled foul into the BC dugout. That might have struck one of the Eagles over there. It's 1-2. Looks like everybody's all right. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Austin Wood about to throw his 76th pitch since coming on for Texas. In the 7th inning. 1-2 the count to Barry Butera, and the Texas fans trying to urge Wood on to 1 final strike here in the 12th. Wood with the windup. And the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Wood picks up his 7th strikeout. And these two pitchers seem to get stronger as the game goes on. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We go to the 13th inning. Here in the Austin Regional, it's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
Well, we go to the top of the 13th inning. Mike Belfiore out. Here's his numbers, folks. He's been magnificent as well. 3 2/3 innings. Number of hits, 0. Runs, of course, 0. Walks, 0. Strikeouts, 5. He's thrown 55 pitches. It will be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due for Texas here in the top of the 13th inning.
Cameron Rupp will lead it off. Rupp 1 out of 5. He was the last Longhorn to reach base. A leadoff single, a sharp shot off Boston College's pitcher, the starter, Pat Dean. Back in the top of the 8th. He was bunted up to second and left stranded there. Now going against Belfiore, who struck him out in the 10th. Belfiore winds and deals in the first pitch. Rupp fouls it at the plate for strike 1.
Pretty good hack at that breaking ball. First one we've seen him leave up just a little bit for Belfiore. Rupp's a guy that can take it out of here in any direction.
0-1 the count. Belfiore about to throw his 52nd pitch since coming on. Here's the 0-1 to Rupp. Swings and lines it foul out of play on the first base side. Off the roof of the batting tunnel, and it's now no balls, 2 strikes to Cameron. 0-2 the count. Mike Belfiore, a left-hander. Time called. Rupp steps out now. No activity in either the Texas or Boston College bullpens. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Rupp. Swing and a miss. Cameron strikes out for the 4th time tonight.
Took a little off of that one. That's the curveball that we haven't seen as much as the slider. Had Cameron out on his front foot, couldn't stop the bat, swung over the top of it.
And unfortunately, I was wrong. It's the 5th time that Cameron has struck out tonight.
Well, I don't have a name for that.
Yeah.
3 is the hat trick, 4 is the golden sombrero.
1 down. Here's Brandon Loy. Belfiore's pitch. And Loy swings. It's a ground ball to short. Up with it, Butera. Throw to first in time. 2 quick outs in the Texas 13th inning.
Guys, I was just kidding about the 20-inning deal. Well, I was just kidding.
You joke.
I did. You know, as a broadcaster, you can never say it's going to be a quick one, and you should never mention something because it has a tendency to come true.
Uh-huh. 2 down. Preston Clark doubled ahead of Kevin Key's 2-run homer light years ago, back in the 2nd inning, supplying the 2 Texas runs. So Clark at the plate now. Here's the pitch from Belfiore to Preston. Takes inside with a fastball, ball 1. It has gone final in Baton Rouge. LSU in 10 innings edged the Baylor Bears 3-2. 1-0 the count with 2 down. A wind up in the 1-0 pitch. High for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. 2 Big 12 teams have been involved in 3-2 contests. Oklahoma State, a 3 seed, beating the 1 seed Clemson tonight. Baylor, a 3 seed, losing in 10 innings to LSU, a top seed, 3-2. And we got a 2-2 game here. 2-0 pitch. Clark swings, line shot, just foul down the right field line past the leaping Mickey Wiswall. Just foul, and it's 2-1 to Preston.
Well, you got to play the lines, especially with 2 outs. You want to try to stay away from the extra base hit. So Wiswall was close to the line. That's the only way he can make even a jump for it because it was foul. But early with no outs, I don't believe in protecting the line. Even in a game like this, you want to take away and play in your normal position. But with 2 outs, you want to make sure you get to the lines on both sides.
Here's the 2-1 strike pitch to Clark. That's high for ball 3, and it's now 3-1. It's first time in a while Wiswall that Belfiore's gone to 3 balls on a batter. So Mike Belfiore with a 3-1 count to Preston Clark. With 2 down here in the 13th and the 3-1 pitch. Clark swings and fouls it off, and the count is full.
Well, you got to think about Preston's not a guy that's going to steal a base, and that's why he had that kind of hack 3-1. You got to think about extra bases. I mean, I'm the same type of player. I didn't have great speed, so in this situation, a single really doesn't do that much for you. You got to think about getting to second at least.
Here's the windup from Belfiore in the 3-ball, 2-strike pitch. Clark swings and drives this down the left field line. It'll fall into the corner. Being retrieved there by Lawrence. Clark will head for second, and he'll stop there with a 2-out double. There's your extra bases you were talking about.
Well, you got to. You got to put yourself in that position. Longhorns probably, if didn't have some injury problems and things going on with Belt getting hit, would pinch run here for Preston, but they won't have that opportunity. And a guy not used very often, Kyle Lusson, with an opportunity to make himself a hero right here.
Augie Garrido, the Longhorns head coach, will call an offensive timeout to visit with Kyle Lusson. Lusson grounded out. Actually popped up back in the 11th in his only plate appearance in this ball game. Kyle Lusson this season batting just .174. He has 8 hits and 46 at-bats. Out of his 8 hits, however, 2 have gone for doubles, and he's driven in 3 runs.
Well, he may be called back, and we may see a pinch hitter. It might be Tant Shepard.
That's exactly who it's going to be. So Tant Shepard would come on. Tant played in last night's contest, was a starter for a lot of the season for Texas, but has been platooned, and David Hernandez has seen time and left along with Tim Maitland. So here's Tant Shepard to bat. Tant.
Good quick bat.
Shepard is batting .260 for the season. He has hit 2 home runs with 21 runs batted in. Shepard is a sophomore from Flower Mound, Texas in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. 5'11", 210-pound right-handed hitter. Last night, Shepard did go 1 out of 2 in the ball game and had a sacrifice. So here we are in the top of the 13th inning. Preston Clark representing the go-ahead run and scoring position at second base with 2 outs, and Tan Shepard to pinch hit here. Time called. Here's the stretch and the pitch. That's in there for a strike to Shepard.
Bottom part of the zone right there.
0-1 the count. No balls and a strike with 2 outs. Here's the stretch and the 0-1 pitch to Shepard. Swing and a miss. 0-2 the count to Tant.
Got a good hack at that fastball. Now down in the count. Got a lot of options. As a pitcher, you can go to the hard slider, try to climb the ladder. Shepard now just be trying to put the ball in play. Whatever you do, spread out a little bit, make contact.
0-2 the count to Shepard. Belfiore the stretch and the 0-2 pitch. Tant swings and a ground ball hit the second. Up with it, Hamlet throws to first, and Boston College is out of the top of the 13th. No runs on a hit, and the Longhorns strand the go-ahead run in scoring position at second base. We go to the bottom of the 13th inning. It's still a 2-2 tie on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the bottom of the 13th inning, and Austin Wood's been spectacular, out for his 6th inning to start an inning. He's worked 5 2/3, allowed no hits, no runs, no earned runs, walked 1, struck out 7, thrown 76 pitches. It's like starting a ball game. Both of these closers are done, maybe even for Monday. So you look at this ball game, that's how important the game is. Scoreboard totals are correct. We finally have a change there. It's been 4 innings since we've had a change there. 2 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors for Texas. For BC, 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Coming to the plate for BC will be the bottom third of the order here in the bottom of the 13th inning.
Andrew Lawrence leads it off. Lawrence is 1 out of 4 tonight. Had his base hit back in the 5th inning. So Wood ready to go back to work. Kicks and deals on the first pitch is foul to the plate. Austin, by the way, in case you're wondering, this is not his longest outing by pitches anyway. He threw 78 pitches in the Saturday first game of a doubleheader against Oklahoma, and then threw 2 more to get a save in the second game. Wound up throwing 80 in the doubleheader. Was done for the weekend. 0-1 pitch downstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. So right now, Austin Wood is at 78 pitches.
He threw a bunch of pitches in a relief appearance at Oklahoma State, too, as well, on a Sunday afternoon, on a frigid Sunday afternoon. It might have turned the Longhorn season around.
No doubt. Pitch went missed downstairs for a ball. Now it's 2-1 Andrew Lawrence, as the Eagles want to get the winning run aboard here in the bottom of the 13th. The 2-1 pitch. That's a strike at the knees, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Andrew Lawrence. 2-2 the count to Lawrence. Wood winds and delivers the 2-2 pitch. And a ground ball, a slow roller. In fact, it was a foul ball off the foot of Lawrence. And Cameron Rupp complaining about it, but the umpire, home plate umpire Phil Benson, said it was a foul ball, and Augie Garrido's coming out to argue it.
Well, he should ask for help, and I think that's what Coach Garrido will ask. He will try to get Phil Benson to ask one of the other umpires, could you just please go ask somebody else and see if they saw it? He's having a conversation. I can't believe that if Benson saw it for sure, he should have called it right away. It's usually when that happens, folks, the umpire raises his hand straight up. That means it's a foul ball. But he didn't do that, and then all of a sudden, because Lawrence stayed at the plate, he decided it was a foul ball. He's not going to ask for help. I'm not sure why he didn't ask for help. He must have seen something, but he sure didn't raise his hands up like it was a foul ball.
That begs the question there. If he did tell Coach Garrido, I saw it all the way, why did he not signal it right away?
That's exactly right.
That's, I think, what Augie's complaint is. 2-2 the count to Lawrence. So Wood goes back to work, and the 2-2 pitch fouled at the plate by Lawrence. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Two and 2 the count. Wood with the windup. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Got Lawrence looking. And that is the 8th strikeout for Austin Wood. Out number 1 here in the bottom of the 13th inning. Now Mike Sudol. Sudol reached base on an error. That ground ball fielder's choice was thrown out trying to get to third. Other than that, he's been retired every time up, including a 1-4-3 shot off of Wood back in the 10th. Austin winds and deals on the first pitch. Breaking ball there for a strike. Oklahoma has scored 4 runs in the top of the 6th, but the Sooners still trail Arkansas 10-6 in that ball. Now it's 10-6. They've scored 5 in the 6th inning. 0-1 pitch. Line foul, and now Wood ahead of him 0-2.
The happiest people in the world are the Army Black Knights.
Yeah.
Because they would love to see pitching staffs exhausted and play till 2:30 in the morning.
They'd be okay with that.
They would be all right with that.
Army plays the loser of this ball game tonight. 0-2 pitch, swung on and a ground ball hit to short. Loy up with it. Brandon sets, throws to first in time. 2 down.
It's a marvelous job of pitching by these relief pitchers. Just spectacular.
2 outs. And here is Anthony Melchionda. Melchionda struck out swinging back in the 10th inning. He was Wood's 5th strikeout victim. So Melchionda, the freshman, at the plate. The pitch. Swings and chops a one-hopper to third. Torres has it. Throws to first. Inning over. 1-2-3 again for Austin Wood. Folks, we're going to go to the 14th inning here in Austin, Texas on a Saturday night. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
Well, we go to the top of the 14th. Mike Belfiore has gone 4 2/3 innings. He has allowed a hit. There is a chink in his armor. Austin Wood has not allowed 1 6 1/3 innings. No runs, no earned runs. Hadn't walked a batter, struck out 6. He's thrown 63 pitches. Coming to the plate here will be the 8, 9, and 1 spots for Texas in the top of the 14th inning.
It'll start with Connor Rowe. And Rowe got a hit way back in the 2nd inning. And he's been retired 4 times consecutive since. So here is Connor Rowe to lead it off for the Longhorns. And Mike Belfiore has thrown 63 pitches since coming on in the 8th inning.
Rowe just missed one the last time up.
Here's the first pitch. Connor swings and drives the ball high in the air, but got under it. The center fielder, Anston, settles under, back pedals, makes the catch for out number 1.
Just missed it again. Missed it.
He was looking first pitch fastball, was he not?
Mm-hmm.
1 out. David Hernandez is 0 for 4 tonight. He's popped to first, grounded to short twice, and struck out swinging. It was Belfiore's 3rd strikeout victim. Belfiore has 6 strikeouts in the ballgame.
It won't be long. We'll have every final in the country.
Yeah, they're working on it, even the ones from the West Coast. There's the windup, and Hernandez squares and takes a pitch for a strike. It's not a bad notion given the fact that this game has just been kind of going along, and haven't had a sacrifice situation. He's just trying to bunt for a base hit to perhaps catch him off guard. But now Melchionda, the freshman 3rd baseman, even with the back. Here's the pitch to Hernandez. Takes that one downstairs for a ball, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So 1-1 the count to Hernandez. Here's the windup from Belfiore. Low and inside, 2 balls and a strike to David. Two and 1 now to Hernandez. Belfiore rocks and delivers the 2-1 pitch. Low and inside, and now it's 3-1. There's some movement around in the Boston College bullpen. No throwing yet, but you might say some pacing in the Eagles' pen right now. 3-1 the count to Hernandez, and the 3-ball, 1-strike pitch. David takes a strike of the knees, and then the count is full at 3-2.
Well, you almost had to take that pitch there. See if you get yourself an opportunity to reach base somehow.
Here's the 3-2 pitch, and he fouls it off on the first base side as Hernandez keeps the at-bat alive. 3 balls and 2 strikes the count to David Hernandez. Top of the 14th inning. Texas and Boston College tied up at 2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Belfiore winds and delivers 3-2 pitch. Swung on, and that's line in the right field, a base hit. Hernandez with his first hit of the night, a 1-out single to right.
Well, good at bat. Fought his way all the way back. Now you got the top of the order with a runner on base. Tucker's tough to double up. Also handles the bat well. Don't really know what kind of move Belfiore's got. That's the one thing, but you would think it would be a great opportunity. Good combination here to do a little hit and run.
Hernandez is 3 for 3 in stolen bases this year. And he leads from first. Here's Tucker. The first pitch to Travis. Takes outside, ball 1.
Boy, he did not come to a real discernible stop right then.
That's close to a ball. 1-0 the count to Travis Tucker. 1 out, top of the 14th inning. Game tied at 2. Here's the stretch from Belfiore in the 1-0 pitch. Way outside, 2 balls, no strikes.
A great hit and run count if you want to try it right here and gamble.
Belfiore took his hat off, went to the back of the mound for a moment. Now collects himself and is back on the hill. 2-0 the count to Travis Tucker. Here's the stretch from Mike Belfiore in the 2-0 pitch. Tucker takes a strike. It's 2-1.
Well, if you didn't do it 2-0, this would be the one right here.
2 balls.
Hernandez is not reading it very well, though, Craig, at first.
Does draw a little bigger lead now off of first. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the stretch from Belfiore. The 2-1 pitch. And swung on, and a ground ball hit in the hole at short. Up with it. A throw to second is in time to retire Hernandez. Boy, that was bang, bang. It is out number 2.
Well, it was right there. What an excellent play. You got to give Butera a lot of credit. He got rid of it quickly in a pretty good stretch by Hamlet at second base. Longhorns felt like, and the fans felt like they got there, but all you can do as an infielder is get rid of it as quick as you can, and did a nice job of stretching, did Hamlet at second base, and that stretch very well may have gotten him at second base. Very close play.
So with 2 outs, here's Brandon Belt. Belt does not have a hit. He has sacrificed and walked tonight. Here's the pitch to Brandon. Takes downstairs for ball 1. Belfiore has now thrown 75 pitches. Longhorns would like to think maybe they're getting to him here, but they've got to come up with a 2-out hit now.
Well, they need an extra base out of Tucker. See if he can read him and maybe figure out how to get to second.
Travis. Away from first. Belt swings and drives one. That'll fall in to center field. Tucker around second. He'll hold there. Brandon Belt, a 2-out hit the opposite way to left, and now the runners at first and second with 2 down.
Well, now you got the opportunity. Runner in the scoring position. Longhorn fans still upset about the call at second base. Felt like that would have produced a run, and it very well would have.
Now Michael Torres. Michael, 1 out of 6 tonight at the plate. Travis Tucker, the go-ahead run in scoring position at second base. Brandon Belt at first base. 2 outs, top of the 14th inning, game tied at 2. Mike Belfiore going to take a little time now. Now Torres waggles the bat. Belfiore sets. Here's the first pitch to Torres. Check swing, and it's a strike.
Tucker can get third if he wants it. It looks like to me right now they're not paying much attention to him at second base. It is an open throw for Sanchez, the catcher.
And you have that freshman third baseman, Melchianda, who has not played much this season, but he's the third baseman. Here's the stretch. And Belfiore will kick around towards second.
He's going to have to do something because if Tucker had wanted it, he had it on the first pitch, there's no doubt.
No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. 0-1 the count to Michael Torres. A stretch from Belfiore. And the runners go. Pitch is downstairs, and he'll take it without a throw. A double steal. 1 ball and 1 strike the count to Torres.
Well, you just knew that was coming. Belfiore was really struggling. He's slow to the plate. We talked about that. Pressure now. Great situation. Belfiore's handled everything the Longhorns have thrown at him right now. Now the crowd on their feet here.
He'll go back to the windup, and Tucker dancing off third, and time called as Mick Aoki is going to go to the mound.
He wants to talk about a lot of different things. First, you got to move your third baseman in. Torres would not afraid to drop a bunt. Tucker will be prepared for it, so you got to make sure that the third baseman's aware of that. Hey, now this guy might drop a bunt here. Next thing you got to talk about is the guys that are on the base paths really don't matter right now. It's the guy at the plate that we got to get the out. Don't worry about what's happening in front of you. Conversely, Augie Garrido is talking to Michael Torres to say, what did he do to you? What has he been doing to you? That type of thing. Make sure you've got a game plan to know what the pitcher's been doing to you to get you out. Struck him out on a pitch outside the zone the last time up.
On a 3-2 pitch. That was back in the 12th. Now we're in the top of the 14th. Texas 2, Boston College 2. Longhorns with 2 in scoring position and 2 out. Belfiore will go back to the windup. The 1-1 pitch. Low ball 2, and it's 2-1 the count. The other thing, Belfiore does have an open base here.
He does, but it's a lefty-lefty matchup. Michael's a great hitter, but the chances are, in reality, that
he wants to get him now.
He wants to get this guy.
2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Torres swing and a miss, and it's 2-2.
Left that slider upstairs, and Michael had a pretty good swing at that pitch right there.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out, 2-2 tie. The Longhorns have certainly had their fill of 2s. They'd love to get a third one at least right here. A base hit from Torres could score 2. There's another 2 for you. To the windup, Belfiore. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted, foul, out of play. Back on the third base side of home plate.
Pretty good hack right there. It was on that pitch.
Belfiore now has thrown 82 pitches. Travis Tucker, the go-ahead run, 90 feet away at third base. Brandon Belt at second with 2 down. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Belfiore the windup. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Torres. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Belfiore does it again. Comes up with a big strikeout to get out of the 14th. No runs in the inning for the Longhorns on a couple of hits, and they strand 2 in scoring position. We go to the bottom of the 14th. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone. We're going to the bottom of the 14th inning. The Texas Longhorns and the Boston College Eagles are locked up in a 2-2 tie. Craig Way and Keith Moreland with you. If you joined us late, Longhorns scored 2 runs way back in the second inning on a 2-run Kevin Keys home run off of Boston College starter Pat Dean. But BC hammered out 1 run in the 4th and a tying run in the 6th. And we've been deadlocked ever since. Chance Ruffin went 6 1/3 innings for Texas. Austin Wood has pitched to every batter since then. He has thrown 87 pitches. And he'll prepare to work here in the 14th inning. So, top of the order with Robbie Anston leading it off for BC. Wood, the first pitch, is there for a strike.
Well, Austin's been spectacular, as we talked about, throughout the ball game. You just keep looking at the number of pitches. He just keeps pitching ahead in the count.
And the pitch is inside, misses there for a ball. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike, the count to Robbie Anston. Wood with the windup of the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and a high chopper. Charging the ball. Loy has to hurry. Throws to first, and he got him. In time for out number 1.
Well, he knew he had to get it and get rid of it in a hurry. The play was made because he charged it. Anston giving everything he got. Head first slide into first base, trying to get there. Austin Wood, these 2 relief pitchers, marvelous. Both of them have been outstanding.
1 out. And at the plate is Matt Hamlet. First pitch in there for a strike. Hamlet has lined to short, walked and scored, sacrificed, flying to center and flying to right. 0-1 the count. The windup from Wood in the 0-1 pitch. Low for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You get credit for a no-hitter if you go 9 innings and no-hit ball? Just checking. I don't think you do.
He's done a tremendous job since coming on. Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. They're just down the bottom of the 6th in Norman, where Arkansas leads Oklahoma 11-6 in that one. It started an hour after this one. The windup in the 1-2 pitch. Missed outside for a ball. It's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count to Matt Hamlet. 1 out, bottom of the 14th inning, and the game tied at 2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Another strikeout for Austin Wood. As he
ninth of the ball game.
His 9th of the ball game. 2 out. Tony Sanchez. Sanchez is 0 for 5 tonight, but always represents the ability to change it, or in this case, it could be win it with 1 swing of the bat. Wood with the windup. Here's the first pitch. Misses low and outside, ball 1. One and 0 the count with 2 down. Wood with the windup of the 1-0 pitch. Low, 2 balls, no strikes.
Don't want to make a mistake here. Even a 2-out walk, left-handed hitter waiting on deck.
The 4, 5, and 6 hitters due for Texas in the 15th if it happens. And the pitch misses low, and now it's 3-0.
Don't throw a fastball here 3-0 because he may very well have the green light. So got to be careful here.
3 balls, no strikes, the count of Tony Sanchez. The 3-0 pitch, swing and a miss on the 3-0. 3-1 now.
Played this game a long time. Got to make a good pitch there.
3 balls and a strike, the windup. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss again, and now the count's full.
Sanchez went fishing that time, went after a changeup. Trying to make something happen. That's what you play on in extra innings as a pitcher. You can really play on a hitter's want to.
Here's the windup from Wood in a 3-2 pitch, and he pulls it foul by the Texas dugout.
Pulling the string on him, had him way out in front again.
And everybody rising to their feet again. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Wood with a windup and the payoff pitch. Outside ball 4. Sanchez will take the walk.
And in reality, after being behind 3-0, both sides accomplished their fact. Sanchez actually got patient enough to take the walk. He was trying to make it happen, and Wood did his job not giving in right there. I mean, Wiswell is a very good hitter that's coming to the plate. There's no doubt about it. But it's a lefty-lefty matchup, and Wood has just handled him all night. Wiswell is 1 for 5, struck out 3 times tonight.
Once more, Austin to Sherry, loosening up in the Texas bullpen. Austin Wood has thrown 102 pitches now. Here's the pitch to Wiswell. That one breaks in for a strike. So Tony Sanchez representing the winning run for Boston College on base here at first base with 2 down in the bottom of the 14th. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and a ground ball hit the second. Up with it, Tucker. Throws to first. We go to the 15th.
They've gone to the 15th in a tie ball game.
Cameron Rupp, 1 out of 6, a hit, and 5 strikeouts in the first pitch from Belfiore. misses upstairs for ball. 7,104 in attendance tonight, and I don't think anybody's left. Very few anyway. Looks like everybody's still in their seats, and who'd want to leave? Great ball game. Belfiore. With a rock in the delivery, here's the 1-0. And Rupp fouls it off. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Got a ball to handle right there. Just couldn't square it up.
Arkansas scored 3 runs, still batting bottom of the 6th inning with a 13-6 lead on Oklahoma.
A run? What's a run?
They have plenty of them there. The 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Check swing, but it's a strike, and it's 1-2.
2 guys are just not allowing that to happen.
Belfiore has been marvelous, and Wood has been tremendous. 1-2 the count. Belfiore did a great job of getting out of the 14th. The 1-2 pitch. Low for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. Two and 2 the count. Belfiore looks in for the sign. Now the rock in the delivery. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Rupp. Cameron fouls it at the plate. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. In Fullerton, Cal State, Fullerton, and Gonzaga, they're scoring runs, but 4 apiece. Top of the 6th there.
Good friend of yours and mine, a mentor for you, a friend of mine, Bill Mercer. And I got these sheets from Bill Mercer. We'll get to that after this pitch.
Here's the 2 ball, 2 strike pitch. Bounced in the dirt, and the count is full. 3-2. He speaks, of course, Bill Mercer, former broadcaster, the Chicago White Sox and the Texas Rangers, their first broadcast. Dallas Cowboys, play-by-play voice.
Let's don't forget now, if you were raised in the Metroplex, he was also Saturday Night Wrestling.
World-class championship wrestling. He was a mentor and
tremendous
kind of a second father to me. He'd love a ball game like this. Here's a 3-2 pitch, swung on, and a little comeback right to the mound. And Rupp had it go off the foot, and they're going to count this for an out. And Cameron Rupp was trying to hobble, and he goes down. Now, home plate umpire Phil Benson is going to ask for help from his umpiring crew.
He didn't ask for it the last time. Now we're going to see what happens here and see if this counts. If not, this is a great acting job by Cameron. He deserves an Academy Award if he is.
He's bent over. I couldn't tell. Could you tell, Keith?
I couldn't tell either, but the first step out of the box looked like that he was off of his foot. We'll see what happens.
They're going to say he's out. And now Augie Garrido's going to come out and ask 2 questions. Why this, and why didn't you get help then?
Yes, why didn't you get help on the one that we had when we were on the defensive side? And this time, he's not going to win this argument. If you're Cameron, you got to get back away from it. Go ahead and get in the dugout. Let your head coach.
Rupp very upset.
Get back in the dugout. Let Coach Garrido handle it.
And he is handling it. He is letting the home plate umpire Phil Benson hear about it. Very upset with him. Phil Benson standing there listening to every word, hands on hips right now.
Coach Garrido is obviously not, as long as you don't get you involved in it, you're usually in pretty good shape. If you can describe all your frustrations with a call, with a play or whatever, but as long as you don't take the umpire and put a you in front of it.
I think it depends on how you use that personal pronoun. If you say you missed the call, it's okay.
Well,
but you can't say you such and such, you missed the call.
Yeah.
It all depends on how you use that. And now he's letting the third base umpire, Darrell Arnold, hear about it. He'll go back to the dugout. So it's 1 out after all is said and done.
Well, getting back to after all that excitement to Bill Mercer, he gave us some sheets. Craig has some that are a lot prettier than mine that he's created on his own, but mine is through it in 15 innings. I'd have to start a new sheet.
Here's Brandon Loy at the plate. First pitch is in there for a strike. I've run out. I'm just writing in the margins on mine as well.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
This is trying to figure out what's left.
0-1 the count. Here's the windup of the 0-1 pitch. And he lines it foul, does Loy, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. The thing for the Longhorns is to stay focused right now here.
Well, the fans it felt like that a lot of calls haven't gone for the Longhorns tonight. The fans are very much involved in what's going on. You're right. You have to mostly stand in there. And also,
Here's the 0-2 pitch and just fouled at the plate.
The other thing you have to do is when there's a stop, when the flow of the game is going, when you have a stoppage for fans, everything seems to be vocal throughout the thing. You have to really keep your mind on what you're doing as well.
0-2 is the count of Brandon Loy. Here's the windup from Belfiore in the 0-2 pitch. Bounced in the dirt. 1-2 the count. Keith are just now getting ready to start in Irvine, where UC Irvine and Virginia will play. San Diego State eliminated the defending national champion, so there will be a new national champion this year. San Diego State beat Fresno State 4-1 today. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Loy. Swings and chops it on the ground to third. Charging it, throwing it for Melchionda, and the throw is on the mark. Coming down on the bag with the ball was Wiswall for the out.
Nice play by Wiswall, who's a third baseman normally. He had to go into Loy, but at this point you're going to give your body up to go get the ball, and he does a nice job of getting it and bringing it down and getting his left foot on the bag.
So, 2 down. Here's Preston Clark. Clark doubled and scored back in the second. And he doubled his last time up. Was left stranded. Now, Belfiore's pitch bounces downstairs for ball 1. One and 0 the count. The pitch swung on. That's line foul down the left field line. 1 ball, 1 strike the count.
Jordan Etier is out in the on-deck circle. Etier will be the pinch hitter for Tim Maitland, who's in the game in right field.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch. High for ball 2. 2-1 the count. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Belfiore's pitch. Fouled straight back by Clark, and it's 2-2 for
Preston had a pitch to hit right there. Belfiore upset with himself as well, elevated that fastball, and Preston fouled it straight back, got the barrel of the bat right out in front. If he squares that one, he could have gone a long way. This will be the 100th pitch of the ball game for Belfiore right here.
The 2 ball, 2 strike pitch. Swing and a miss. He gets Clark swinging to strike out. And the inning is over. The fans letting the umpires hear about it, as is the Texas dugout. In the top of the 15th, no runs, no hits, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the 15th. Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
Dan Patrick.
Much like we were earlier in the ball game, we go to the bottom of the 15th inning. Texas still has to get 6 outs to win the game in a 2-2 ball game. Advantage Boston College here. They will be sending to the plate the 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the bottom of the 15th inning to face Austin Wood. He's gone 7 2/3 innings. Folks, he has not allowed a hit nor a run. He's walked 2, struck out 9 through 104 pitches. And he's on here to face the 5, 6, and 7 hitters for the Eagles in the bottom of the 15th. I mentioned it earlier. Do you know who's loving this? The Black Knights of Army, who are awaiting the loser of this ball game tomorrow at noon. I mean, obviously that's 14 hours away, so plenty of sleep.
Right.
But pitching staffs are being extended here.
Well, they are to an extent. I mean, in the fact that Austin Wood obviously won't be available, but Texas has only used 2 guys.
Well, they've only used 2 guys, but still.
And BC's used 3.
When you know a team doesn't have their closer, somebody else maybe have to be in that role.
And guess who leads it off for BC? Mike Belfiore takes a pitch outside for a ball. Belfiore, of course, the DH to start the ball game, and in since the 8th inning, takes a pitch on the inside corner, a called strike. Belfiore had an RBI single to drive home Boston College first run back in the 4th. Overall, he is 1 for 5. The 1-1 pitch swings, and it's a slow tapper out to the mound. Up with it, Wood. He'll flip underhanded to Clark at first for out number 1.
Austin has just been outstanding, changing speeds, hitters out on their front foot, just cued it right off of the end of the bat.
So that's out number 1 here in the 15th. Barry Butera reached base on a hit and went second on an error back in the 7th, but was left stranded there. Swing and a miss on the first pitch for strike 1. Wood's been tremendous. And Keith, it does beg the question, how much longer could they possibly go with him, even as he's continued to be effective? Here's the 0-1 to Butera. Swung on a miss, 0-2 the count.
Wow,
he's at 109 pitches right now.
109 pitches right now, but he's still cruising. He hasn't given up nada.
0-2 the count, and the 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. And Butera arguing with a home plate umpire, Phil Benson, who tells him to get back to his dugout. And the BC dugout all over Phil Benson now.
Well, the first 9 innings, Benson, I thought, was very good. Since then, everybody starts to lose focus. They're tired. The game well over 4 hours old now. Understanding what's at stake for both sides. Tense pressure.
2 down. Now Andrew Lawrence at the plate. Takes a pitch for a strike. Austin Wood now with 10 strikeouts in the ball game. He's gone 8 1/3 innings of relief. The windup and the 0-1. Strike 2 called. He's pouring it in now. 0-2 the count to Andrew Lawrence. And the crowd of 7,104 rising to its feet. And the 0-2 pitch tapped on the ground out to first. Preston Clark has it, steps on the bag. Easy as you please. The Eagles go in order in the 15th. No runs, no hits, nobody left. Who will score next? The Longhorns have the next shot. We'll go to the 16th in a 2-2 tie on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the top of the 16th inning. No kidding, folks. It's the top of the 16th inning. 2 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors. If you're just tuning in. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Boston College. 2 relief pitchers. Austin Wood for Texas. Mike.
Belfiore.
We've
called his name a few times, huh?
We have. I was just going to look, and I was looking over to see his numbers right now. He's gone 6 2/3 innings, allowed 3 base hits, no runs, obviously no earned runs. He hasn't walked a batter and struck out 8. He has been magnificent. Austin Wood has been magnificent as well. And we go to the top of the 16th inning. It will be the bottom third of the order due. Tim Maitland will lead it off for Texas.
Well, you mentioned that Jordan Etier had been in the on-deck circle last time. The Longhorns managed to get somebody on base there with 2 outs. But now it'll be Tim Maitland for his first at-bat in the ballgame.
Lefty-lefty matchup here.
Maitland, the freshman.
Good bunter.
Belfiore winds, and the first pitch is downstairs for a ball. It's interesting to bring up about the bunting, and Melchionda is playing back.
It's going to take a strike, I'm sure, lefty-lefty matchup.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that's a strike on the outside corner. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1 to count to Tim Maitland, who this season batting .222. He's 6 for 27 for the year. No homers. He's driven in 4 runs. The 1 ball, 1 strike pitch outside, and it's 2 balls and a strike to Maitland. 2-1 the count to Tim Maitland here, leading off the top of the 16th inning. A windup. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Belfiore. Swing and a miss from Maitland, and it's 2-2.
Guy on deck, Connor Rowe, as we've mentioned it each time, has had the best swings, he and Preston Clark, against Belfiore.
Here's the 2 ball, 2 strike pitch. Swung on in a slow roller out to second. Charging the ball to throw to first in time from Hamlet to Wiswall for out number 1.
Well, it was a nice play right there. He had to come get it, make the play. We talked about Rowe having good swings. If he can't get a hold of one here, he's a guy that's got nice pop in his bat.
Connor Rowe flied to center back in the 14th. That just sounds strange to say, back in the 14th. 1 out. Here's the windup from Belfiore in the first pitch. Connor swings and chops it foul past third. We're in the top of the 16th inning. Longhorns 2 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors. Boston College 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Mike Belfiore takes a little extra time now. Backs off. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball high to Rowe.
No activity in the Texas bullpen. Wood is going to come out for the bottom of the 16th. No doubt.
Longhorns would love to get him at least a run to take out there. Here's the 1-ball, 1-strike pitch. Rowe swings and a little pop-up over in foul territory on the first base side. Easy play made for Wiswall, and they're 2 down. So 2 outs, and David Hernandez, who got his first hit of the ball game in the 14th, his last time up. Then was forced out on a close play.
Real close.
At second base on the fielder's choice. Here's the windup from Belfiore, and the first pitch sails back to the screen. It went neck high inside to Hernandez. 1-0 the count with 2 down. Hernandez digs back in. Mike Belfiore. The windup, here's the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and a fly ball hit out toward right center. On his horse, in position. 2 outfielders almost collide. That was a close play. In the end, I guess, who got that? The right fielder. So, yeah, Sudol. They crossed paths at the moment. Sudol made the catch to retire the side. No runs, no hits, nobody left.
We go to the bottom of the 16th inning, and Austin Wood out again. He's gone 8 2/3 innings of no-hit baseball. No runs. He's walked 2, struck out 10. 113 pitches in relief. An incredible number of strikes, folks. 81 of them in the strike zone. He will be facing the 8, 9, and 1 spots in the order. For Boston College, you got to give both of these teams credit. The will to survive is what we've seen tonight. 4 hours, 16 minutes of it. Neither team wanted to give an inch. Neither relief pitcher wanted to give an inch. Who's going to blink first is what we boil down to now.
Mike Sudol leads it off. Sudol is 0 for 5. He's grounded out 5 times. And he looks at the first pitch downstairs for a ball.
Michael Torres understanding, same thing as I do. Sudol looked at him. He moves in, tries to take the bunt away.
The windup and the pitch. Inside, ball 2, 2-0. They appeal to third. He did not go around, so it's 2 balls and no strikes.
Now you got to throw a strike here. I think Sudol will be taking this pitch with a 2 leading off the inning.
2-0 the count. The windup from Wood in the 2-0 pitch. He fouls it at the plate. It's 2 balls, 1 strike.
Might have went outside the zone right there, too. Might have been a break for Texas.
2-1 the count. Once more, Austin DeSherry begins to loosen up in the Texas bullpen. 2 balls and 1 strike, the count to Mike Sudol. The 2-1 pitch swings here and chops it on the ground out to second. Up with it, Tucker. Flipped to first for out number 1. 6 times tonight, Mike Sudol is grounded out. He's also reaching on a fielder's choice, but he's retired. Out number 1. And it's Melchionda who comes to the plate. Melchionda 0 for 2 since entering the ball game. He has struck out and grounded out. Wood with a windup in the pitch. Swings, and it's a slow rolling tapper to short. Charging the ball. Loy sets, fires to first. Got him in time for out number 2. Well, the Longhorns are doing their part, as is Wood, to try to make it quick innings for him anyway.
Well, he's throwing enough strikes. That's the important part of it. Is when you throw strikes, he's got great movement on the fastball. He's just getting so many balls pounded into the ground.
2 down. Back to the top of the order to Robbie Anston. Here's the pitch. That's a strike at the knees.
9 1/3 innings of no-hit baseball for Austin Wood.
That's amazing. A windup from Wood in the 0-1 pitch. Low for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Reminds me of Harvey Haddix.
Had 12 perfect innings, and then in the 13th lost it. A 1-ball, 1-strike pitch. Comebacker. Wood snags it like a goalie. Flips to first. Another 1-2-3 inning. Austin Wood has thrown 9 2/3 innings of scoreless relief. We're going to the 17th inning. Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
Over the years, Craig Way and I have done a lot of broadcasts together. Every 3 innings, I always say it's a third of the ball game. End of the 6th, 2/3 of the game. And usually at the end of 9, that's the end of the ball game. Well, we've had another third and another 2/3 as we go to the 17th inning of this ball game, and it will be the top of the order due for Texas here in the 17th inning. Pitchers have been magnificent. Not final yet because Wood's still in the game. Austin Wood has gone 9 2/3 innings. No hits, no runs, 2 walks, 10 strikeouts. He's faced 31 batters, thrown 121 pitches. He just got out of the bottom of the 16th. Mike Belfiore, well, his is as good as Austin Wood. He's gone 7 2/3 of scoreless relief, allowed 3 hits. No runs, no earned runs. Hadn't walked a batter, struck out 8. He's thrown 110 pitches. Who's going to bat an eye?
Well, Travis Tucker leads it off against Belfiore here in the top of the 17th. Belfiore winds and delivers in the first pitch. Misses downstairs for ball 1. 1-0 the count. The pitch. Swung on as is chopped on the ground, out to second. Up with it, Hamlet. Throw to first for out number 1.
Just been able to match each pitch. They're just done a fantastic job. Hitters understand what's coming now. It's not like they're seeing a closer for the first time and you say, well, I want to see what he's got. They've all had 3 at-bats against both pitchers.
Well, here's Brandon Belt. Belt reached on a base hit his last time up. Back in the 15th. Pitch misses for ball 1. One and 0 the count. The lineup from Belfiore in the 1-0. Downstairs, no. A delayed call for a strike from Phil Benson. It's 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. The windup of the 1-1 pitch. Belt swings and a ground ball hit to first. This time Wiswall will make the play. He'll step on the bag, and they're 2 down.
I'm not doing a very good job, folks, of analyzing this because it's just a dominant performance. There's not really anything you can say other than 2 young men are at the peak of their game. As good as you can do a job, both of them have done their job and just dominating the game.
2 down. Michael Torres at the plate. He struck out his last time up with 2 in scoring position back in the 15th. Here's the pitch to Michael. Swings and it's a ground ball to short. Up with it. Butera throw to first. Longhorns go in order in the top of the 17th. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the 17th. It's still Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the bottom of the 17th inning. Still a 2-2 ball game. 2 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors for Texas. 2 runs, only 5 hits, and no errors for Boston College. The last base hit in the ball game for the Eagles came back in the 7th inning of this ball game. A 1-out Barry Butella single back in the 7th inning. Since then, Austin Wood has retired every batter except 2. He had a walk in the 8th and a walk in the 14th. Other than that, he's retired every batter he's faced, and he will face here in the Bottom of the 17th inning, the meat of the order, 2-3-4 due for Boston College in a 2-2 ball game.
Well, leading it off is Matt Hamlet. And Wood ready to go to work. Here's the pitch to Hamlet. Takes a pitch upstairs for a ball. Here's the windup of the 1-0. Swung on and fouled at the plate. The fans are going to get all over. In fact, Cameron Rupp's going to finish the play. They'll call a foul ball. And Rupp did that as much to make a point as anything else.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He made a point. He is no doubt he made a point. Thing about it is, Phil Benson recognized that point.
Yeah. 1 ball, 1 strike. A windup from Wood. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's a strike at the knees, and it's 1-2. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning in Norman. Arkansas leading Oklahoma 13-6 in that one. That game started an hour after this one. 1-2 pitch is outside for a ball. We've had 4 total runs in this ball game, 19 total runs, and 28 total hits in that ball game in Norman. 2-2 the count. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Wood. Outside, and the count is full to Hamlet.
That's a big pitch right now. Wood, 126 pitches on the night. The biggest pitch he's thrown, they've all been big, but this is a huge one right here for both Hamlet and Wood. Leadoff base runner, something that the Eagles haven't had.
3 balls and 2 strikes the count to Matt Hamlet. Wood winds and delivers the 3-2 pitch outside, ball 4, and there it is. Leadoff walk to Matt Hamlet.
Well, more than likely, Sanchez is not a guy that has bunted very often throughout the season. It definitely calls for a bunt here. There's no doubt that that's what should happen when you need 1 run, especially when you're the home team. If you're the visitor, you might go gamble, but see what happens here, but a leadoff base runner. Sanchez a candidate for a double play ball, though, if he swings the bat.
Well, throw over to first, and
Sanchez was squaring early. Now, I don't know if he was selling something there, but he was definitely squared around early.
Wood, just his 3rd walk, is not allowed to hit. Sanchez is squaring, pulls back the bat. Runner goes, and the pitch is fouled off.
Well, it's hit and run. It's fake bunt, hit and run is exactly what they were doing. Got movement in the infield. Loy was going to cover the bag. Hamlet got an excellent jump as well.
No balls and a strike the count to Tony Sanchez. We're in the bottom of the 17th inning in a 2-2 tie. Boston College is the winning run aboard at first. Matt Hamlet, he squares again, bunts it on the third base side. Up with it, Torres. He'll go to second, and he gets the out. By a step to retire Hamlet for out number 1.
A huge play, and again, Torres thinking quickly, got there in a hurry, set his feet before he fielded the ball. All he had to do is raise and throw.
Now Mickey Wiswall. Wiswall has 1 hit in 6 at-bats tonight. And the home plate umpire, Phil Benson, some conversation over there at the first base side, a wrap around the wrist of Sanchez, but he's ready to go down. So Sanchez, the runner at first. 1 out, bottom of the 17th, game tied at 2. Here's Wood from the stretch, and a check at first. The first pitch caught the inside corner for a strike. 0-1 the count. A stretch from Austin. Throw over to first. And on that fielder's choice, Austin Wood has now thrown 10 scoreless, hitless innings with 3 walks and 10 strikeouts. He has thrown 130 pitches since coming on in the 7th inning. The 0-1. Swing, and the bat just slung right back behind the plate. 0-2 the count.
It slipped out of the hands of Wiswall. Might be the only way you see a bat come out of your hand, that's the right direction, because sometimes that goes toward the stands. This one was in front of the net, hit the padding.
0-2 the count. And the 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 call. Wisball caught looking. And the 11th strikeout for Austin Wood. 2 down. And the man who has gone mano a mano against Austin Wood tonight out of the bullpen, Mike Belfiore, who of course has been the DH for Boston College, but has done his own tremendous job out of the bullpen, comes to the plate now. Belfiore with 8 2/3 innings of scoreless relief. He has allowed 3 hits. First pitch is strike 1. Dare I think it, the Longhorns in the top of the 18th would have the 4, 5, and 6 hitters do. Here's the stretch from Wood. The 0-1 pitch to Belfiore. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes the count. And again, nearly all of the 7,104 in attendance tonight on their feet, looking for another strikeout from Austin Wood. The stretch from Wood. And the 0-2 pitch. Low for a ball. It's 1-2. This game has surpassed 4.5 hours now. 1 ball. 2 strikes, 2 outs. The stretch from Wood. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And just fouled to the plate by Belfiore. One and 2 the count to Mike Belfiore. Tony Sanchez the runner at first. We're in the bottom of the 17th inning. Texas and Boston College a 2-2 tie here in the NCAA Regional. Wood the stretch now. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Low, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count.
Longhorn outfield way back. You got to prevent nothing over your head here, because Sanchez has scored to win the game. You got to play everything in front of you. You may allow something to fall in that wouldn't normally fall in, but you can't let anything behind you.
The stretch. Throw over to first. Sanchez is back. Sanchez, by the way, just 1 out of 5 on the base pass this year. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Here's the stretch now from Wood. And the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and a fly ball hit to shallow left. Coming on, sliding for it, making the catch. Oh, boy. What a catch made by David Hernandez to retire the side. No runs. Still no hits off Austin Wood. And 1 runner left on base. And you only thought there weren't 3 games played on a regional Saturday anymore. We'll have the equivalent of the second one played here as we go to the 18th inning. It's Texas 2, BC 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the top of the 18th inning, and both of these pitchers still throwing up zeros. Austin Wood allows a leadoff walk. Good defensive play by the Horns third baseman Michael Torres to get the lead runner on a bunt attempt. And Wood pitches out of the jam. 4, 5, 6 due here in the top of the 18th inning. Scoreboard totals: 2 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors for Texas. For Boston College, 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors. And all the years and the many appearances of the Texas Longhorns in to playoff baseball, I'm going to stretch it out and guarantee this is the longest one they've ever played in here in the top of the 18th. We'll try to get you that information, but I am absolutely positive there hadn't been many 18-inning playoff baseball games in Longhorn history.
It is confirmed. I checked it during a break. This is the longest postseason game in University of Texas history. And now Cameron Rupp at the plate to lead it off against Mike Belfiore. A wind-up and the pitch to Rupp. In there for a strike. Cameron has struck out 5 times tonight. He has a hit, and then last time up, that controversial play when it looked like he fouled the ball off the foot, was hobbling around. They ruled that he didn't and was thrown out at first. The 0-1. Low and inside for a ball. 1-1 the count. One ball, 1 strike the count. Mike Belfiore with a windup. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Rupp. That's a strike taken, and it's 1-2. And Keith, I would imagine guys are probably going to be a little more prone to taking a strike here, just trying to see if they can get a base runner.
Well, you've seen him so many times, you're looking for something to hit. Belfiore's changed his pitch selection.
1-2 pitch, fouled straight back.
He's gone after Cameron with a lot of breaking balls, and Cameron, I would be like him, thinking he was going to get a slider there. He got a fastball he took. He got the slider, now 1-2 on the next one, and just fouled it off.
1 ball and 2 strikes, the count to Rupp. Belfiore with a windup. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and Rupp strikes out. That is out number 1 in the top of the 18th.
Just took something off. He's had the great ability, as Belfiore, of throwing the hard slider that they've swung over the top of. And then like that one, he takes a little bit off of it. The hitter's already out there, and they swing over the top, even though that ball was in the strike zone.
Loy at the plate now. Has 2 hits tonight. The pitch to Brandon. Takes that one a strike call. He's 2 for 6 tonight with a sacrifice as well. He's grounded out 4 times tonight. The pitch. And jammed him. A little slow roller to first, but it'll roll foul. And that's a break for Brandon Loy for the
No
long.
question. The first baseman, Griswold, made a mistake. You got to come get that ball. What you're afraid of in your mind is the runner's going to run by you, but the ball's always going to get to you quicker. If he comes and gets it in foul territory, he gets an out. That is a break for Texas. See if Loy can take advantage of it now with an 0-2 count.
So no balls and 2 strikes to count to Brandon Loy. 1 out here in the top of the 18th inning. Here's the windup from Belfiore, and the 0-2 pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-2. Arkansas scored a run in the bottom of the 8th. Razorbacks still batting. They lead Oklahoma 14-6.
A run? There's a run?
There was a run there.
Oh, okay.
Not here, though. 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Loy caught looking. And that is strikeout number 10 for Mike Belfiore.
And he's pitched 9 in the 3rd innings of relief. Thrown 124 pitches himself. 125, as a matter of fact.
He's allowed 3 hits, but was able to wriggle off the biggest threat when the Longhorns had 2 in scoring position back in the 15th. So now Preston Clark at the plate. Preston certainly capable, as we mentioned, driving the ball a long way. Belfiore just hasn't given him many good pitches to hit. Here's the pitch to Clark. Swings and lines it off of the umpire, who was in foul territory. It's strike 1. Darrell Arnold couldn't get out of the way. I think it would have gone foul anyway, but Arnold made sure of it.
If he was in fair territory, the ball would have been fair.
Right.
They're an object. This is a neutral object. You still got to play it.
Part of the field.
So, but he was in foul territory like he's supposed to be.
0-1 the count to Clark. Belfiore winds and delivers the 0-1 pitch to Preston. Swing and a miss from Clark. No balls, 2 strikes to count. Preston clearly looking for a pitch he can drive here at this juncture of the ball game. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Belfiore with a windup. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Outside for a ball, and Boston College infield had started off the field. They thought they had a 3rd strike. 1-2 the count to Clark. Here's the windup and the 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Clark took it. Inning is over. Mike Belfiore now has struck out 11. And 9 2/3 innings of scoreless relief for Belfiore. We go to the bottom of the 18th. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the bottom of the 18th inning, and Austin Wood is out for what will be his 11th inning of work. He's gone 9 2/3 innings of hitless, scoreless baseball. 10 2/3 innings. He's thrown 138 pitches, walked 3, struck out 11. He'll be facing in the order the 6, 7, and 8 hitters here in the bottom of the 18th. And again, each time Longhorns don't score in the top of the inning, they've got to get 6 out. So right now you need to get those 3 first. That's the most important thing. Get your offense back going, back on the field.
We mentioned this is the longest postseason game in University of Texas history. It isn't the longest postseason game in NCAA history. Not yet, anyway, by 1 inning.
No kidding.
Clemson and Fordham played a 19-inning game back in 1988 at Beehive Field in New Britain, Connecticut, in a regional. That went 19 innings. And, of course, the longest game of any kind in Texas history, twice 20 innings in 1981 against Rice in the aforementioned 20-inning ballgame that Keith and I worked in Manhattan, Kansas in 2004. First pitch, trying to bunt Butera, and he went around for strike one. Now they can 1 the count here in the bottom of the 18th inning. Wood with a windup. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And Butera couldn't stop his swing, went around. Boston ahead of him. No balls, 2 strikes.
Wood just continues to pour it in the strike zone.
0-2 the count. Here's the windup from Wood in the 0-2 pitch. And it's pulled foul past first. Still 0-2 the count.
Which coach is also going to blink and go to their bullpen? That's the other thing that you got to look at. At some point, both of these young men are got to get done.
0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, went around. Strikeout, number 12 for Austin Wood. Well, Austin DeSherry spent a lot of time warming up in the Texas bullpen, and now Boston College starting getting its bullpen going. I have a feeling, maybe, I don't know. This may be Austin Wood's last inning, but you never know. Here's Lawrence at the plate, the pitch. That's in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. No balls and a strike the count. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2 the count. Arkansas, by the way, still batting in the 8th. They've scored 4 runs. They lead 17-6.
Wow.
Over Oklahoma. The 0-2 pitch. It's pulled foul. Still 0-2 the count. I'll welcome you wherever you're listening tonight. Flagship station AM 1300 The Zone all across the World Wide Web tonight. A couple of different places. Here's the windup from Wood. And the 0-2 pitch to Lawrence. And jammed him. Slow roller out the second. Up with it, Tucker. Quick flip to Clark at first for out number 2. Of course, listening on TexasSports.com, BCEagles.com. Glad to have you wherever you're tuned in tonight for not only a classic game, but a game that is making history here tonight. The Longhorns just hope it provides them a pathway to the championship of the regional. They need another out here, need at least 1 run in what would be the top of the 19th, and then they would need 3 more outs. 2 down, Mike Sudol at the plate. Wood winds and deals in the first pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Are you believing what this guy's doing right now at 146 pitches?
Both guys are impressive.
11 1/3 innings of hitless relief. 0-1 pitch. Downstairs for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. 1-1 the count with 2 down. Wood rocks and delivers the 1-1 pitch. Foul to the plate, and it's 1-2. And again, I can see very few empty seats at all, as the majority of the 7,104 fans are here and have been here throughout.
Maybe cramping a little bit there. As he sort of slipped off the mound, he's trying to stretch out. Sometimes you get a cramp in your calf. Dehydrated. It's been a warm evening here. There's no question. He can get. Yeah, he is definitely cramping. That's what he's trying to do, is get through. And bullpen would be ready to go. He needs to get 1 more pitch in, and I think it would be the night.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Austin Wood has done it again. His 13th strikeout. He's gone 11 2/3 of scoreless, hitless relief. And we go to the 19th. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone. Well, at least in terms of the bullpen, Boston College was the first to blink or make a change because Mike Belfiore is done. 9 2/3 innings of scoreless relief. He allowed 3 hits, no runs, no walks, 11 strikeouts through 129 pitches, and will get no decision out of it. Out of the bullpen for BC comes right-handed freshman Matt Brazis. Brazis, who checks in, is 1-0 with a 5.82 earned run average. He's made 22 appearances, all in relief this season for Boston College, going 17 innings, allowing 18 hits, 16 runs, 11 of those earned. He's walked 7 batters, struck out 20, allowed just 3 extra base hits, including a homer. Opposing hitters are batting .269 against the 6'2", 194-pound right-handed freshman from Tampa, Florida, Matt Brazis.
Well, Brazis, you look at those numbers, he has a tendency to be outside the zone. Tim Maitland will lead it off. The bottom third of the order due here for Texas. I'm sure Maitland will be taking the strikers. Think about nerves and a true freshman into the game here.
Maitland digs in. It's freshman versus freshman, and the first pitch is a fastball for a strike.
Much better matchup for Maitland than the left-hander, with Maitland being a left-handed hitter.
0-1 the count. Brazis, the stretch, and the 0-1. High for a ball, 1-1 as Brazis works out of the stretch. So Mike Belfiore will remain in the ball game as the DH, but out of the ball game as pitcher. 1-1 the count to Maitland. Here's the 1-ball, 1-strike pitch. Maitland swings and fouls it at the plate, and it's 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes the count to Maitland. Here's the stretch and the 1-2 pitch. Outside with a fastball, it's 2-2. Boston College bullpen still staying loose down there as well. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes the count to Maitland. Brazis, the right-hander, from the stretch, delivers the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Maitland strikes out for out number 1.
Just reached back, hard thrower, and threw it by Maitland upstairs.
Now Connor Rowe. Rowe tonight is 1 out of 7 at the plate. He's flied out 3 times, grounded out a couple of times. So Rowe at the plate now with 1 out here in the top of the 19th inning. Texas last had a hit back in the 15th. Braces the stretch. Here's the first pitch to Rowe. Takes that, a breaking ball for a strike. And that one looked a little elevated. 0-1 the count. No balls and a strike the count to Connor Rowe. Here's the 0-1 pitch. He swings and chops it on the ground in the hole at short. Backhanded there by Butera. Can't make a play. Connor Rowe on with an infield single. And Rowe may be cramping up a little bit. He was trying to straighten out his foot there, lean down like you see them do sometimes that they're cramped, but he's aboard.
I said it's a humid night. You got to keep your liquids going. And, you know, during the game, you can't really liquid up. It's got to be before the game. You got to make sure you're hydrated before you go out and start, and you just keep hydrating as you play.
Now David Hernandez at the plate. He is 1 out of 7. Here's the pitch. Fastball high, ball 1. One and 0 the count to Hernandez. A stretch now from Matt Brazis in the 1-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike as Hernandez taking all the way. 1 ball and 1 strike the count to David.
Well, if you argue, Garrido, do you gamble right here? Rowe runs well. It's a good time to hit and run. It's a perfect pitch to hit and run on right here.
1-1 the count with 1 out. The stretch from Matt Brazis. The 1-1 pitch. Fouled straight back, and it's 1-2.
Brazis does use a slide step. It's a quick step. Gets to the plate pretty quickly. Hernandez had a good hack at that good high ball hitter. That was a high fastball.
A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Hernandez. Matt Brazis, the right-hander, from the stretch. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, and that is lined into left field, a base hit. Rowe around second, and he'll hold there. Runners at first and second with 1 out.
Real threat here now with still 1 out. I think that's the key word. Got an opportunity to get it done back to the top of the order.
14th hit of the ball game for Texas. And here's Travis Tucker. Tucker is 1 for 8 tonight. Has a steal. He struck out. He's flied out a couple of times and grounded out 4 times. So Travis at the plate now. We're in the top of the 19th inning. Texas 2, Boston College 2. Longhorns runners at first and second with 1 out against freshman right-hander Matt Brazis. Brazis, the stretch. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Brandon Belt is on deck. 1-0 the count to Tucker, the senior. The stretch from Brazis. A look back to second. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Low and inside, 2-0 the count to Tucker.
Excellent pitch to hit right here. Most of the time, Travis is a leadoff type guy, but right now, he's got to be an RBI guy. You got to think about not be the best pitch of the inning to hit. 2-0 count, got to throw a strike. You really got to zone it out. 1 pitch in 1 spot to make sure you can square it up.
2-0 the count to Tucker. Brazis from the stretch now. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That's a strike in the inside corner as Tucker was taken.
He was taken, but also he's getting himself accustomed to the velocity, a different pitcher. Now he's seen a pitch in the zone.
2-1 the count to Travis. 1 out, top of the 19th inning in a 2-2 tie. The stretch from Brazis. Here's the 2-ball, 1-strike pitch. Swung on, and it's a fly ball foul down the right field line, curving into the grandstand, and it's 2-2 to Travis Tucker.
Good location with that fastball in on the hands of Tucker. There was a lefty up throwing. Now there's a righty up throwing for the Eagles.
Two and 2 the count to Tucker. A rhythmic applause coming up from the Longhorn fans, trying to urge Travis onto a hit. Here's the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. Swung on and a ground ball hit in the hole at short. A flip to second for 1. That'll be the only one they get. It's out number 2. Rowe is the runner at third base. Tucker at first base. Runners on the corners with 2 down.
With 2 left-handers in a row, they had a left-hander going in the bullpen. We'll see. I would think that they're going to make a move here.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. We will have a pitching change. It's been a while since, other than this one at the top of the inning, we've had an inning pitching change. But this one's brought to you by Austin Wholesale Ducking. We're in the top of the 19th. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone. Well, Boston College again going to the bullpen. And it'll be Nate Bayek, left-handed sophomore, who pitched in yesterday's game. I could still say yesterday, not by a lot, but can still say it here as we approach the...
In Central Texas.
Yeah, in Central Texas. Those of you listening on the East Coast, I know it's about to be tomorrow, Sunday morning. But Nate Bayek comes on, the sophomore left-hander, who yesterday in the ballgame for BC went a third of an inning, got an out in the ballgame. Bayek, for the season, does not have a 1-loss record, but he has a 3.29 earned run average and 30 relief appearances with 1 save. He's worked 13 2/3 innings, allowing 15 hits, 5 runs, all earned. He's walked 8, struck out 13, allowed 2 extra base hits, both doubles. Opposing hitters batting .306 against his .511 184-pound sophomore lefty from Foxborough, Massachusetts. Nate Bayek.
Bayek is a specialist. As Craig was giving you his numbers, he's a guy that comes in and gets a tough left turner out, a tough situation. Well, none tougher than this. Top of the 19th inning in a 2-2 ball game. Runners at first and third for Texas. Bayek, sinker, slider. He has a couple of locations. He does not drop down. Good command of the strike zone. And he'll face a tough customer. Brandon Belt, second on the club in RBIs for Texas. As he steps in here.
Brandon, of course, the DH tonight. After being beamed last night, and they examined him, looked at him carefully. He did not receive a concussion, but had a contusion on the ear. And after an examination about an hour before the game was determined Brandon could go. And Bell is 1 for 6 tonight, and a walk, and a sacrifice. The go-ahead run 90 feet away. Connor O at third base. 2 down, top of the 19th, and Bayek's first pitch, and it's a bunt attempt. Missing it was Bell.
Well, Belt had it. We've seen him do it before in that same exact situation where he caught the third baseman back, and he was back. He gets that ball down. The Longhorns are going to have a 3-2 lead.
Couldn't get it down, and Melchiana is still back. 0-1 the count. Here's the stretch and the pitch. Belt laid off of a fastball, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball and 1 strike, the count to Brandon Belt. 2 down here in the top of the 19th inning, and the ball game tied at 2. Nate Bayek, the left-hander, deals the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss from Belt, and it's 1-2.
Well, Brandon knew he was going to get a breaking ball and went out and tried to snag it. Got out there too quick. Takes a little bit of a walk around, does Belt. Sanchez out in front of the plate, going through the defensive signs in a first and third situation. I do not believe that you would throw through in this scenario if Tucker were to take off.
1-2 the count to Belt. The 1 ball, 2 strike pitch swung on and lifted foul out of play on the third base side.
Brandon upset himself. That was a breaking ball that stayed upstairs. It didn't have that good bite. Because of that, he had a pitch to hit, and he's upset himself, and he fouled it back.
1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Nate Bayek, the left-hander, from the stretch now. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Belt. Low for ball 2, and it's 2-2.
Every time Bayek, in the 2 appearances we've seen him, has thrown a fastball. He's come back with a breaking ball next pitch. See if Belt sets on this here. He's got really good ability to shoot the ball the other way against left-handers.
Here's the stretch from Bayek. The 2-2 pitch. High for ball 3. It's 3-2.
Now they'll play behind at first base. Tucker will have a free run, so infield will have to come across the diamond.
Everybody on their feet. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the stretch from Bayek. The 3-2 pitch. Lifted foul out of play. As Keith mentioned, Tucker, of course, would be off from first. And he goes back. Connor Rowe, the runner at third. Travis Tucker, the runner at first. 2 down here in the top of the 19th inning. Texas and Boston College tied at 2. Here's the stretch. The 3 ball, 2 strike pitch. High ball 4, and the bases are loaded.
Excellent bat by Belt. Fell behind. Bayek was upstairs 2 or 3 times in that at bat.
And now Michael Torres will come to the plate. Torres is 1 out of 8 tonight. And a couple of strikeouts the last 2 times. But he comes to plate now with the go-ahead run at third base. Connor Rowe. Travis Tucker at second. Brandon Belt at first. 2-2 the score in the top of the 19th inning with 2 down. Nate Bayek, the left-hander, from the stretch. Here's the first pitch to Torres. Takes it for a strike. Michael wanted to offer, but laid off and took it for strike 1.
He's going to throw a fastball here. His MO is he's going to go fastball away. See if Michael has seen that before. Try to go with it the other way.
0-1 the count. Here's the stretch and the 0-1 pitch. It's a fastball high. 1 ball, 1 strike.
This is going to be a breaking ball.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bases loaded for Texas. Baek the stretch. The 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball, high, 2-1 the count. What now, Mr. Moreland?
He's not getting out in front with his breaking ball. I'm sure this is going to break a visit to talk about the fact is he's standing straight up on his backside, not getting out in front.
Now, this would be a free visit to the mound for Mick Aoki. And he's talking with Nate Baek right now. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Obviously no place to put Michael Torres with the bases loaded for Texas here in the top of the 19th inning. As Keith has mentioned a couple of times, the Black Knights of Army sitting back saying, who are we going to play tomorrow?
They played 2 games last night. We still don't have a winner.
2 balls and 1 strike with 2 outs. Texas bullpen's been getting loose, one would imagine, and Austin Wood's evening is done. But the Longhorns are trying to get him a run, making the pitcher of record. Here's the stretch. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on in a fly ball. Hit to shallow left. Coming in to make the catch is Andrew Lawrence. And they're out of the inning. No runs in the inning. And the Longhorns wind up leaving them loaded. They had 1 hit. We now go to the bottom of the 19th inning. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
Welcome to After Midnight, Sunday morning on the East Coast. 11:07 here in Central Texas as we go to the bottom of the 19th inning. Scoreboard totals now. 2 runs, 14 hits, 3 errors for Texas. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Boston College. Austin Wood is out to start his 12th inning of relief work. He has pitched 11 2/3 innings of scoreless, hitless baseball. He has walked 3, struck out 13, and thrown 149 pitches in relief, and he is out for the bottom of the 19th inning. He'll face the 9, 1, and 2 spots in the order for Boston College here in the bottom of the 19th.
Anthony Melchiana leads it off for the Eagles. And Wood to throw his 150th pitch of the night, and it's fouled into the screen for strike 1. It is final in Norman. Arkansas has beaten Oklahoma 17-6. Oklahoma will play Washington State in an elimination game tomorrow. And then the winner will have to beat the Arkansas Razorbacks twice to advance to the Super Regional. The 0-1 pitch swung on and a ground ball hit the second. Travis Tucker up with it. Throw to first for out number 1. Just to guess, Keith, I think Travis has handled the most chances tonight.
Well, it's been a lot of ground balls. There's been a lot of strikeouts in the game. It's been a dominating performance by pitching staff. Well, 2 pitchers.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Belfiore won't factor into the decision. Wood's trying to get a win out of this. Back to the top of the order to Anston. And the first pitch swung on and fouled at the plate. And again, the fans giving the home plate umpire, Phil Benson, 1-4. In case you didn't join us, there was a controversial play where Cameron Rupp appeared to foul a ball off his foot. He was hobbled, and they called it a little nubber out in front and a ground ball out. And then they had another situation like that later where they called a foul ball when Boston College was at the plate. And Augie Garrido very upset at that time. 0-1 pitch inside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. So any foul ball off a foot is going to draw a response at this point. 1-1 the count to Robbie Anston. Wood winds and delivers the pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. And that was 89 miles an hour on that fastball.
Over 150 pitches.
1-2 the count to Anston. Here's the 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Swung on, chopped on the ground out to guess who? Travis Tucker at second. Throw to first in time for out number 2.
Just continues to mow him down. I mean, just an outstanding. I can't, there's not words to describe somebody that can go 12 1/3 innings of scoreless baseball, of hitless baseball, as Austin Wood has done. He's been spectacular. 155 pitches in the book now.
2 down, Matt Hamlet at the plate. Hamlet is officially 0 for 4 because he has walked twice and a sacrifice. Takes a pitch outside for a ball. 1-0 the count with 2 down. Wood with a windup on the 1-0 pitch. That is called ball 2 upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. The count.
Hamlet cramping a little bit.
Asking for some time.
Well, his right foot's cramping a little bit.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. And this is lifted foul out of play on the first base side. 2 balls and a strike. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. The windup from Wood. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Low for ball 3, and it's now 3-1.
You don't want the next guy to get to the plate in this inning if possible. He's got great power. It wouldn't take a home run. Something into the gap might win the game. So this becomes a huge pitch here.
3 balls and a strike in the 3-1 pitch. Inside ball 4. Hamlet draws a 2-out walk, and Tony Sanchez will come to the plate.
Hamlet not running well. He tried to turn the double play last inning and came up a little bit gimpy at second base, and he's not running well. Limping on that left leg a little bit, or left foot, maybe ankle.
So here's Sanchez. 0 for 5, also a walk. And a sacrifice fly to drive in the tying run back in the 6th inning. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
Just keep feeding changeups, and Sanchez has not adjusted at this point.
0 balls and a strike the count with 2 down. Stretch from Wood and the pitch. Swung on a hard hit ball. It's through on the left side, a base hit. Stopping at second is Hamlet. Boston College has the winning run in scoring position at second base with 2 down.
First time they've had a runner in the scoring position, folks, and just think about this, since the 7th inning of this ball game.
And that's the first hit allowed by Austin Wood in 12 1/3 innings. It's a standing ovation for Longhorn fans. But there's work left to be done. The dangerous Mickey Wiswall at the plate. And Hamlet runs well. Wiswall is 1 out of 7. 2 down here in the bottom of the 19th. The pitch from Wood. That's there for a strike.
Wiswall just has not figured out Wood. He has taken the strikes and swung at pitches outside the zone.
0-1 the count. Wood
got to cheat a little bit in this type of situation in the outfield. Hope he doesn't hit it over your head, but you got to get in position where you can throw a guy out at the plate. All the Longhorn outfielders have moved in now where they've got a chance to throw out Hamlet.
0-1 the count. The stretch from Wood in the 0-1 pitch. Fouled into the screen. 0-2 the count to Wiswall.
Got him now. Fastball in. He hasn't showed him a slider. Wiswall has chased it 3 different times. I think you go with 3 consecutive sliders, none of them for strikes. See if he doesn't go fishing, get over anxious a little bit. Wiswall, a very good hitter. But Wood has had his number tonight.
The crowd on its feet again. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The stretch from Wood on the 0-2 pitch. Bounces in the dirt and gets away from Rupp, and the runners move up 90 feet. It's 1-2 to Wiswall, but now the winning run for Boston College is 90 feet away. Matt Hamlet. 1-2 the count to Wiswall.
Makes a huge difference. Now you really can't bounce. You got to really do a good job. You got to be a wall. If you're Rupp, slider's what it calls for.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Time called by Wiswall. He'll step out. Now Wood ready to go. Here's the stretch. The stretch from Austin Wood in the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Are you believing this? The 14th strikeout for Austin Wood in 12 1/3 innings of scoreless relief.
No kidding, folks. It's the top of the 20th inning. For real. Longest game. in NCAA playoff history is here tonight. Top of the 20th inning, 2 runs, 14 hits, 3 errors for Texas, 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors for BC. Dave Laufer is the new pitcher. Laufer is a sophomore, 6'1", 209 from Fairhaven, New Jersey. He went to Christian Brothers Academy. He is making his 21st appearance, all in relief, 1-0 record, 4.11 earned run average. He's pitched 15 in the third innings on the season, allowed 12 hits, 9 runs, 7 earned. He's walked 11 in 15 in the third innings while striking out 13. He's got great stuff. Command of the strike zone, important. He'll face the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for Texas here in the top of the 20th inning from UFCU Dish Falk Field.
Well, Cameron Rupp leads it off. Rupp 1 for 8, and he struck out 6 times tonight. But hey, he's facing a new pitcher, Laufer. Laufer from the stretch. And here's the first pitch to Rupp. Swings and chops it on the ground. Foul past third. Abe Laufer. Spelled L-A-U-F-E-R. We're told it's pronounced Laufer, as it says in the pronunciation. It sounds like loud. So Laufer is on to pitch for BC here in the top of the 20th. The longest game in NCAA tournament history. The stretch. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and a fly ball hit to left, but playable for the left fielder, Lawrence. He'll make the catch for out number 1.
He got it squared, but just was out on his front foot enough that he didn't get enough to where he could really drive it. A big out, always the first out in these types of situations. We talk about it every inning, but it is huge to get the leadoff out.
1 out. Now Brandon Loy at the plate. Loy 2 for 7 tonight as a sacrifice. Laufer from the stretch, and Loy squares to bunt, takes a pitch for a strike. Nothing in 1 the count.
5 hours and 19 minutes old is the game at this point.
Nothing in 1 the count to Brandon. Laufer from the stretch. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and a fly ball hit to right down the line, being chased in foul territory, and it'll bounce out of play. The first baseman Wiswall was trying to get there in position along with the second baseman Hamlet. Neither could get there, as well as the right fielder Sudol, and it's a foul ball. So it is 0-2 the count. No balls and 2 strikes the count. Here's the stretch from Laufer. And a 0-2 pitch. Loy swing and a miss, strikeout, ball gets away, up with the ball, throwing it to first and on money. Boy, that was close. Sanchez throw had Wiswall leaning to pull it in, but it's a strikeout. 2-3 on the put out, and there are 2 gone in the top of the 20th.
Well, the other thing that happens to you in baseball, folks, is you start really pressing as a hitter. Sometimes the pitcher comes in these situations and really squeezes it back a little bit and has a tough time throwing strikes. But hitters that have been playing in the game, you're wanting to make something happen instead of allowing it to happen. And when you start trying in baseball, you start getting in trouble.
Preston Clark at the plate tonight. He's 2 for 8. Looks at a pitch downstairs for a ball. Has a couple of doubles. One way back in the second inning before Kevin Keys hit a 2-run homer to give Texas a 2-0 lead. That seems like 2 days ago.
Well,
it's almost yesterday.
5 hours ago.
Here's the stretch and the 1-0 pitch. Swings and pulls it foul past third. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Temperatures drop 15 degrees since we started. It's at 80 degrees right now.
Wind here in the second game of the night, even though it's counted as 1 game, it's started to blow out a little bit toward left field.
The stretch from Laufer. The 1 ball, 1 strike pitch to Preston Clark. Swings and lines it down the left field line. It'll go into the corner. Clark will steam towards second with his 3rd double of the night.
Nice job, went out and just raked that breaking ball away. Ripped it by the third baseman. It looked like he had a shot at it. Reached out and just couldn't get to it. It was actually over his head. He didn't have any shot to really get it. Clark into scoring position. Maitland being called back.
So Tim Maitland, who was the scheduled hitter, is now called back. And we'll see who comes out to bat in Maitland's place here, facing Dave Laufer. We're in the top of the 20th inning. That's right, the top of the 20th inning. And it's going to be Kevin Lusson who will come out.
A true freshman from McCallum. Switch hitter, hits from the left side.
Lusson this season got activated against Texas A&M Corpus Christi back on April 14th, excuse me. So he's appeared in only 15 ball games, but has batted .325 in that time. No homers, 10 runs batted in. So Lusson will come to the bat and will dig in from the left side against the right-hander Dave Laufer.
He's been very productive in RBI situations.
So here's Lusson at the plate. Preston Clark at second base. 2 down, top of the 20th inning in a 2-2 tie.
In about 6 hours since Kevin swung a bat, or 7. You know, they take BP probably around 5 o'clock this afternoon. So 6 hours, 25 minutes. So that's a tough thing to do as a pinch hitter. Be mentally ready. Your name gets called. Try to go up as a pinch hitter. You try to pick one pitch out. Be aggressive. I always thought the first pitch I saw as a pinch hitter was probably going to be the best pitch to hit. See if he's setting on something. Takes a good hack at it at the first pitch.
The stretch from Laufer. Here's the first pitch to Kevin Lusson. Takes downstairs, ball 1. Not only, as we mentioned, this is the longest postseason game in NCAA history, it ties the University of Texas record for the longest game of any kind they played. 2 20-inning games, 2004 and 1981. 1-0 the count to Lusson with 2 down. The stretch from Laufer. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Low, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, the count. Connor Rowe was on deck.
I'd be real surprised if they didn't go ahead and just put him on right here and pitch to Rowe. I'd see what happens, but it's a great pitch to hit right here for Kevin. See if they don't go to a breaking ball, something off speed. You got to think that they're not going to pitch to you here.
Here's the stretch from Laufer, the 2-0 pitch way outside, and it's 3-0.
Now, Augie Garrido will give the green light right here to swing the bat if he gets a pitch to hit. If they challenge him, I think they'll just put him on here.
3-0 the count to Kevin Lusson, and they are going to intentionally walk him. So Lusson is put aboard at first. So the runners at first and second with 2 down. And now Connor Rowe to come to the plate.
Well, you would think that it will be Etier to run for him because Etier will go into the outfield. He's a guy, a utility guy that can play everywhere. Jordan, the true freshman from Westlake.
So Jordan Etier will run for Kevin Lusson. Etier appeared in the ball game as a pinch runner last night after Brandon Belt was hit in the head by a pitch. Preston Clark at second base, a 2-out double, the 15th hit of the ball game for Texas. Jordan Etier, the pinch runner for Kevin Lusson, who drew a walk. 2 down, top of the 20th inning, Texas and Boston College in a 2-2 tie. Dave Laufer from the stretch to pitch to Connor Rowe on the first pitch. Swing and a miss from Rowe for strike 1.
Connor continues to have a cramp as he swung then and instantly tried to get that calf stretched out after he swung the bat.
No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. The stretch now from Laufer. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And it's 0-2 to Rowe.
2 fastballs, 1 in, 1 away. He hadn't thrown him the breaking ball at this point.
0-2 the count to Connor Rowe. Laufer a long look in, now to the stretch. And the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Rowe strikes out on 3 pitches, and the Longhorns go down in the 20th. No runs on a hit and 2 runners left on base. We go to the bottom of the 20th inning. The longest game in NCAA postseason history. And it's still a 2-2 tie, Texas and Boston College on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the bottom of the 20th inning, and out for his 13th inning of work. He's pitched 12 2/3 already, allowed 1 hit, no runs, no earned runs. He's walked 4, struck out 14, and thrown 166 pitches is Austin Wood. He'll be facing, in the bottom of the 20th inning, the 5, 6, and 7 hitters, a right-handed hitter and 2 left-handed hitters. Here in the bottom of the 20th inning, scoreboard totals are correct. 2 runs, 15 hits, 3 errors for Texas, 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors for Boston College as we go to the bottom of the 20th inning.
There are 3 games still going on. Bottom of the 9th in Fullerton. Cal State Fullerton leading Gonzaga 7-4. Bottom of the 8th inning in Tempe, Arizona. Arizona State leads Oral Roberts 3-0. And in the bottom of the 5th inning, UC Irvine and Virginia scoreless, but fast gaining ground on this one. Mike Belfiore leads it off. First pitch, a high chopper. This is going to be a tough play for Loy. Has it, fires to first, got him for out number 1.
Belfiore does not run well and just could not get down the line. And Brandon Loy with a nice play there, charging quickly, catch and throw all in the same motion. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Barry Butera comes to the plate now. Butera tonight is 1 out of 7. He struck out 4 times and grounded out a couple of times. Swings to the first pitch, lines a shot in the left center for a base hit. Cut off by Rowe. Butera made a big turn, but he'll hold there with a 1-out single. Just the second hit allowed by Austin Wood.
Well, I tell you what, Rowe really struggling right now to run.
You're right. He's walking gingerly out
there. Having a tough time and had to really take a funny angle on that ball to almost got Butera to take off for second base because Rowe had to take an angle to make sure he could cut it off.
And they're all looking out to Connor saying, you all right? You good to go? Andrew Lawrence at the plate. Lawrence 1 out of 7 tonight. He has struck out 3 times, all against Austin Wood, including his first strikeout victim. And he's hit by a pitch. Now the runners at first and second with 1 out.
Well, this is a different animal now. First time we've seen Boston College with first and second and 1 out in the extra innings.
And the Eagles are going to have a pinch hitter. Spencer Payne, a freshman right-handed hitter, is going to come to the plate. Payne has had 6 at-bats. He's appeared in 5 ball games, 1 as a starter. He is 0 for 6 with a run scored is Spencer Payne, a 6 foot, 200-pound freshman right-handed hitter from Kirkland, Washington. So Spencer Payne coming on now to face Austin Wood. And now Skip Johnson going to go out to visit with Austin. Everybody rising to their feet. Wood has worked an even 13 innings.
Just allowed 2 base hits in those 13 innings. 6 base runners in 13 innings. He's walked 4, struck out 14 through 169 pitches. Still no motion to the bullpen. It's not official that he's not going to continue here.
Phil Benson, the home plate umpire, going to go out to the mound, and there it is. The call to the bullpen. Austin DeSherry will come on. We're going to keep it right here because I think it's only right and proper that everybody hear this ovation for Austin Wood. 13 innings, allowing 2 hits. To this point, no runs with 4 walks and 14 strikeouts. He's thrown 169 pitches. And the fans chanting, Austin, Austin.
Pretty incredible performance, folks. Something I've never seen in collegiate baseball. Played the game a long time, have coached in collegiate baseball and broadcast for more than 15 years. One of the best performances I've ever seen.
The dugout will come out.
You're getting an ovation from the Boston College players. That may be the fact that they just like to see him get out of the game.
If nothing else.
That's very good respect, but.
So Austin Wood done for the night, and the Longhorns are going to try to make sure that that tremendous effort doesn't result in a loss for Wood, as Austin Deshary will come on. And the fans chanting for a curtain call. They want Wood to pop out of the dugout one more time, and he will. The senior from Kingwood, the captain, done for the night, and now it's Deshary's turn. Austin Deshary will go to the mound with a 7-2 record and a 2.66 earned run average, making his 22nd appearance, or excuse me, his 27th appearance. He's been in 20. I've had it right the first time. My eyes are failing me at 11:34 at night. 22nd appearance. He's had 5 starts this year, and he does have a save. Deshary's worked 50 2/3 innings, allowing 35 hits, 17 runs, 15 of those earned. He's walked 19 batters, struck out 52, allowed 9 extra base hits, including a homer. Opposing hitters batting just .191 against the 6'4", 195-pound true freshman right-hander from Klein Collins High School in the greater Houston area, Austin Deshary, who inherits runners at first and second with 1 out in the bottom of the 20th inning. So Mike Augustine comes to the plate. Augustine this season in 16 ball games, 3 as a starter's batted .240, a homer and 4 runs batted in. So Augustine will dig in from the left side to face Austin Deshary.
Outfield has to come in where you can get in a position where you can throw the guy out. So, you know, deep fly ball that normally gets caught might fall in, but you got to get in this position to throw the guy out at the plate because the game is at second base, no doubt.
So Deshary to face Augustine. Austin comes set. Here's the first pitch. Swing and a miss on the change for strike 1.
It's a great pitch to start with. You got this fast motion, and then all of a sudden the ball just dies, comes out like it's got a parachute on it. Augustine swung long before the ball got there.
0-1 the count. Deshary, the stretch now. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. No balls, 2 strikes. Nothing in 2 the count of Mike Augustine. So it's 0-2 to Augustine with 1 out. Deshary the stretch. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and a ground ball hit to first. Up with it, Clark goes to second in time to get the out there. And it's out number 2.
Great play, Brandon Lloyd. That saved the game right there. That ball was in the dirt. Not only did he make the pick of the hop, but he was able to keep his foot on the bag at that point and find a way to get an out right there from the throw from Preston. Preston decided to go to second. Not going to get the double play on that. The run that counts is at third base. Boy, that's a great play by Lloyd. It'll go unnoticed by a lot of folks, but that was a huge play right there.
2 down, and here's Anthony Melchionda. So Melchionda at the plate now. Runners on the corners with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 20th. Deshary the stretch. Here's the pitch to Melchionda. Check swing. Did he go around? He did not, and it's ball 1.
The Longhorns are playing, not even holding Augustine at first base. A run at first means nothing. I would think that he needs to get to second as soon as he can, but he's not got a big enough lead to go.
Here's the stretch and the 1-0. Swung on and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The reason you do that is you take away the force at second base. He's got to get a big enough lead and take off.
Augustine still just with a modest lead from first. The stretch from Deshary. Here's the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Strike 2 called at the knees. And now the crowd on its feet again. Can Austin Deshary get Austin Wood and the Longhorns out of the 20th inning? A ball and 2 strikes to count with 2 down. Here's the stretch from Deshary and the 1-2 pitch. Check swing. Ooh, and a good block by Rupp at the plate. They appeal to first. He did not go, and it's 2-2.
Still baffling me why Augustine's at first. Makes it a much easier play on a ground ball up the middle. You can go to second base and get the out easily instead of having to throw it across the diamond.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the stretch from DeSherry. And the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and a fly ball hit the center. And it's chasing Connor Rowe back. Rowe back to make the catch. And the game yet lives on. Connor Rowe, fighting leg cramps and all, runs it down in front of the warning track. And it'll be the longest baseball game of any kind played at the University of Texas. No runs in the inning. On a hit and 2 runners left on base. We go to the top of the 21st inning. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the top of the 21st inning. The longest game in University of Texas history. Now the longest game, obviously, in postseason history. As we go to the 21st inning. And just don't know what to say. Each pitch becomes such a crucial pitch at this point. Go back to what we talked about when we opened the broadcast some 6 hours ago, right at 6 hours, 5 hours and 56 minutes ago, that the second game of a regional in the winner's bracket puts you in such a great position. Well, both of these teams, neither one wanted to give that up at this point. 9-1-2 due for Texas here in the 21st.
David Hernandez leads it off for Texas against Dave Laufer. And the first pitch to Hernandez is taken for a strike. Mickey Wiswall has gone back across the diamond, started the ball game at third base, moved to first later. Now he's gone back to third. And Mike Augustine, remaining in the ball game, is the first baseman now. Time called as a door has come loose there at the bullpen. Maybe some fans wanting to get in the ballpark saying, hey, I'll come in through the outfield if I need to. They announced it, Derek Grubbs, the public address announcer, announced that this is the longest game of any kind in the University of Texas history and the longest postseason game in NCAA history, and said, we thank you all for being a part of history. And fans are on their feet cheering. Everybody will remember the night they were here for this, one way or the other. The 0-1 pitch. That's downstairs for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and one the count. Here's the stretch now. The 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Swung on and popped up. This one right at the plate, now back behind it. And Sanchez at the back pedal, but he makes the catch for out number 1.
Well, there's some changes defensively. Yes. Looks like to me that Augustine has stayed in the game. Did you mention that?
Yeah.
But we have a new second baseman as well.
All right, the new second baseman is Melchionda, moved from third to second, allowing Wiswall to move back to third.
Okay.
So Melchionda is still in the ballgame. Matt Hamlet, who was having trouble with the cramping, is out of the ballgame now. 1 out. Here's Travis Tucker. Swing and a miss at the first pitch for strike 1.
Somebody has to be hitting in Hamlet's spot in the order, though, so there's got to be another change somewhere to go with that. We'll try to figure that out. Because
0-1 the count. Here's the stretch from Laufer in the 0-1 pitch. Downstairs for a ball. 1-1 the count.
Because when we get to the next inning, Hamlet's the second scheduled hitter, so there'll be a new hitter in that spot.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the 21st inning. Here's the stretch. And the 1-1 pitch. And that's lying foul down the first base side. And it's 1-2. The scoreboard operators have cleared off the scoreboard twice now. Starting back at the first inning line score digit. 2 runs, 15 hits, and 3 errors for Texas. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Boston College. 1-2 the count of Travis Tucker with 1 out. The stretch now. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Laufer. And again, Tucker keeps it alive with a bat on the ball, fouls it off on the third base side of home plate. A ball and 2 strikes to count to Tucker. Dave Laufer, the reliever for BC, comes set. Now the 1-2 pitch to Tucker. Strike 3 call. Travis called out looking. That's out number 2.
There's just not been any kind of rhythm because the pitchers have just dominated the game.
2 down, Brandon Belt coming to the plate. Belt 1 out of 6. He's walked twice. And we're going to have another pitching change for Boston College. And this call to the bullpen is brought to you by Sport Court of Austin. Here in the top of the 21st inning, a 2-2 tie on AM 1300 The Zone.
Families that play together stay together, and Sport Court of Austin has been keeping Austin families together in their own backyard since 1978. For 30 years, Sport Court has been the court for all sports. So if you want to give your kids a place to hang out and play over 15 games in sports, or maybe you've decided to build that backyard putting green, give Sport Court a call and find out how. Call 335-9779 or go online at austincourtbuilders.com. That's 335-9779, Sport Court of Austin.
Chris Kowalski is the new pitcher for Boston College. Kowalski coming on with a 4-1 record and a 5.74 earned run average. Kowalski is making his 28th appearance of the season. He's worked 26 2/3 innings, allowing 25 hits, 18 runs, 17 of those earned. He's walked 18 batters in the 26 innings and struck out 20, allowed 7 extra base hits, and opposing hitters batting .258 against the 6'6" 233-pound right-hander from Boston, Massachusetts, Chris Kowalski. So Kowalski on now. The other changes that were made is Hamlet remained in the ball game, but he moved into left field.
I got you.
Public address announcer Derek Grubbs just announced all the changes, and he said Matt Hamlet moves into left field, I think. And Andrew Lawrence has moved into right field. So that's where that is. So here's Brandon Belt. So Belt will get a chance to face a right-hander here. And a pitch to Belt. Swings and fouls it off for strike one.
Started him off with a straight change. Belt had a pretty good hack at it. Upsetted himself again because he got right there on it. Had his hands back and just fouled it off.
Oh, 0-1 the count. The 0-1 pitch outside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. The stretch now from Kowalski. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Belt swings and lifts it foul a long way down the left field side. It's 1-2. A ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. And the pitch is high. It's 2-2 to Belt. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 21st. And the game tied at 2. Chris Kowalski, a right-hander from the stretch. And the 2-2 pitch. Outside, the count is full. Three balls and 2 strikes, the count to Brandon Belt. Here's the stretch from Kowalski and the payoff pitch. Belt swings and lifts it a long way foul down the left field side onto the concourse.
Both of these teams are running out of position players at this point. And you start looking at maybe doing something along the line. I don't think either team has many guys left that haven't been in the game that are eligible.
Another 3-2 pitch missed inside, ball 4, and Belt draws a 2-out walk. So Brandon's aboard here. And it'll bring Michael Torres to the plate. Torres will get a chance to face a right-hander.
Third baseman, number 9, Michael Torres.
Torres tonight is 1 out of 9. And struck out a couple of times. As he digs in, Michael's hit came back in the 3rd inning. There's the stretch and the pitch. That's a strike on the outside corner call. Brandon Belt, the runner at first base. 2 down here in the top of the 21st inning. Texas and Boston College tied at 2. Chris Kowalski, the right-hander. The stretch now. And Belt is off. 0-1 pitch. A throw down to second is way away from the bag, and the pitch was outside for a ball and a head-first slide and a steal of second for Belt.
Well, it's a huge play. You got to get into scoring position now. Makes it a much different at bat for Torres. You might very well see them walk Torres here to face Rupp, who's a right-handed hitter. See how they want to play it. My personal opinion, I would walk him.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's the stretch now from Kowalski. A look back to second, the 1-1 pitch. And that's a strike on the inside corner, and it's 1-2.
Went with a breaking ball. Hit the inside corner. Now I think you got a pitch to him. Might be a break for the Longhorns here.
A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Michael Torres with 2 down. Here's the stretch now. And the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, ground ball to first. Up with it, Augustine will step on the bag. And the Longhorns are set down in the 21st. No runs, no hits, and a man left. We go to the bottom of the 21st inning. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the bottom of the 21st inning here at UFCU Disch-Falk Field. Austin Deshary out for his first full inning of work. He came on, did a great job to get the Longhorns out of a huge jam in the bottom of the 20th inning. So his first full inning of work, he'll have to face the tough part of the order, and it'll be 1-2-3 due for the Eagles of Boston College in what is turning out to be an undescribable baseball game here from UFCU Disch-Falk Field. 2-2 ball game, 2 runs, 15 hits, 3 errors for Texas, 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for Boston College.
And everybody on their feet here for the 21st inning stretch. The 21st inning stretch.
I don't know if I've heard that before.
Top of the order for BC. Robbie Anston leads it off. He's 1 out of 8 tonight. He's grounded out 7 times. Fouls the first pitch of the plate. 0-1 the count. So Deshary winds and delivers the 0-1 pitch. Outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. No matter how this game turns out, and certainly everybody on both sides has a lot emotionally invested in this. There's the windup from Deshary in the 1-1 pitch. That is low for ball 2. 2-1 the count. No matter how it turns out, you will not be able to ignore the fantastic relief efforts of Mike Belfiore of Boston College tonight and Austin Wood of Texas. No matter the outcome. The 2-1 pitch. Low, and it's now 3 balls and a strike to Anston.
Well, this becomes a crucial pitch again. Leadoff base runner. Something the Eagles have not accomplished many times tonight.
Here's the windup and the 3-1 pitch. That's a fastball, a strike, and the count is full. 3-2 the count to Anston. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the windup from Deshary and the payoff pitch. Fouled. A fastball at the plate and still full.
Nice piece of work there for Anston. He's got to think about that changeup. They've got the report on it. He's already swung through it once and just fouled off the fastball, just protecting right there.
3-2 the count. Here's another 3-2 pitch from Deshary. A check swing, and he went around, and they'll tag him out. Anston upset. Mick Aoki is heading him back to the dugout and says, get in the dugout. Kind of shoves him, and he's been ejected from the ball game. Now, I think Coach Aoki did everything he could, to get him back into the dugout. But the home plate umpire, Phil Benson, decided he'd heard enough, and he ejected him from the ball game.
Well, Benson's had a tough second half of the game, no question. When you have both sides, when umpires have both sides upset with you, you haven't done a very good job. Most of the time you have one side that said, hey, you did a pretty good job, and the other team's upset. But when both sides are upset, you have to look inward.
And I know you felt that for the first 8, 9, 10 innings maybe, you thought that he did a good
pretty
job.
Well. Maybe he's gotten tired.
Who would?
I don't think I don't think he did anything he turned to him. Their head coach got him. I don't think he did anything to deserve to be thrown out of the game. Now, I might fine him if he was for throwing his helmet, or I might take him out of the game as a head coach, but I don't think he did anything to the umpire to deserve to be tossed from the game.
Now Matt Hamlet, who had moved from second base to left field, takes the first pitch for a strike. Like I said, I think Coach Aoki did everything he could to get him out of the way, but he was ejected. 0-1 the count. And the pitch misses for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 the count here in the bottom of the 21st inning. DeSherry with a windup. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball, a strike at the knees, and it's 1-2. And again, as we come up on the midnight hour, here's the windup and the 1-2 pitch. Outside for a ball, it's 2-2. As we approach the midnight hour, a reminder, there's 12 hours from now, there will be an elimination game between the Black Knights of Army and whoever finally falls in this game. The 2-2 pitch from DeSherry. High, and the count is full. It's 3-2. I hesitated and am reluctant to use the term whoever loses this game because it is so hard to say.
It's going to go on a record to somebody's a loss. But
whoever falls for sure. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and a fly ball hit well out towards center. Rowe back to the warning track with a catch for out number 2. 2 down here in the bottom of the 21st. And here's Tony Sanchez. Sanchez tonight is 1 out of 6. A run batted in and a walk. Had a sacrifice fly on that RBI back in the 6th to tie the score. Looks at the first pitch upstairs for a ball.
Outfielder has to move back again. No doubles.
1-0 the count. Here's the windup. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1 ball and 1 strike the count.
Sanchez has been very anxious tonight as a hitter. Swung at a lot of pitches outside the zone.
1-1 the count. The windup and the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and a fly ball hit to left. But Sanchez got underneath it, and Hernandez makes the catch to retire the side. We'll go to the 22nd inning. No runs, no hits, nobody left. The deuces are indeed wild tonight. We go to inning number 2-2 in a 2-2 tie on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the top of the 22nd inning at midnight. And Mike Belfiore, has moved into left field, so they no longer have the DH. The pitcher, Kowalski, will have to move in to the leadoff spot in the lineup. So the pitcher is in the ballgame in the leadoff spot in the lineup after the ejection of Robbie Enstrom.
And Andrew Lawrence has now played all 3 outfield positions as he has moved into center field.
We're working on the 3rd game of the night, so he might as well play 3 positions.
And Matt Hamlet on his 2nd outfield position of the night as he is in right field. Cameron Rupp leads it off for Texas. Rupp is 1 out of 9 tonight. And Kowalski from the stretch, the first pitch to Rupp. Takes high for a ball. 1-0 the count to Cameron. Kowalski, the stretch now. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, and that is going to be looped into left field, a base hit. So the Longhorns have the leadoff man aboard here in the top of the 22nd.
Well, got a little bit off the end of the bat, but did come up with a base hit, his 2nd of the night for Cameron. Now a bunt situation here.
So Brandon Loy will come to the plate. Loy has sacrificed once tonight. He's 2 out of 8 overall as he digs in from the right side. The stretch from Kowalski. Here's the first pitch. Loy squares, takes it downstairs for a ball. We do wish you good morning, wherever you're tuned in to in the Eastern or Central time zones. Here in Austin on AM 1300 The Zone. Here's the stretch. Throw over to first. Rupp is back. If you're listening on the World Wide Web at TexasSports.com or friends in Boston as we supply the broadcast to BCEagles.com tonight, glad you're tuned in. 1-0 pitch. Loy bunts it. A nice one. It's going to drop dead on the first base side. A throw to first in time to get Brandon out. A sacrifice going 2-4.
Great execution there. Getting the bunt down, getting the job done.
So Loy did his job. Rupp the go-ahead run in scoring position at second base with one out here in the top of the 22nd.
A guy that swung the bat best of anybody in the ballpark tonight, stepping to the plate now at the right time for the senior from Rockwall.
Preston Clark is 3 for 9 with 3 doubles tonight, including his last time up. Cameron Rupp at second base, one out here in the top of the 22nd inning. Texas 2, Boston College 2. Kowalski from the stretch in the first pitch. A breaking ball in there for a called strike. Chris Kowalski, the junior right-hander, on the hill for BC. 0-1 the count to Clark. Kowalski asking Sanchez to go back through the signs, and the delay is too long to suit Clark, who asks for time. Nothing in one the count. Here's the stretch now from Kowalski. A look back to second in the 0-1 pitch. Bounced in the field turf and a nice stop by Sanchez, the catcher.
Well, it's a huge stop with one out, not allowing that runner to third base where you can score without the benefit of a base hit.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Clark digging in from the right side. Kowalski, the right-hander, to the stretch now. Here's the 1-1 pitch. High and tight for ball 2, and it's 2-1. In Irvine, California, they're in the top of the 7th. Virginia leading UC Irvine 5-0.
Wow. ACC showing up.
Everything else has gone final, except that game and this one. And that game started 3 hours after this one. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Preston Clark.
It might have started 4 hours. I think it was 11 o'clock Eastern. It was 10 o'clock Central. I remember looking at that game as being televised.
You're exactly right. They did. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Clark. The stretch and the 2-2 pitch. Preston swings, drives it down the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone, but it's foul. Oh, my goodness. He hit that ball a ton, but just foul.
Well, it was hooking as it left home plate. You knew at that point that it was going to have a difficult time staying fair. It definitely had home run distance. So
the count is 2-2. Chris Kowalski looking in for the sign. The stretch now. Here's the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. High and tight, the count is full to Preston. Came in close to the chin. And again, as we've mentioned several times, the lion's share of the crowd of 7,104 has remained for this. 3 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Clark with 1 out. Kowalski comes set, a look back to second. And he'll step off as Rupp is chased back to the bag. Three and 2 the count to Clark. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on and a ground ball knocked down by the third baseman. A throw from Wiswall to first in time. What a stop by Mickey Wiswall for out number 2.
Well, a great play by Wiswall to his left. Had to get to it. Another good at bat, though, for Preston. You hit it as hard as you can hit it. Jordan Etier is going to get his first at bat of the night.
Jordan Etier, who entered the ballgame as a pinch runner and then went into right field, comes on. Etier has appeared in now 13 ball games, only 13 at bats. He's 4 out of 13, though, a .308 mark for the freshman out of Westlake High here in Austin. The stretch from Kowalski, and the first pitch to Etier. Takes high for a ball. Etier, spells his last name E-T-I-E-R, has driven in 2 runs this season and has scored 5 runs. 1-0 the count to Jordan. 2 down in the top of the 22nd. The 1-0 pitch. He swings and pops it up. This one out to shallow center. Coming in now, Lawrence settles under, makes the catch to retire the side, and the Longhorns left frustrated again. No.
The numbers: 2 runs, 16 hits, 3 errors for Texas. For Boston College, 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors. Both of these teams have had marvelous relief. The Longhorns scored their 2 runs on a 2-run homer by Kevin Keys 20 innings ago. Since then, neither team has scored since their 6th inning, so we have played right at 16 scoreless innings of baseball here.
Well, Mickey Wiswall comes to the plate, and I bet he's happy to see a right-hander after Austin Wood really dominated him. Wiswall is 1 for 8 for the ballgame overall, and the first pitch is a strike. And Wiswall's an outstanding hitter, but he has struck out 5 times tonight. Sherry with a windup and the pitch. Swings and fouls it straight back. 0-2 to Wiswall.
Had him out on his front foot with that excellent changeup.
Wiswall actually did strike out against Chance Ruffin. Remember when Chance Ruffin pitched in this ballgame? 0-2 pitch. High for a ball. 1-2. Ruffin went 6 1/3 innings. And he was the final out of the 6th inning when Ruffin got his 2nd and final strikeout. Here's the windup from Sherry in the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and a ground ball up the middle. Can Lloyd get there in time? Has it. Throws to first in time for out number 1.
A nice play to his left. It's always so important. We talk about leadoff guys in an inning. Both of these teams' pitching staffs have kept the opponent from getting in a situation where they can get a runner into scoring position.
So 1 out. And now Mike Belfiore, who's entered the ballgame as a fielding player at left field, makes a pitch for a strike. We mentioned Belfiore did a tremendous job out of the bullpen. He went 9 2/3 of scoreless innings of relief. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Missed outside. 2 balls, no strikes to count. Belfiore remained in the ballgame as the DH and now in the ballgame as left field. In case you're wondering about more lengths of games, here's the 2-0 pitch. Takes that low and is now 3-0 to Belfiore. If this game gets to the 23rd inning and the Longhorns need 2 more outs to get it there, it would match the longest game of any kind in NCAA history. 3-0 pitch, outside ball, 4, and a 4-pitch, 1-out walk to Mike Belfiore. Back on March 27, 1971, Louisiana Lafayette beat McNeese State 6-5 in 23 innings. But the Longhorns need to get 2 outs to get it to the 23rd.
2 left-handers due in a row, and Butera, Lawrence. Advantage Boston College here.
So Butera at the plate now, and the first pitch is a strike to Butera. Keith Shinneberry loosening up in the Texas bullpen. Of course, the Longhorn senior left-hander. Throw over to first and back safely is Belfiore. Belfiore just 1 out of 2 in steals this season. The stretch now from Sherry and the pitch. That's a strike, and it's 0-2.
Excellent straight change.
0-2 the count. Here's the stretch in the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. 2 gone as DeSherry picks up his second strikeout.
Andrew Lawrence.
So 2 down. Here's Andrew Lawrence. As we mentioned, he's played all 3 outfield positions tonight. In center field now. Swings and misses at the first pitch.
Straight change. Just great motion with it. Hitters out in front.
Lawrence 1 out of 7 tonight at the plate, and he struck out 3 times. DeSherry, the stretch. He'll throw over to first. Belfiore is back. 2 down. Bottom of the 22nd inning. Texas and Boston College tied at 2 here in the longest NCAA postseason game in history. A stretch from DeSherry in the 0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes to count to Lawrence. And again, crowd getting its share of exercise tonight, rising to its feet again. Looking for a strikeout to send it to the 23rd. Here's the stretch. And the 0-2 pitch. Just off the end of the bat, foul on the third base side. Nothing in 2 the count with 2 down. DeSherry the stretch now. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and popped up. This one, Preston Clark calling for it. Right by first base, settles under, makes the catch. And the inning's over. No runs, no hits, and a man left. This game will at the very least tie the NCAA record for the longest baseball game of any kind played in NCAA history. We'll go to the 23rd inning in Austin. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the top of the 23rd inning here from USCU Disch-Falk Field. Ball game started 6:01, 6 hours, 15 minutes old. Connor Rowe will lead it off. So it'll be the 8, 9, and 1 spots in the order for Texas here, or the visiting team, even though it's being played in their home ballpark. 2 runs, 16 hits, 3 errors for Texas, 2-7-0 for Boston College. 8-9-1 due here in the 23rd.
Connor Rowe is 2 out of 9 tonight as he comes to the plate. And the first pitch from Chris Kowalski, a swing and a miss from Rowe for strike 1.
Well, there's a game in England called cricket, along with India, that lasts sometimes over 3 days.
Absolutely. Sri Lanka. It's big there, and in Pakistan. The pitch swung on and missed by Rowe.
Well, this one's lasted over 2 days and is 6 outs away from being the longest baseball game in NCAA history.
0-2 the count. Kowalski the stretch in the 0-2 pitch, outside for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. As much as Longhorn baseball fans have an appreciation for history, I have a feeling they'd be happy just to share the record if it were a Texas victory in 23. 1-2 pitch foul to the plate by Rowe. Get a run here in the 23rd and get a win and share the record with Louisiana Lafayette and McNeese State for the longest baseball game of any kind in NCAA history. They'll share it at the very least. 1-2 the count to Connor Rowe. The stretch and the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hard hit ball in the left field, a base hit. Rowe is aboard with a leadoff single. Makes a big turn, but he'll hold there with a leadoff single.
Stayed back. Nice job in a breaking ball. Bunt situation here.
Augie Garrido will use an offensive timeout to visit with David Hernandez. And Travis Tucker will be the on-deck hitter. Will listen in as well. 17th hit of the ball game for Texas. 2 runs on 17 hits and 3 errors for UT. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors for BC. Greg Way and Keith Moreland with you from UFCU Disch-Falk Field here in this NCAA Regional. Longest game in NCAA postseason history. And it's going to at least tie the NCAA record for the longest game in any kind. Hernandez squares to bunt, takes a pitch down and away for a ball. It's already the longest game in University of Texas history and in Boston College history as well. 1-0 the count to Hernandez. David squares. Here's the pitch. Hernandez pushes it up the first base side. Nice bunt. The flip underhanded. And the sacrifice goes 3-4. as Hernandez does his job to advance Connor Rowe into scoring position at second.
Back to the top of the order, so you get the job done. Now can somebody get him in?
So Travis Tucker comes to the plate now. Tucker, 1 out of 10 tonight. He struck out a couple of times, he's grounded out 5 times. None of that will matter if Travis can get a base hit here to get Rowe home. The stretch from Kowalski and the first pitch to Tucker. Takes the breaking ball for a ball. 1-0 the count. It's Kowalski, the right-hander. Looking in for the sign to the stretch now. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's a strike. As Tucker was taking. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1 the count to Travis. With 1 out here in the top of the 23rd inning. The stretch. And the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Well, Kowalski will swing around toward second base. One and one the count. Here's the stretch. The 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Swung on and a ground ball snagged by the pitcher. They'll throw to third, and they've got Rowe hung up in a rundown. They'll tag him out for out number 2.
Connor just trying to make something happen. You're mentally here. You can't help it, Craig. At this point of the game, I mean, mentally for us, you got to stay in it, stay in it. You know how important it is. And that time he was just trying to get a good jump, make sure he could score, and he just gets himself caught up and out in a base running mistake, something the Longhorns haven't done many times is make outs. And boy, that's a big out, especially if the next guy gets a base hit.
It's Brandon Belt. Belt is 1 for 6 tonight. Here's the stretch from Kowalski. He'll throw to first. Tucker, by the way, will probably at the least share an NCAA record for most at-bats in a game. He's already broken it, but he could share it with Cameron Rupp, Michael Torres, and a couple others. The record was 8 at-bats, 15 times over. First pitch, a fastball for a strike to Belt.
Well, you got to think Tucker at some point. They might pitch out here, but you got to think Tucker's got to think about it like Belt did earlier. 2 outs, man at first base, takes an extra base hit, trying to get into scoring position. He's got good speed.
The stretch, Tucker being chased back to the bag as Kowalski tries to keep him close. 0-1 the count with 2 down. Connor Rowe at a base hit, was bunted to second, but got caught in a rundown on a comebacker to the mound. 0-1 the count to Belt. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Brandon, low and outside, 1 ball, 1 strike the count.
Very well could be the pitch right here that you try to swipe a bag.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. 2-2 the score here in the top of the 23rd inning. The 1-1 pitch, way outside, and it's 2-1 to Belt.
Now, I don't know. If you don't go in those, 2-1, one of your best RBI guys, you want tied for your home run lead, might give him a chance to swing at this 2-1 pitch.
2 balls and a strike the count to Belt with 2 down. Kowalski the stretch now. Another throw to first. Tucker is back.
Well-schooled baseball team are the Eagles. Just little things like that to still have the presence of mind to know you need to come set, let that guy at first know that I know you're there.
The 2-1 pitch. Belt swings and he'll drive it down the right field line. It'll go down into the corner. Tucker is rounding third. He's being waved home. No, now they'll stop and hold him there. A good job to get over to the ball to cut it off there by Matt Hamlet to keep Tucker from being able to score on it.
Well, they were playing very deep, doing exactly what you're supposed to do in that scenario. You're not going to allow a double. You want to play deep where you can cut it off and keep the runner from scoring. Did that, kept Belt at first base. Michael Torres with another huge opportunity here in the 23rd inning.
18th hit of the ball game for Texas. Runners on the corners with 2 down. And now Michael Torres at the plate. Torres is 1 for 10 tonight, sharing that NCAA record. for the moment. The stretch. The pitch to Torres. Swings and hits a ball out to center. This should get BC out of the inning. Making the catches, Lawrence. And the inning is over. Texas again stranding a runner in scoring position. No runs on 2 hits and 2 runners left on base. We go to the bottom of the 23rd inning. It's still Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the bottom of the 23rd inning. It'll be the 8, 9, and 1 spots due for Boston College, who again will have 6 outs. They'd like to end it in the first 3. The Longhorns know they've got to get 3 outs to get another chance to hit. It's been that way, 14 innings. As we go to the bottom of the 23rd, scoreboard totals are correct. 2 runs, 18 hits, 3 errors for Texas. For BC, 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors. It'll be the 8, 9, and 1 spots due. The 1 spot is the pitcher. Remember that, because Robbie Anston was ejected from the game, so the pitcher is in that spot in the lineup.
That would be Chris Kowalski for the moment. Mike Augustine, the first baseman, will lead it off against Austin DeSherry. Swings and misses the first pitch. That was the 281st pitch thrown by a Longhorn pitcher tonight. Boston College has thrown 307.
Well, we only called 600 pitches.
The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes to count to Augustine.
It's got to be combat pay at some point.
0-2 the count to Augustine. Line up from DeSherry in the 0-2 pitch. Just off the plate for a ball. It's a ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 the count. To Mike Augustine. DeSherry with a windup. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Austin has his 3rd strikeout. That's out number 1 here in the bottom of the 23rd.
Just doing a great job on those leadoff hitters of an inning. And actually, Kowalski is out. He's going to swing a bat.
First, it's Melchianda at the plate. The first pitch from DeSherry is a fastball low for ball 1. Well, you said it. The pitcher inserted into the batting order, so unless you want to pinch hit for him, he would be the on-deck hitter. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That bounced in the field turf, and it's 2 balls and no strikes to Melchianda, who since coming into the ball game late in the contest has had 5 at-bats. He's 0 for 5. And time called as Skip Johnson saying, do I have a visit? And Keith, I've asked you about this before. Yeah, I think you told me you have 2 visits. About getting extra visits once you get to extra innings there. And Skip Johnson going out there, he checked with a home plate umpire, Phil Benson, and he held up 2 fingers.
Well, you know, high school federation rules are different than professional rules. College rules are different than that. I'm under the assumption that there's probably an extra coach's visit to the mound and an extra offensive timeout once you get into the extra part of the ball game. But I am not really true to that. I'm not sure. I'd rather not put it right in stone, put it that way.
Well, we do know this. Phil Benson, the home plate umpire, held up 2 fingers when he went out there, so that was definitely a free visit. He visited with DeSherry. The count is 2-0 to Melchianda. And he swings here, hits a hard hit ball, and snagged backhanded by Tucker. Throws to first, a little high, but pulled down by Clark for out number 2.
Nice job of coming back, throwing a strike, getting a big out.
So 2 down. And the pitcher, Chris Kowalski, will come to the plate. Kowalski has not had an at-bat, so he's at the plate now. And DeSherry to work to him. And he swings to the first pitch and drives the ball out to center. Playable for Connor Rowe. Rowe settles under, makes the catch. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to embark on the longest game in NCAA baseball history. 1, 2, 3 go the Eagles in the bottom of the 23rd. We'll go to the top of the 24th inning, the longest game of any kind in NCAA baseball history. It's Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
We go to the top of the 24th inning. 2 runs, 18 hits, 3 errors for Texas. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Boston College. Chris Kowalski out. Kowalski's thrown 2 1/3 innings, allowed 3 hits, no runs, no earned runs. He's walked 1, hadn't struck out anybody. He's thrown 39 pitches in his outing. And it will be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due for Texas here in the top of the 24th inning of the ball game.
So the Longhorns will have Cameron Rupp coming to the plate. And like we said, there will be several who may well share this NCAA record for most at bats, which was 8. And both these teams have had some individuals who've blown past that. So here's Cameron Rupp to lead it off for the Longhorns. 1 out of 10, and he struck out 6 times, but, 2 out of 10. So Kowalski to work to him. Kowalski has thrown 39 pitches. And the first pitch misses for ball 1. Here's the stretch and the 1-0. Swung on and a ground ball chopped out to second. Up with it is second baseman throwing to first in time for out number 1 as Melchiana records the out for out number 1. 1 out, and Brandon Loy coming to the plate. Loy is 2 for 8 tonight. A stretch now, and the first pitch misses up high for ball 1. Keith and I made the joke when we did the game in Manhattan, Kansas back in 2004, the 20-inning Texas victory. And we signed off the air at 1:52 in the morning of that one. Here's the stretch. And the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. That game started after 7 o'clock. In fact, was delayed because of some, like we said, chilly, inclement weather. We said, probably need a cocktail after that. What about this one?
Bars were closed.
Yeah, they were. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's lifted foul back out of play. It's 1-2.
We've got about an hour here.
So the count is 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Kowalski the stretch and the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and lifted foul down the first base side out of play.
Yeah, we have 6 umpires here that are in the crew. These 4 have worked this game. I'm sure they rubbed up quite a few baseballs. That's the umpire's job to make sure, certify all the baseballs. We've got to be getting close to running out. You would think they may have to rub some new ones up.
Good point.
I saw him bring some cross into the Longhorn dugout a while ago.
1-2 pitch. Laying off of it was Loy. It's outside for a ball. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. 2-2 to Brandon with 1 out here in the top of the 24th inning. Chris Kowalski, the stretch. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Just catching a piece of it. Loy fouls it straight back.
Becomes such a mental game now. We've talked about that a lot here in extra innings. You still know what's on the line. Everybody's trying to make it happen instead of allowing it to happen as much as they would maybe earlier in the game.
2-2 pitch swung on, and this is chopped on the ground to third. Charging it, Wiswall has it, throws on the run in time, just in time to get Loy for out number 2.
Brandon really gets down the line well. Nice plays by Wiswall. He really couldn't get it out of his glove. No chance for Butera to make that play and get Loy. It had to be the third baseman. And then he had struggled just a second to get it out of his glove, but got it there by a half a step.
With 2 down, Preston Clark back of the plate.
Now, outfield will be back for no doubles. You have to protect the line here. Preston has got 3 of them tonight.
Here's the stretch now. And the first pitch to Clark takes inside for a ball. The stretch now. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Clark. Takes inside. 2 balls and no strikes to count.
Good hitter's pitch coming here.
So it's 2-0 the count to Clark with 2 down here in the top of the 24th. The stretch now from Chris Kowalski and the 2-0 pitch. That bends in for a strike. It's 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike, the count with 2 down. Kowalski comes set, and the 2-1 pitch. High for ball 3, and it's 3-1 to Clark.
Again, you're in a situation you can set on 1 pitch. Preston will be thinking about really driving this ball. Single really doesn't help you that much with 2 outs. Get the scoring position.
The 3-1 pitch. Swung on, and that's a hard shot up the middle, a base hit. So Clark, a 2-out base runner for Texas, his 4th hit of the evening. And now morning.
Well, you can't, at this point, use a lot of players. You're going to have to stay with Preston at first base. A lot of people on cell phones having to call home and say, I really am at the ballpark.
Yeah.
You can turn the radio on if you want to.
So now Etier at the plate. Jordan retired in his first appearance of the plate last time up. Throw over to first. Clark is back. Etier flied out. Back in the 22nd. Here's the stretch and the first pitch to Jordan. Takes low for a ball. 1-0 the count. 2 down here in the top of the 24th inning. College baseball's longest ever game. Texas and Boston College in a 2-2 tie here in the NCAA Regional. The stretch now. The 1-0 pitch. High, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Etier. And Mick Aoki's going to go out to the mound right now. He's jogging out in a hurry. Been no real activity in the Boston College bullpen, but he wants to visit with Chris Kowalski.
Well, he's got to challenge him right here. You don't want to get the guy into scoring position and have this thing explode on you. So that's what he's going out to talk about. Say, hey, look, we got to challenge this guy right now. Don't let the thing slip away after you got 2 outs and nobody on.
In Irvine, California, Virginia leads UC Irvine, the number 6 national seed, 5-0, top of the 9th. This is very close to being the only game left to be decided. And that game started 4 hours after this one. We're right now at 6 hours and 39 minutes. Longest game by time as well in UT history. The 2-0 pitch. That's a strike. And it's 2-1 the count to Etier. Two and 1 now. Here's the stretch. The 2-ball, 1 strike pitch. Fouled straight back as it jammed Etier, and now it's 2-2.
Nice job of coming back to even the count at 2-2. Still got a battle for Etier.
So it's 2-2 now. Kowalski looking in. And time called, and Etier will step out. Now the pitch, 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Etier called out looking, and Texas goes away empty-handed. No runs on a hit and a man left. We go to the bottom of the 24th inning. It's still Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
Austin Sherry out for his 4th full inning work. He's gone 3 2/3. He came on in relief, went 2/3 of an inning, and then he's gone 3 innings on his own. He has not allowed a hit in the ball game. No runs, no earned runs. He's walked 1, struck out 3. He's thrown 45 pitches, 30 for strikes. He's been outstanding. Austin Wood was ridiculous. Chance Ruffin was pretty good himself. He went 6 1/3, allowed 5 hits, walked 1, struck out 2. Gave up both runs. They were earned. Neither team has scored since the 6th inning. We're in the bottom of the 24th. We are 3 outs away from 18 scoreless innings. That's 2 ball games of scoreless games on the night.
Boston College, by the way, has stranded 11 runners in the ball game. And I'll tell you more as we continue to go. Here's Matt Hamlet to lead it off. First pitch is a fastball for a strike.
2-3-4 due in the lineup.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and a ground ball hit to short. Lloyd charging, has it. Brandon's throw on the money for out number 1.
Had to get it and get rid of it. Some of the numbers, so we'll let Craig give some of them. It's just amazing. 16 fly ball outs for Boston College, 18 for Texas. Both teams at 33 ground outs on the night.
Now 34 for Boston College on that one.
Unbelievable.
And yet, neither side has turned a double play tonight.
Yep.
Here's Sanchez. Fouls off the first pitch.
And pitching has dominated the game.
0-1 the count to Sanchez. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and a fly ball popped up sky high in the left. Coming on, Hernandez settles under, makes the catch for out number 2.
2 quick outs. Still one more tough customer to get here. And get to the meat of the order. DeSherry has been outstanding again in relief as well as Wood was.
2 down and Mickey Wiswall at the plate. Wiswall 1 out of 9 tonight. DeSherry's pitch bounces in the field turf for a ball. One and 0 the count with 2 down. There's the windup from DeSherry in the 1-0 pitch. Fastball, and that is hit out toward left. That'll fall in for a base hit. Up with it, Hernandez, and a 2-out single to left from Wiswall.
2-out singles. Wiswall's not a guy that runs that often. He's 5 out of 8. Tough to get into scoring position. A guy that doesn't run real well, but an opportunity here for the Eagles.
Now Mike Belfiore at the plate. Belfiore 1 out of 8 tonight. A stretch from DeSherry in the first pitch. In there for a called strike. That was the 8th hit of the game for Boston College. Longhorns have 19 tonight, but the runs are even at 2. The stretch from DeSherry. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss on a fastball. No balls, 2 strikes to count. And the fans on their feet now looking for a strikeout to end this inning. Oh, 0-2 the count with 2 down. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Low for a ball, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mike Belfiore.
Outfield very deep. You've got to cut off the double, much like Boston College did. Preserve this game earlier in the game.
The stretch now. Here's the 1-2 pitch from DeSherry. Swing and a miss, and he caught just a piece of it to keep the at-bat alive. As Belfiore started to sprint out there of the batter's box and caught a piece of it foul, so it's still 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. DeSherry the stretch and the 1-2 pitch. Outside, and it's 2-2.
Well, he wants to make it happen here and not put the runner in motion from first base. This becomes a big pitch.
2-2 the count. Wiswall leads from first. The stretch from DeSherry. The 2-2 pitch. And it gets away from Rupp. Wiswall into scoring position at second base, and the count is full now.
Well, you really got to bring the infield in. I mean, the outfield has to come in now. You got to come in and be ready to throw a guy out at the plate. Etier's too deep right now. So is Rowe. You've got to treat this like you did earlier in the game. You got to come in. Now they start to come in.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. DeSherry the stretch. And the payoff pitch. Swung on, ground ball hit to third. Torres has it. He'll throw to first. Dug out by Clark to retire the side. The record game continues. We'll go to the 25th inning. No runs on a hit and a runner left on base. It's still Texas 2, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone. Boston College will go to its 7th pitcher of the evening, and it's going to be freshman right-hander Mike Denhart. Denhart will go to the mound with a record of 5-1 and a 4.97 earned run average. He was a guy looked at as being a possible starter this weekend. He has started 10 ball games and 13 appearances this season. Denhart's worked 50 2/3 innings, allowing 49 hits, 34 runs, 28 of those earned. He's walked 24 batters, struck out 42, allowed 16 extra base hits, including 2 home runs. Opposing hitters are batting .250 against the 6', 205-pound freshman right-hander from Oradell, New Jersey, Mike Denhart, who comes on for Boston College.
He has struggled with his command. He has hit 3 batters and walked 24 in 50 innings, so he's given up a few base runners. And in 50 innings, he's only allowed 49 hits, so he's got some pretty good stuff. Command could be a problem. It'll be the 8, 9, and 1 spots due for Texas here in the top of the 25th inning.
Chris Kowalski went 3 1/3 innings, allowed 4 hits, but of course no runs. That's why we are still playing. A walk and a strikeout. He threw 58 pitches, and now Denhart comes on. And
we're going to need a calculator, but it's got to be somewhere closing in on 700 pitches on the night.
I think you're right. By the way, greetings sent to us from Longhorns head football coach Mac Brown, who sending in from on Twitter that he is in Iraq, of course, with the troops, and heard that we were still playing. Greetings to.
We need some luck, Mac.
So we got that from Mac Brown there from Iraq. Good to hear from the head coach. So Connor Rowe leads it off for Texas here in the top of the 25th. Looks at a fastball high. 4-1. Rowe, as he comes to the plate. A 1-0 count. Now it's 2 balls, no strikes. Is 3 out of 10 tonight.
That's what you look at. We talked about control problems. And a true freshman. 25th inning, seen everything that's taken place. Sometimes that strike zone gets tough to get in.
The 2-0 pitch, high, and it's now 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes, the count. It is final in Irvine. Virginia has shut out the number 6 national seed, UC Irvine, 5-0. So this is the only game remaining. The 3-0 pitch to Rowe, and that's a strike. 3 balls and a strike to Connor.
Right at the top of the zone.
3 balls and 1 strike. The count to Connor Rowe to lead off the 25th inning. The 3-1 pitch. High ball 4, and Rowe aboard on the leadoff walk. Hernandez will come to the plate. The catcher Sanchez will go to the mound, and we'll talk about what about the catchers? You caught a lot of ball games and some extra inning games. What these guys are been doing a lot of squatting tonight.
More times than not, it won't affect you tonight. Where it will show up is tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see how both of these guys, both Rupp and Sanchez. I'm not sure what that conversation was about.
Home plate umpire Phil Benson was for a moment visiting with the Longhorn dugout. So here's Hernandez. There's 2 out of 9. He is also sacrificed tonight. He'll undoubtedly be called upon to do so again. He'll throw to first, and David was not giving anything away. So the throw goes over to first base. Now Hernandez is squaring. Wiswall charging in from third. David pushes the bunt up the first base side. It's a good one, and a sweep tag there by Augustine to get him. 3 unassisted on the sacrifice, and up to second base moves Connor Rowe.
Well, Longhorns offense is predicated on execution. Get the leadoff guy on, get him into scoring position. Now it's just going to come up with a 20th base hit. Give the Longhorns the lead here.
Travis Tucker at the plate, continuing his NCAA record, total number of at-bats, although he is 1 out of 11 for the evening. Denhart looking in. Here's the stretch from Mike Denhart. And the first pitch to Travis Tucker, a fastball for a called strike.
Rose got good speed. He's been cramping some throughout the game, but he could swipe third here, trying to get a good lead, figure out if he could do it, get to third base, less than 2 outs.
0-1 the count with 1 out. A stretch now from Denhart and a look back to second. Here's the 0-1. That one bends in for a strike, and it's 0-2 to Tucker.
Well, that is a nice bending slider right there. You can see what this young man's got. Good stuff. Command, what we talked about, but that pitch there for a right-handed hitter is going to be tough to hit.
0-2 the count to Tucker. Here's the stretch now from Denhart. A look back to second in the 0-2 pitch. Check swing, and it bounced away. Got away from Sanchez and down to third base on the wild pitch. Goes Connor Rowe.
That's exactly what we talked about. Now it changes the complexion here. Travis with a real opportunity. Even though you have 2 strikes, the infield will have to come up. Outfield has to move in a little bit as well because the infield comes in.
Belfiore still deep and left. Here. 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count to Tucker. Denhart, the freshman right-hander from the stretch. Here's the 1-2 pitch. High for ball 2, and it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count. Denhart, the stretch now. Here's the 2 ball, 2 strike pitch. Bounced in the turf and a stop by Sanchez. And the count is full to Travis Tucker.
Denhart, he's got nerves. You can tell that he's a young freshman. This point of the year, he's should be through nerves, but not played in this type of environment very often, I'm sure. This is a huge pitch coming here, 3-2.
3 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Tucker. The stretch from Denhart. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on and a ground ball that's through on the right side, a base hit. Coming in to score is Connor Rowe. And for the first time in 23 innings, the Longhorns bring home a run.
Great job by Tucker. Stayed behind it. Didn't try to do too much in it. Infield drawn up. Gives you the opportunity just to really make contact. And Longhorns make contact. Get a run pushed across. Love to add 2 here. Still just 1 out in the inning. 20th base hit, as we talked about, gives the Longhorns a 1-run lead.
Now Brandon Belt. Belt 2 out of 7 officially, and he's walked 3 times tonight. The pitch, way outside on the pitch out as they were looking, but Tucker was not going. So Travis Tucker, 1 out of 11 coming to the plate and comes up with a base hit to drive in Connor Rowe with a go-ahead run. The fans roaring, go Horns go. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Belt. He swings and lifts it foul out of play on the third base side. 1 ball and 1 strike the count.
Wild pitch was huge. Execution. Get the bunt, get the guy to second, and then the wild pitch gets him to third, and Tucker gets the job done with 2 strikes. Just spread out. Worked it back from a 1-2 count to a full count and got the base hit.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Here's the stretch. And the 1-1 pitch. High with a fastball, and it's 2-1 to Belt. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Top of the 25th inning. Texas has taken a 3-2 lead on Boston College. 2-1 the count. The stretch. Denhart with a 2-1 pitch. Belt swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. The stretch. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled. Back out of play underneath. And it's still 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, the count to Brandon Belt. 1 out, a run home for Texas here in the top of the 25th. We'll stretch now. Denhart's pitch. Strike 3 called in the inside corner. Belt not liking that call as he goes back to the dugout. That's out number 2.
2-2 slider, and a good one, in under the hands of Belt. Fooled him for the strikeout.
Michael Torres to the plate with 2 down. For Boston College, by the way, in the bottom of the 25th, it'll be the 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up. Throw over to first, and Tucker scampers back.
Exactly who's due. And 3 left-handed hitters against Austin. You got Butera, Lawrence, and Augustine.
Here's the stretch. Denhart's pitch to Torres. Bends in for a called strike. Denhart's had a good breaking ball here a couple of times.
But the breaking ball he threw in the dirt.
That's going to be
the difference in the game.
Yeah, that's huge.
Right now. There's still a lot of baseball to be played. You want to add if you're Texas. Boston College wants to keep it a 1-run ball game.
The stretch from Denhart. Throw to first, and Tucker is back safely. Michael, 1 for 11 tonight, like Travis Tucker was until Tucker came up with the RBI single. 0-1 the count with 2 down. The stretch from Denhart in the 0-1. Swung on in a ground ball, hit backhanded at second, a flip to second, and the inning is over. But the Longhorns do come up with a run in the inning on a giant base hit. And now Texas is 3 outs away from winning the longest game in NCAA history. But they must get the 3 outs first. We'll go to the bottom of the 25th inning with a score: Texas 3, Boston College 2 on AM 1300 The Zone.
DeSherry out for his 5th inning of work. He's thrown 4 2/3 of 1-hit baseball. No runs, no earned runs. He's trying to earn a victory here. He's walked 1, struck out 3. In the bottom of the 25th inning, a 3-2 Texas lead. He'll face 3 left-handed hitters scheduled, starting with Barry Butera.
So Barry Butera is 2 out of 9 tonight. The Longhorns need 3 outs for the win. The first pitch, swing and a miss for strike 1. Butera steps out now. Longhorns, by the way, start to get the bullpen loose again just in case, but right now, this is DeSherry's game. The 0-1. Swung on and missed. 0-2 the count. No balls and 2 strikes to count now to Barry Butera. Here's the windup from DeSherry in the 0-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled. Back out of play. So the count still 0-2 to Butera. DeSherry with a windup and the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 4 strikeout for Austin DeSherry. Out number 1 in the bottom of the 25th. With 1 out, Andrew Lawrence at the plate. He's 1 out of 8 tonight and has struck out 3 times. The pitch. Swung on and a ground ball hit the second. Bobbled by Tucker. Up with it. Travis throws to first in time. 2 down. Now the crowd once more rising to its feet. The Longhorns are an out away from winning the longest game in collegiate baseball history. And with 2 down, here's Mike Augustine, who since coming into the ballgame late is 0 for 2 at the plate. Struck out and grounded out. DeSherry's first pitch. Outside for a ball. We will have a post game afterwards. I think you'd want to hear from the head coaches in this one. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, ground ball, hit the second. Tucker has it, throws to first. Longhorns win. The longest game in college baseball history has been won by the team who has made more NCAA tournament postseason appearances than any school in NCAA history. In the 9th, in the 25th. No runs, no hits, nobody left on base. The final score tonight and this morning at 5 minutes past the hour of 1 a.m., the Texas Longhorns 3, the Boston College Eagles 2. Texas still undefeated here in the tournament and will play for the regional championship. And I should say tonight, since it is now officially Sunday, at 6 o'clock. Boston College will have to turn around and survive an elimination game starting under 11 hours from now against Army. 3-2 the final. And I love what I'm seeing right here. Both teams shaking hands on the field. They know what an incredible part of history they were tonight and into Sunday morning. We'll have the post-game show from UFCU Disch-Falk Field. The news conferences, highlights, final scores. This was the final score to be posted for day 2 of the regionals. All that and more coming up. Texas 3, Boston College 2 in 25 innings.